Chapter 211. Simon didn't catch up to the night by dawn, but then he didn't really want to. While he didn't really want to sacrifice the village he'd just left as an experiment, his own experiences told him that he wasn't in too much of a hurry. Whatever was going to happen wouldn't happen until well after sunrise, regardless of what he did. He'd been cooked alive in the midst of a very late breakfast once upon a time, and none of the drunks he'd left behind would be up for hours yet. Still, Simon wondered the whole way up what precisely he was getting himself into, and how the man planned to bring the dragon down. But that mostly devolved into what he would do to slay a dragon. Mostly, he decided that using a word of greater force, a spear right into the thing's giant heart, was probably the right answer. It used maximum force against the smallest possible defense profile, and was almost certain to be fatal. What if dragons are resistant to magic, though? He wondered aloud as he spoke to the strange horse. What if a greater word can't get through its scales? Hell, what if the thing can use magic itself? Simon's backup plan was to drop it out of the sky, the same way he'd done with the wyvern. That would let gravity do the dirty work. But that assumed that his wards would stand up to liquid napalm for any length of time. The longer Simon considered it, the less he really wanted to fight a dragon. They were the bosses in half the video games he'd played for a reason. They were strong, fierce, and often terrifyingly tough. The idea that this one might be the intelligent sort worried him, but he wasn't really sure what to do about that either. It would theoretically open up negotiation as an option, but it would also make the thing 10 times more deadly. Simon went back and forth on all of these issues throughout the night. As he slowly ascended the mountain, he only slowed to a stop when the giant crag that was the dragon's lair appeared in the distance at the top of the meandering trail. Simon noted that the knight's horse had been tied to a tree not so far up the slope. That much made sense. What did not make sense was that the man seemed to be changing out of his armor. Piece by piece, he set it aside, along with his sword, and then when he was down to his small clothes, he put on peasant's rags instead. It was quite the transformation. Simon wouldn't have recognized him if he'd not witnessed it himself. Really, the longer he watched, the more his anger grew. So this motherfucker plans on tricking the dragon in some way, then getting dressed back up and splashing some blood on his armor, like he was in a fight so that his men sing his praises. Simon asked himself as his blood started to boil. Still, he didn't interrupt the man. He watched and waited as Sir Ananias was dressed and rubbed his face with dirt. Then he took a satchel from one of his saddlebags along with a fat scroll and started walking toward the lair. Simon chose that moment to spur his horse to life and quickly cut the man off. Though he desperately wanted to see how he was going to kill a dragon like this, he wasn't about to sacrifice a village full of people to do it. So what's this game then? Simon shouted, riding up to the man. Sir Ananias spun on his heel at the sound with a look of horror on his face. At first, Simon thought that was because the man realized his ruse had been discovered. But as he raised his finger to his lips, Simon realized the truth. He feared the dragon could hear them, even from here. It's not impossible, Simon supposed, quieting down even as he watched the cave for any signs of activity. There turned out not to be any, but even so, Simon couldn't really bring himself to care either way right now. The man who had been masquerading as a hero on his last few visits was a white cloak and a fraud, and finding that out was almost worth burning to death. "What are you doing here?" Sir Ananias hissed as Simon. "Everyone should be leaving the base camp and starting their way?" "Obviously. I'm not part of your little LARP," Simon interrupted. "I thought something stank about all of this, and now I know the truth." "You?" the man sneered. "The uninitiated know nothing. It is better that those that do not know do not speak." Simon finished the saying as he dismounted, watching the knight's eyes light up in surprise. "Yes, I know all your stupid little sayings, the voice of wisdom. The men who hide behind history's pages, the silence that makes magic mute. I got all that. What I want to know is, what in the hell do the white cloaks want with a dragon?" Sir Ananias ignored everything. Simon asked, and instead asked, "Were you sent from the tower?" Simon ignored the question and punched the man right in his stupid face. "I'll ask again. What is going on here? And how do you plan to kill that dragon? Why do you have to sacrifice the town to do it? Does this involve blood magic? Simon's final accusation seemed to annoy the man more than the fact that his nose was bleeding. Heresy, he said, louder than he meant to. I would never use magic to fight my battles. Not even this one. I simply seek to use the dragon's own greed against it. That is all. And if you are a part of the order, then you will stand aside. This is my mission, not yours. And unless you bear the seal of a master or the grandmaster himself, your opinion about my methods is not relevant? No magic? Huh? Simon asked. Then what's in the scroll? The man paled a little at that and reflexively took half a step back. The fighting didn't start in earnest, though, until Simon reached for the man's satchel. If he wouldn't talk, then Simon would seize his answers by force. He didn't feel the need to draw his sword, though. Not when he could simply beat it out of him. Sir Ananias was a competent fighter, so that was harder than Simon expected. But he was armored and had at least 30 pounds on the guy. So it was only a couple of minutes before he had the other man in a chokehold, though they were both bleeding and gasping by then. Simon would have happily choked him into unconsciousness and taken the scroll himself. But partway through the fight, he felt a cool breeze, and suddenly there was a shadow over both of them. He didn't have to look up to realize what had happened, and he immediately released the other man before stepping back and raising his hands in the universal gesture of surrender. What's this, then? A seismic voice rumbled, passing right through Simon. Don't stop on my account? Dinner and a show at my very doorstep. How delightful. The dragon's voice was proportional to its bulk, and it was impossible not to listen to it without hearing an undertone of malice. Slowly, Simon turned to face it and found the giant beast looming over him. It was larger than an elephant, which was one of the biggest living things he'd ever seen before. But it was hard to make comparisons after that. Its bus-sized body was covered with slightly tarnished brass scales, but with its wings spread as they were, it looked 3 to 4 times the size it really was. Suddenly, he really wanted to know how this weasel had brought it down on all of those other times. Now wasn't the time to be demanding answers, though. In fact, now wasn't the time for any sudden movements. Instead, Simon waited, slowly taking a few steps back. That was when Sir Ananias stepped forward and started to say, Icefang, Your Eminence, I come with an urgent warning. Measure your words carefully, little mouse. The dragon interrupted in its deep bass. You only get a handful of them, and they will decide your fate. The knight swallowed hard before he continued. In the village, I came to warn you. There's a professional dragon slayer. The Red Knight comes for you. The dragon seemed amused by that answer and turned to Simon, as it said, very amusing. And what about you, little mouse? Have you come to warn me of something as well? As the dragon spoke to him, it seemed to sniff him in a way that was both exaggerated and terrifying. I came to stop him, Simon said. That man before you is Sir Ananias, the Red Knight? Oh, is it now? The dragon asked, practically purring with interest as it turned back to the first of the humans it had spoken to again. Have you come to slay me and take my gold for yourself? Where is your sword? Where is your armor? The man froze solid and tried another lie. He started to explain that he was just a simple villager, but Simon ruined that by pointing to where the man's armor was neatly stacked in the trees just beyond the path. To mean me harm is one thing, but to lie to me about it? The dragon chastised Sir Ananias. He opened his mouth to protest, but in the space of a second, the dragon's sinuous neck darted forward, removing his head and his shoulders from the rest of his body and leaving only 2/3 of a corpse to bleed out on the ground. You seem to speak true, it rumbled. So you may have a little more time to explain this to me before I decide if you are to be a snack as well. Well, I come at the behest of a goddess, I guess you could say, Simon started, not sure how to make this sound any less crazy. I know that much, the dragon responded. I can still smell her touch upon you. We can speak of that later. For now, tell me of this man's plot. I've seen many men try to slay me, but never without a sword, at least. Well, I hadn't quite figured out how he'd planned to do that, Simon admitted, sidling over toward the remains of Sir Aeneas. But if you'd allow me to check, I think the answer is in here. Simon moved toward the satchel with deliberate slowness, and the dragon did nothing. When he took out the scroll and started to open it, the dragon reared up slightly, but it did not strike him dead. Simon had expected there to be some new magic spell on here that he hadn't seen before. He'd hoped he might even learn another word or two. None of those things happened, though. Instead, he found a fairly straightforward example of Thu Vellum Unbetatrunes chained together in a way that made this scroll the medieval equivalent of monofilament. It was disappointing, and worse than that, it was clumsy. Still, as he remembered the last time he'd been here and seen the dragon's corpse, he supposed that could have explained the injuries. He'd assumed everything was due to butchery, but a single terrible blow that had partially descaled one side of the giant beast as it re-entered the cave would explain most of it, too. For a second, Simon tried to imagine that as he tore the thing in half in front of the dragon, he tried to picture the giant, majestic predator blasting the town into ruin, and then soaring to the edge of its cave as it returned. It had certainly done just such a move 1,000 times before. And it would have let its momentum carry it the last dozen feet as it folded its wings and landed, only to have already been dealt a fatal blow. It was horrifying, but definitely possible. However, when he explained that to the dragon, it only laughed in unabashed ridicule of the idea. "You think that he meant to kill me with paper?" it asked incredulously between uproarious bouts of sulfur-scented laughter. "I think that he thought it would work too," Simon answered, trying not to sound annoyed. "If you don't believe me, feel free to check out the caravan currently making its way up the mountain to butcher you and steal your hoard." That got Icefang's attention, and its eyes narrowed immediately. "I shall investigate this, at least," it rumbled. "You stay here, and we shall speak of other things when I return." The dragon took off like a hurricane without any warning. When it did so, Simon struggled to stay standing. Still, as soon as he was no longer buffeted by the terrible winds, he turned around and yelled, "The village did nothing wrong. You hear me? Weldon didn't do anything." The dragon gave no sign that it had heard Simon, but he knew it had the hearing to if it wanted to. Still, inwardly he vowed, "If that thing kills all those innocent people after I saved its life, I swear I'll kill it myself." Chapter 212. Simon waited there for almost an hour for the dragon to return, but almost the entire time it was gone. He could hear the carnage. He saw the dragon swoop high enough that he could spot it a couple of times, but mostly everything happened behind the bulk of the mountain. He could hear the things that he couldn't see. He heard the screams and the battle cries, along with the whoosh of flames echoing off the valley walls. Eventually, he could even smell the scents of wood smoke and burning flesh from where he stood waiting. What he didn't see, though, was the valley going up in flames. Simon couldn't quite see the village from here because of the angle, but he could see points past it, and if it had gone up in a curtain of fire like it had a few lives back, then all he would see was a wall of smoke. Simon accepted that as evidence that the dragon had not simply slaughtered every human it could find, which raised further questions. Did it spare them because I saved its life? Or did it spare them because it was the right thing to do? He wondered. Living within a day's ride to a dragon's lair didn't seem to be the smartest thing in the world. Still, it was even less clear what relationship they might have had to each other than it was why the unspoken were in the dragon-slaying business. On some level, that made sense to Simon, of course. If they were killing witches and warlocks, why not kill mythological creatures while they were at it? Still, that didn't quite feel right to him, and by the time Icefang had returned, he decided that it probably had at least as much to do with money as anything else. After all, according to some of the books he'd read, they certainly weren't above condemning rich men as mages in order to seize their wealth now and then. And Simon wasn't aware of any man in the world who was as rich as a dragon. Even Queen Althena probably had less than a quarter of what he'd seen in the cave lying around in her royal treasury. Still, when the giant bronze dragon returned, trailing smoke and streaked with blood, all of those thoughts vanished. Simon prepared to cast a greater protection from fire spell, just in case. It was impossible not to. His primitive fight-or-flight mechanism all but overwhelmed him, and it took lifetimes of self-control to stand there while the beast bore down on him like an avalanche. Still, it didn't incinerate or crush him. It just flew inches over his head, before snapping its wings shut and letting its momentum carry it just inside its lair, as Simon had pictured earlier. For a moment, he imagined the thing sliced almost in half as it garroted itself on a well-placed scroll. But then he shook free of that gory image and walked toward the giant cave. "You spoke true. Human," the dragon rumbled as he approached the cave. "They came not just to kill me, but to slaughter me and skin my corpse. I have seen the implements of butchery and the flammable solutions they meant to use in tanning, but they are no more. You alone may keep your life." Even at this distance, Simon could smell the sense of death and carnage on the beast. It had almost certainly just feasted on the bodies of dozens of men, and nearly as many horses and oxen. He was grateful that he wouldn't have to come back down the mountain that way to see the massacre as he left. "Thank you, Icefang," Simon said, trying not to stare at the giant crystalline teeth that were undoubtedly the reason for its name as it spoke. "Now, if we could talk about what you meant when you said that I smelled like her?" "That can wait," the dragon answered, brushing his question aside. "Tell me again how this man meant to kill me with paper." Icefang was incredulous, but it was obviously a bit more willing to take it seriously now that it had seen so many men bent on carving it up. So, Simon took his time and went through the whole thing again. He simplified things a bit and explained the way the runes would turn the paper's edge into an infinitely sharp sword blade, not unlike the wide logging saws that the men had brought to cut into the dragon's flesh. Though the dragon found this ridiculous, Simon eventually tore a page from his doppelganger's journal and used a similar spell to slice through a fist-sized stone near the entrance, cleaving it in half. "Troubling," the dragon answered. "Human magic can do something even this impossible, then?" The phrase human magic implied the existence of other kinds of magic, but Simon ignored that for the moment and said, "I've seen your corpse before. In another life, I suppose you could say." "This does not surprise me," the dragon answered sagely. "I have no doubt that I have killed you in other lives as well. Such things are well known to dragons of any age." "How is that exactly?" Simon asked. "It is likely more than your tiny mortal mind can understand, but I will try," Icefang answered. "When you look outside my lair, you see a world of greenery and life. But if that was my only hunting ground, there would be nothing larger than a rabbit within 100 miles in any direction. Can you guess why that might be?" "Because you can fly far afield," Simon answered after a moment's thought. He knew it was wrong even as he said it, but he'd never given it any thought before now. He knew that whales grew huge from infinite plankton in the ocean, and that ultra-large herbivores on land did much the same thing with foliage. But he had no idea how dragons kept themselves fed. He tried to do the math on what it would take to keep a beast of this size healthy and well-fed, but he honestly had no idea. The best he could come up with was a small herd of cows, or a large herd of goats, or sheep every day or two. "What if I tried to tell you that there are an infinite number of valleys beyond that entrance?" the dragon explained like it was talking to a child, "and that most of them looked almost identical, save for the placements of certain outcroppings and the number of houses in the village below." "An infinite worlds theory," Simon said, nodding, as he figured out what the dragon was saying. "But wouldn't each of those worlds have its own dragon? And wouldn't each of those dragons flit from world to world as well? In most of those worlds, there would be another version of you, I am sure. There would be many of my assassins as well. But if you searched every world, you would find only one Icefang or Embermaw?" the dragon answered with a note of pride. "Dragons are singular beings of magical power, and beyond the limitations of lesser species like humans." "If that was true, then, well, the implications are staggering," Simon answered. "If," the dragon rumbled with laughter, "if you are brave enough, I will show you, and we will see if your mind shatters under the weight of the true shape of the world." Simon was stunned at the offer, but there was no way he could refuse it, even if he didn't know exactly what it entailed. The two discussed it for a moment, and then, with the help of a long piece of rope tied around the base of Icefang's neck, Simon mounted the terrifying creature and sat astride its neck on the thing's clavicle. Then, with a few steps and a brief attempt to shake him free, the dragon pronounced him secure and strode toward the lair's exit. "It has been a long, long time since I have allowed a human to mount me," it proclaimed as it unfurled its wings. "You should feel honored," Simon started to answer, But no sooner did he start to speak than the dragon launched itself skyward. It was a violent motion that was the closest he'd felt to a roller coaster in a long time, and he squeezed the rope even tighter. It would be a hell of a thing to solve the level and then die from a fall, he told himself. But that didn't faze him. If the dragon had some unique magic and was willing to offer him some insight, he would be a fool to turn that down. It was definitely worth at least one death. Still, as they spiraled slowly up into the sky, he didn't even get close to falling. Even though he feared the worst, Icefang seemed to be taking it easy on him. Look there, at that river, the dragon boomed over the wind, as the dragon soared through the sky and briefly used its long, sinuous neck to point before banking. That will be the first marker. Simon did as bid, not bothering to try to answer as he looked down on the world from at least 1,000 feet in the air. The river in question was wide and shallow, and seemed to be fed by dozens of minor streams, as it slowly wound its way out of the valley to the plains on the far side of the mountains. Part of Simon's mind whispered excitedly about the updates he could make to his maps now that he knew exactly where he was, but the rest of him focused on the river, making the details. So, as soon as it started to twist and morph, he was paying attention. First, the large rocks that were scattered along its length by various floods started to move back and forth. Sometimes they were further downriver, and sometimes they were pushed back. Then the oxbows themselves started to shift as the river seemed to break its restless banks, looking for other courses down the mountain. Some parts of the view never seemed to change, but others, like the boulders, eventually became a blur as they changed constantly. That was when he noticed the rest of the landscape was growing equally restless. The forests moved closer and further away from the river, and the mountains even started to slowly lose their shapes, rising and falling, apparently at random, to become different mountains in other places. As Simon watched all this, he could feel the familiar feeling of magic thrumming around him, but he couldn't say what word he would use to attempt to replicate this effect. Still, it was fascinating. We are hundreds of worlds away from the one we were in a moment ago. The dragon bellowed, "If we fly far enough, we might find another dragon, or even the edge of the world itself. But no matter how far we flew, it would never be me." Simon thought that answer was a little solipsistic. He'd seen Icefang dead before. Indeed, the dragon had already acknowledged that Simon could see dead versions of him. Was that implying that the dragon thought itself immortal, and that there would always be a version of him? Or was it simply declaring that any copies of it that Simon found could not be the real thing? Simon had literally no idea. Trying to answer complex philosophical questions when you were soaring through the air on the back of a dragon over a writhing landscape was pretty much impossible. Instead of trying, he simply watched, listened, and held on tightly. It occurred to him very briefly as he watched a volcano that hadn't existed a moment ago erupt, that if he were to die here outside his level and his world, he might well die for good. He might well be beyond the reach of the goddess's reality knot. That should have been a positive realization, but he recoiled from it. Although the ride seemed to take forever, that was mostly just Simon feeling overwhelmed by the images he was being assaulted by. In less than 20 minutes, it was over. Slowly but surely, as they wheeled around and started back toward the dragon's lair, the world started to settle down, twisting into familiar shapes until only the river twitched and jumped from moment to moment. When they at least returned, Simon's backpack lying by the entrance, along with the rock that he'd sliced in half, were both a testament to the fact that, indeed, they had returned to where they'd started, and not a different version of the same place. At least he hoped it did. He tried not to think about it too deeply. Instead, he dismounted, removed the rope from around Icefang's neck, and tried in vain to make his legs stop shaking. Chapter 213. When they were on the ground once more, the dragon spent another 10 minutes lecturing him about what it was they'd seen. It was informative, but also repetitive. And strangely, the dragon insisted that though this cavern would be present in many of the other worlds they'd visited, it would be empty, save perhaps for other beasts. There would be no other gold or signs that a dragon nested there. While that would have made sense if he hadn't seen another vast cave full of wealth, he had, so it made the whole thing harder to swallow for Simon. It was only when that was tapering off that Simon finally decided to broach the question again. How does that relate to Hilid's magic? Do not speak her name to me. The dragon growled menacingly, showing real hostility for the first time. Simon hadn't felt this sort of malice, even in the moments when it was considering eating him when they'd first met. Then, it was more impersonal, like running into a grizzly that was trying to decide whether it was hungry or not. Now, it was definitely personal. "I apologize," Simon said swiftly. "I was not aware that you didn't care for her. This is not her world, and the magic she uses complicates things immensely for those of us who travel between different versions of it," the dragon grumbled. "How so?" Simon asked. "Each time one of her pets, including you, perish, a whole new set of possibilities is grafted onto the world so that they might live again to focus on whatever tangled goal she has conceived of," Icefang growled. "These new possibilities are out of sync with the ones that occur naturally. Imagine if the river you watched so recently was sometimes iced over and sometimes not because a few winters were spliced in there amidst all the other summers. It makes the ether more turbulent, and it makes navigation that much harder." "Isn't her magic just the same as yours, though?" Simon asked. "It is entirely different." The dragon roared, showing signs of real anger again. "The tide of existence flows unerringly from the beginning of time to the end. The whorls and eddies in that stream are all that you and other lesser mortals know, but my perspective is greater. I can see how unnatural it is and how troublesome your kind can be. Sometimes I think I should purge them entirely, but I do not wish to incur her wrath so directly. I would prefer that her and her ilk stay far away from me." "So you have seen other people in the pit?" Simon asked excitedly. "You've spoken to them?" "Seen? Yes, spoken to them," Number the dragon rumbled. "It is poor manners to play with one's food. Normally, I devour all of those in league with her, but it would be poor manners to do to someone who has saved my life. There will always be an Icefang, but I would be very unhappy if it was not me." Simon struggled to take all of that in, trying to process the dense information he'd just been given. It put a new context on all the worlds he'd left half-finished, and part of him worried just how much damage he might have caused on some levels. But he had no way of fixing it. "Can you go back in time too? Or just move through space and possibility?" Simon asked finally. "Time travel is not possible," the dragon said flatly. "Not even for your goddess. She does not even move her pawns back in time. She just moves the past up to start again. That should be all the proof you need." Simon considered that, not sure what else to say. "Eventually," he said, "well, she pushes us through to the future too. In fact, the exit I need to take is in your very horde." "What?" Icefang thundered, obviously taken by surprise at that. "Where?" While it sniffed the air and looked around its hoard, Simon slowly walked to the area he thought the chest he was looking for was. And then, when he spotted part of it buried beneath a mound of coins, he started unburying it. This dragon knows a lot, but it is obviously way off base. At least on some of this, Simon decided. The pit goes through its cave, which probably means the pit always goes through its cave. That's like 4 million caves. Minimum, and at least a few of them have gotten this far. If it really could see all possible worlds, it would know that. It would have seen other people before me. He didn't say that, though. The thing already smelled of smoke at its current level of agitation. Whether that was because of what he'd revealed about Hellades, or because he was digging through its hoard, Simon couldn't say, but he had no wish to aggravate the dragon further. "It's actually right through here," Simon said, opening the chest. As soon as he opened the chest to show the twilight orchard that lay beyond, though, the dragon recoiled as if it encountered a foul smell. "How dare she?" the thing rumbled. As soon as it said those words, it started to inhale. That pained Simon because he knew what was about to happen next as he glanced across the cavern to where his backpack lay. There wasn't anything he really needed in it, but it was always nice to have a solid backpack. He didn't bother trying to calm the beast. Instead, he just dove through the opening as quickly as he could, rolling as far as he could once he was on the other side. The gout of flame that followed was both intense and short. The stream of fire lasted only a moment because the gateway failed, and it was abruptly cut off. Whether that was because of how far he moved from it, or because of the damage the dragon's breath did to the container that was holding it, he couldn't say. Still, at least he was in one piece. "Well, I burned that bridge in style," he said with a little disappointment. Simon used his cloak to beat down the small grass fire that was still going on next to him. The last thing he wanted was for someone to come out and investigate. As he did so, he battled his own annoyance. If he'd known that mentioning the gate would have made Icefang explode so thoroughly, he would have asked more questions first. The dragon obviously didn't know everything, and it wasn't right about everything, but it knew a lot, and Simon could definitely have learned more from it. Well, maybe I didn't solve it, he said hopefully, but he felt pretty sure he probably had. Oh well, what's done is done, he told himself. I'll just have to find another dragon or something. Instead of dwelling on it, Simon looked around. The orchard was just as he remembered it, minus the bleeding and, of course, the vampire. His original plan, after he finished talking to the dragon, had been to drag the half-eaten corpse of Serenias and use the smell of blood to attract the vampire. But since he'd been forced through the gate a lot sooner than he'd intended, that was out. With a shrug, Simon picked up a couple of likely branches and started cutting them down to size with his sword. Then, when he had half a dozen, he started whittling them down into wood stakes. The vampire might not be coming for him, but it was almost certainly still coming for that house down there, and he would be ready. When the stakes were ready, and it was fully dark, Simon made his way down to the farmhouse to look around. It was a peaceful scene, and other than the firelight coming from the windows and the sounds of dinner and family coming from the main room, there was nothing happening. Simon watched what looked to be an adorable family of 6 sitting down to eat a simple country meal together. As he looked on from the darkness, he felt the twin pangs of jealousy and hunger, but he ignored them both. Instead of dwelling on the fact that he hadn't eaten for a while or how nice it would be to have exactly the sort of life he saw before him, he focused on finding a reasonably hidden place where he could watch and wait. That's why I'm doing this, he reminded himself, so that me and everyone else can sit down with the ones they love and have meals like that. He ended up choosing the woodpile next to the shed because it had a clear view of the dining room window. However, as he waited, he pondered that thought because he realized that definitely wasn't the truth, or at least not all of it. What was he doing in the pit now? What was even the point? It was a harder question than he would have thought. Ostensibly, he was here so that he could beat his punishment, incarnation, and then choose a more desirable life than the one that Helides thought he was due. But isn't that what I'm doing already? He reflected. It was. He was doing what he wanted. The very reason he'd come to the pit was to do this, though perhaps in a slightly sane way. It was to go adventuring with Freya and raise a family. It was to make art and teach his son to be a man in Ionar. Trying to stop a dragon from being assassinated and biting off his tongue so that he could join an insane anti-wizard cult probably wasn't on that list, but they hadn't been the worst experiences, and he didn't regret them. Still, what is this all for? He asked himself again. He was on level 33 now. With some concerted effort, he could probably finish the whole thing in less time than he'd spent learning art in Ionia. And, as he tried to puzzle the answer out, his thought process was interrupted by the sound of a scream and then a crash in the dining room. Though he could only make out shapes from the poor quality glass at this distance, he could still see enough to tell there was a fight or some sort of struggle. Even though he hadn't heard the sound of breaking wood or shattering glass, the vampire had clearly made it inside the home. Simon vaguely wondered about whether the thing had actually turned into a bat or a mist or whatever it was they were supposed to do. He didn't think too much about it, though. Instead, he pulled out a stake for each hand where he'd tucked them into his belt, and he charged the door. This thing had already tasted his blood once, and he wasn't going to get another chance. Chapter 214. He wasted no time and kicked down the door. It was barred, but even so, the flimsy thing gave without the need for a word of force. That let Simon finally see what was happening. The small dining room contained the ruins of dinner spread across the floor, along with an elderly farmer and his wife and their younger daughters, who both seemed to be women in their 20s. It wasn't the young women that the thing was attacking, though. They were just screaming. Instead, the vampire had the man pinned to the wall high enough that his feet weren't touching the floor. No one looked at Simon despite his dramatic entrance. He didn't blame them. The vampire had just torn out the man's throat and was glorying in a grisly waterfall of blood. compared to that, it was hard to imagine anything more shocking. Simon wasn't sure the vampire would have turned even if he'd uttered some stupid battle cry. He didn't, though. Instead, he just walked right up behind the vampire and stabbed him with his stake as hard as he could. All the best deaths are anticlimactic, Simon thought, hoping to drop this prick in a single blow. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to pull it off. Even though the piece of sharpened wood bit deep into his flesh, the thing reacted almost instantly, dropping its victim and whirling on Simon with a vicious backhand that knocked him backward. It roared in pain, but even before Simon hit the table, he whispered a word of force, and the stake in his left hand shot forward like a bullet, piercing the thing's chest a second time. This one went even deeper, and it staggered it. Simon had no idea if that was enough, and immediately pulled out 2 more weapons. But even as he did so, he decided that it was unnecessary. The thing was dying. No, scratch that. He clarified as he watched it smolder and decay. It's dead already. The vampire might not know it yet, but he did. It roared in pain a second time. But as it did so, it started to fall apart into little chunks of ash. Once Simon decided the thing was toast, he ignored it and dropped the stakes. Part of him told him that was a terrible mistake, but there was a man bleeding out feet away from him, and literally every second mattered. So, instead of watching the vampire's death throes for the next minute, Simon moved to heal the other man. It was a rough time. Yak, he muttered, using a word of healing to repair just the jugular and refill as much of the lost blood as he could. Then, as he tried to understand what parts of the muscle and the trachea were damaged, the farmer's hysterical wife tried to pull him off of the man. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Get off him. Leave the man his dignity at least." Simon didn't bother to respond to her charges. Her fists were tiny and her blows lacked strength. She was barely a distraction. "Mama, leave him, Mama. He's trying to help," one of the young women said as both of them pulled her bodily off of him. Simon ignored them, other than a quick check back at the ashes to make sure the vampire really was staying dead. The maimed farmer was still choking, which meant that he was trying to breathe, but he wouldn't keep doing so for long without a little help. Simon tackled that next, using several words of lesser healing to pin the mangled flesh back into place a little at a time, followed by a full word of healing to try to put it back together. He had no idea how to make a larynx or an epiglottis, but he was pretty sure if he put it all back together, the body would do most of the heavy lifting for him. Slowly, the man's breathing improved, and even though he was unconscious and flayed open, Simon thought he would probably make it. He used one more word of healing to put the muscle, fat, and skin back together, then followed that up with a word of greater cure in case the man had been infected with vampirism. He had no idea how that would work, but if it was anything like it did with zombies, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was only when all of that was done, and the man seemed likely to make it, that he turned to the women and said, "Please, could I have some water to wash my hands in his wound?" One girl moved to comply while the other asked, "Was that magic? Are you a warlock?" Simon nodded because no other explanation was likely to work. "I am," he agreed. "I was hunting this vampire, and I got here too late." "Too late?" The mother gasped in disbelief. "How could you have been too late? Do you know what that animal would have done to us if you hadn't?" "Shh, Mama, be still," the second daughter said as she handed Simon a pitcher of water. "It is all going to be okay, isn't it, stranger?" "I think it might be," Simon agreed, as he used the pitcher to rinse away the blood from the wound to make sure it was healed shut before he rinsed off his hands. After that, he lifted the deathly pale farmer and carried him to his room. He'd been planning to leave him there and introduce himself more properly to the other women in the cottage, as well as see what he might do to fix the splinted door. However, as soon as Simon set the man down, he stirred and grasped Simon's sleeve. Simon paused, and the farmer tried to speak more than once, but was having real difficulty with it. That was only to be expected since he'd only just had his throat ripped out. Simon tried to tell him to save his strength, but he seemed insistent. So instead, Simon got him a glass of water, and after choking and sputtering on that for a few seconds, Simon was surprised to find that it helped remarkably. Once he'd finished the glass, the farmer began to speak again, And this time, Simon could finally understand what he was saying if he leaned in close. Did that monster get its hooks into my family? The man managed to growl. You were the only one he hurt before I was able to handle him, Simon assured the man. Even so, I should be dead, the man whispered. But I ain't still. You should kill me just to be sure. I don't want none of that curse near my daughters. You understand? They're old enough to start families of their own, not to start killing them. You won't have to worry about that, Simon assured him, hoping it was true. I healed your body and purged your blood of the curse. You won't be having any troubles there. Well, if that's the case, it will be a miracle, the man sighed. But you should be saving those for yourself. You killed the dog that did that, but the witch that he serves will take that personally. He had a master? Simon asked. Simon seemed to recall him mentioning something about that just before this asshole had killed him the last time. But that was a long time ago, and he would have to consult the mirror for those details. The farmer nodded. The Dark Lady. He rasped with his raw throat. While I thank you for your help, she'll know what you did. She'll come for you. You should flee while you can. Maybe I'll pay her a visit too, Simon said, not put off by this. He'd been planning to look for the next level and leave right away. But dawn was only a few hours away, and vampires were kind of helpless when the sun was out. So putting down a few more might be fun. Do you know where their lair is? Everyone knows, the man whispered, pointing at the wall across from him. Castle Gravenstone. It is a cursed place that was empty for decades, but a few years ago, she returned and brought all manner of wickedness with her. Simon shook his head at that. Evil was like a fire, and no matter how many times and places he put it out, it always sprang up somewhere else. This one, he probably didn't even need to pin on his doppelganger. There was a lot of evil here in the east that he'd barely touched on. He'd found one werewolf, along with rebels and cultists. That probably meant there were a lot more of each, just waiting to unleash their evil on the world. If it was morning, you could see it from here, the farmer continued. It's not even half a day's ride, and it lords over the whole valley, but I wouldn't go there. It is a fearsome fortress, and the living that follow her as well as the dead. The region prospers under her peace, but even so, the beasts must feed, and sometimes a family they just vanish. But we all know what happens. Maybe the unspoken aren't so bad after all, he reflected. I'm pretty fearsome myself, Simon said. But what I want to know is if it's so terrible here, why not simply pack up and go somewhere else? Where would we go? The farmer asked. I don't speak the Westerling languages as you clearly do, and the south and eastern lands are much more dangerous. They're full of monsters. As to the north, well, we both know that's impossible with the war. What war? Simon asked as he wondered about the monsters the man mentioned. He was getting the sneaking suspicion that with all the problems he'd had in Bryn and Ionia, they were the easiest zones that he was likely to encounter. Chiara was shaping up to be much uglier. And then, of course, there was Mirani to deal with, and the one that the Mountain Lords are losing with the Mirani. The farmer interrupted Simon's thoughts by reading his mind. Here too, Simon asked. You'll forgive me. I come from the west, as you've guessed, but I thought that war was done. Aye, in the west, it has been for a time, as I understand it. The man nodded, but that doesn't mean they've given up. They've simply turned their sights elsewhere. So, you'd rather live beneath the threat of vampires than die from one of these other dangers? Simon asked sourly. The man went to answer, but instead suffered a coughing fit, and all he could do was nod until it finished. It's a bargain with the devils, I grant you, but it's worked out pretty well until tonight. That answer annoyed Simon, but before he could press the man any further, he was shooed away by his wife, who insisted that he needed his rest. He did. The farmer's life had been spared, but he was probably still looking at pneumonia or something. In the best case, Simon could stay and tend to him for a few days. Even without magic, a few herbs he knew would go a long way. However, if what he'd said about vengeance was true, all of that would probably have to wait until tomorrow at least. Simon asked the daughters a few more questions, and though they were obviously afraid of him, they answered his questions quickly and as honestly as he could. They didn't know a lot, but they shared what they did. It's probably because they're afraid of me, not in spite of it, he realized as he finally decided to get a few hours of sleep before daylight. Staying up all night would be the smart thing. But whatever vengeance awaited him wasn't going to happen instantaneously in a world without cell phones. If he wanted to purge the castle of whatever creatures lay within it, he was definitely going to need to rest. He'd used a lot of magic in a short time, and he felt drained. Chapter 215. Simon slept fitfully and awoke at the smallest sounds throughout the night. Each time he awoke with stakes in hand, worried that he'd meet his end at the hands of a paranoid farmer's wife, or, worse, some awful witch that commanded vampires. And perhaps worse, he was instead woken by the sound of a rooster. That was a reassuring sign, and when he opened his eyes, he saw light coming in through the shutters. When he got up and went to check on the farmer, he found him deathly pale. The man had a fever, but he was still breathing. He whispered a word of lesser cure to give his immune system a chance, but there was no easy fix. With the messy surgery he'd done, his body was still trying to put everything together. Even beyond all of that, there were likely a dozen different pathogens to contend with as well. He was in for a rough ride, but Simon believed he would get through it. Even that wasn't enough to wake the man up, though it did wake his wife up, and she glared daggers at Simon. "I want you out of my house," she hissed. "The fever won't go down as long as your cursed presence is sucking the life out of him." Simon didn't laugh at that, but he wanted to. Instead, he said, "I'll see what I can do to solve your little vampire problem, and then, after, I'll see if I can find some herbs on the way back." She didn't answer, and only glared at him. So he bid both of her daughters good morning in an effort to reduce their fear of him, then left the house, if only to make her happy. Outside, he took a look around, and opposite the orchard he'd come in from, there was indeed a foreboding, ancient-looking castle partway up the far wall of the valley. Well, that's not quite as close as the farmer made it sound, he thought with a sigh. That sealed the deal. He was definitely borrowing their horse. Before he did that, though, he looked at his equipment and took stock of the situation. He hadn't been planning to fight vampires or attack any castles. He wasn't exactly in the best shape either yet, so it was clear he was going to need a little help. It's not too late to dig around and find the portal out of here, he told himself. It's probably right around here somewhere. That would have been the easy way, though. That would have been Helade's way. He didn't just want to get to the end anymore. He wanted to save everyone that he could along the way. So he spent a few minutes referencing some of the patterns from his notes before transforming his sword into a vorpal blade and a couple of his arrows into lightning arrows. After that, he turned a silver coin into an amulet, which was a facsimile of the one he'd used to kill himself back when he'd taken out the White Cloaks. First rule of vampire hunting, he told himself, don't get taken alive. While he did so, he marveled at the fact that what he would have once needed a forge and days of time to create, he could now do with only a few words of metal shaping. Between the words and lesser words of power, he'd burned months of his life. But it had been worth it. He was much better equipped for what lay ahead. He chose to create the sword in a configuration that would be powered by him instead of by his target. So, he'd have to toss it when it was done, so he didn't burn through years of his life. Still, he was probably going to need to get through a castle gate or portcullis or something, and this would be a hell of a lot easier than trying to knock it down. Once all that was done, he grabbed some more wood that he could fashion stakes from on the way. Then he saddled up the horse he found in the barn and started riding across the valley to rest up. After this, no more magic for a month, he told himself while he used his dagger to whittle fine points. He'd probably burned 2 or 3 years of his life already, and he'd barely even done anything. Well, barely done anything is a bit of an exaggeration, he corrected himself while he rode on. I only killed a vampire, saved a life, and probably solved a level. No big deal. As he went, he noted that with the exception of the evil-looking castle he was riding toward, the valley he was riding across really did seem like a nice place. It was full of tiny farmsteads, and dotted by the occasional hamlet that looked inviting. Even though he made no move to visit them, the place bordered on idyllic, with small herds and large grain fields here and there. He'd been all over Bryn and had only seen a few places that looked as bountiful. That was enough to make him see the farmer's point on some level, but it seemed like a pretty brutal trade-off. Live here, be perfectly safe, until one day your whole family is ripped to pieces, he muttered to himself. How's that any different from living on the plains south of Crovar? At least there, when the centaurs attack you, you can actually fight back. Here, he wasn't really sure what the common people were supposed to do about vampires. I thought you had to invite them in or something, Simon said in exasperation. Truthfully, he wasn't really sure. It had been a long time since he'd read any vampire stories. They were never his favorite. All he really remembered was that the real ones didn't sparkle, and that the only way to take them out was to stake them. He passed a couple of people on the road, but other than wishing him a good morning, no one tried to stop him. When Simon reached the last bend in the road before the castle, he tethered his horse in the shade of a tree and continued on foot. This was both because he would seem less threatening, and because he had no wish to harm the farming family's animal. Horses were the lifeblood of a farm, and losing it to an arrow would be dumb. When he reached the gate, it was still before noon, and the thing was shut tight, which was just what he'd expected. Even the postern gate was closed, and he suspected the portcullis was, too. Only a single watchman was in the nearest tower, and he called out, "Who goes there?" Simon thought about it for a moment before he called back, "I have business here. I'm expected," the watchman yelled out. "Well, what is it then?" Simon shook his head and spread his arms before he called back, "It is not the sort of business I should be yelling about in public." The man cursed a streak then, but didn't follow up further. Simon had been completely bullshitting, but apparently that worked. Instead of yelling down anymore, he opened the trapdoor and started walking loudly down the staircase. A few minutes later, he reached the gatehouse and opened up a small hole for peeking out the postern door. "All right," the portly man said, half out of breath from the walk. "Who is it that's expecting to see you then?" That was the moment Simon realized he was probably fucked. He opened his mouth to try to make someone up, but as he did so, the self-important guard kept talking. "Gotta warn you, though, whoever it is, you ain't getting in here until after sunset. Something happened, and well, I'm sure a man like you knows the drill. This place ain't much as long as the sun's out." Simon nodded at that and said, "Yeah, I totally get it." Then he drew his sword and shoved it right through the wood with only the slightest resistance. The steel chest piece of the guard didn't do much better than that. He aimed for the carnia but came in a little above that junction between the lungs, slicing through the trachea instead. The result was the same. He pulled his sword back out, and as that happened, the guard backed away, already mortally wounded, even if he didn't quite understand what was happening. "What? Help, help, help." The man tried to call out, but he lacked the air to project any more than a whisper. Simon drew his sword back, then forced it into the notch between the postern gate and the larger gate, slicing clean through the thick wooden bar that was the locking mechanism. Then he pushed it open without issue. Even as the other man staggered back, he collapsed to the ground before Simon could reach him, which was fine. The guard had died as merciful a death as he could grant him. Next, Simon walked over to the portcullis and cut through that too. It took longer, but took no more effort. The only issue was that his blade was only magical in the cutting direction, so he had to do it in 3 straight cuts instead of one long arc. There were a few other men wandering around the courtyard, and he could see 2 standing together on the far wall near the cramped keep, but no one paid him any mind. "They will the second I push this over, though," he said to himself as he sheathed his sword for a moment and looked at the heavy chunk of steel he'd have to topple to enter. While his sword treated armor like tinfoil, he still chose his bow for the next portion of his attack. As soon as he kicked over the cutout he'd just made and stepped through, he was knocking an arrow to his weapon and pulling back. For his first shot, he didn't bother to use magic. It was only 20 or so yards away. He just aimed for the man in the middle of the group and fired. The result was spectacular. Even as the first man started to shout an alarm and 2 more drew their weapons, one of the younger men, who might have been a squire, was hit square in the chest. On its own, that would have been a killing shot for one and not a bad opener. But even as the shaft sunk into the young man, lightning arced out of the arrowhead in all directions. Simon could have used fire and blown him to pieces, But greater diffuse lightning caused chain lighting to reach out in a dozen different directions, catching almost all of his fellows in a spectacular pyrotechnic display. Those who were not killed in the blast were maimed and stunned by it. Simon smiled at that, deciding that it was even more effective than he thought it would be as he looked for his next target. He found it in the form of the man who was running toward the large bell in a tower at least 50 yards away, and he calmly took another arrow from his quiver and took aim. Not all of his experiments worked. His attempt to harvest strength from wretched goblins had been a complete failure. But apparently, magical frag grenades were a thing now, and if he was going to kill someone anyway, he had no qualms with using their life to fuel that sort of spell. The next arrow he fired was perfectly normal. It was only the words of distant shaping he whispered as he released it that made it special. At this distance, Simon didn't have a prayer of hitting that guy from here in a single shot, but with magic, he didn't need to. The arrow found its way right to the base of his neck in a single arcing shot that was utterly improbable. As soon as he'd fallen off the catwalk, Simon was drawing his sword once more to deal with the other men who were approaching him. He still had like 6 hours before crunch time, but if he was going to purge a vampire nest, then he absolutely wanted to make the best use of his time. The clock was ticking, and unlike most of his quests, he was on a timer here. Chapter 216. At first, the men came at him one at a time. Simon fought each of them in turn, but none of those fights became grand duels. Some of the men were nearly as good with a sword as he was, but against the blade that he'd chosen for today's combat, they were helpless. It cleaved right through their weapons and armor without any issues at all. Weapons like this will make me lazy, he reminded himself as he cut down his fourth opponent. In some ways, it was fortunate that he couldn't just do this whenever he wanted. If he used a sword that left such an obvious path of carnage behind most of the time, it would start some very bad rumors and leave some awful legends about Simon the Butcher in his wake. He didn't want that, but today, he wasn't going to leave anyone alive, or undead, or whatever. If you were working for a vampire, you would meet the same end they did, as far as he was concerned. After he cut down some of the best warriors the other side had to offer, the rest started to bunch up. He discouraged that by launching another arrow at the 8 men who were forming up with pikes and spears on the steps of the inner keep. Then, when they slammed the front door shut on him while he was walking over those smoking corpses, he leveled it with a word of greater force. I've got to pace myself, he reminded himself. He could have easily cut his way through the heavy iron-bound doors, just as he'd done with the castle door, but the time for subtlety was done. He'd taken out all the most ready defenders, and he wanted those that were ahead of him to flee before him, which meant that being a little showy was in his interest, even if he could probably only use another 2 or 3 major words today. I won't need nearly that many, he said aloud, as he walked over the shattered doors and the bodies of the men that had been crushed by them. This place isn't half the nightmare I thought it would be. Really, the castle seemed to be pretty normal compared to what he'd seen. It was a bit undermanned, and it looked a little evil. But even with all of that, he wouldn't have believed there were vampires hiding out here if he hadn't killed one of them last night. He kept expecting one of them to spring out and attack him or unleash some hideous secret weapon. He had to keep reminding himself that's not the way these things worked. This isn't Hollywood. In the daylight, these things are helpless. Fortunately, he had almost 6 more hours of helplessness before things got dicey. As he went, he found limited pockets of resistance. But after only a couple more fights, the strength of these combatants faded from men-at-arms, or even half-dressed mercenaries, to cook's boys with knives and maids armed with broomsticks. Though he'd originally told himself he was going to kill everyone here, he quickly decided that he lacked the resolve to slaughter servants and let those people flee. He was certain that their fellow men would find the right way to deal with the collaborators. Once he started letting those who were wearing armor or bearing arms flee, the place emptied out in record time, leaving Simon with just enough true believers to be on his guard, but no real force left to stop him. Pity, he sighed. I still have 1 more arrow. After Simon had done a quick sweep of the main building and the smaller 2- and 3-story wood-framed houses on either side, which seemed to be where the servants lived, he finally descended into the cellars. In every horror movie he'd ever seen, this was where the hero ran into the villain. Of course, they made the mistake of doing it at night, which was a lot riskier. Simon was happy to learn from their mistakes, though, and did it right. going one room at a time in a search for coffins. That turned out to be a bigger undertaking than he would have thought. Though the castle above wasn't very large, the basements below were fairly extensive. Some of the rooms, such as those that were used to store wine and cheese, were quite clean and almost pleasant. But once he reached the dungeons, the real horror show started. The first time Simon opened a door that smelled of death, he knew he'd regret calling for more light, but that was exactly what he did. He whispered a small white flame into existence, and it appeared just above his head, almost like an undeserved halo. It was the most convenient place to put a source of illumination since it would stay out of his way. It wasn't like he was going to be doing any hiding until he was done purging this place anyway. The glow of a minor light spell was enough to show him every gory inch of the blood-spattered feeding room, or butchery, or whatever it was. There wasn't enough evidence to say why this abattoir existed, but the unmistakably human bones marked it as one of the more vile places he'd ever been, and he quickly moved past it after poking the most intact corpses to make sure none of them moved. While he did that, he noted there was some writing carved or scratched into the walls, but with all the gore, it was impossible to read. He was curious, but curious could wait until he'd completed his purge. He didn't need to be distracted now. He thought that was about the worst he'd see. But then he found the cages. The owners of this castle had turned what might have once been a small dungeon into an overcrowded pantry that was every bit as vile as the abattoir he'd just left. Some of the prisoners were too weak to move, and a few looked dead, but all of them had bites on them. Most had half a dozen at least. They're keeping these people alive so that they can feed off them over and over again, Simon murmured to himself in horror. He hadn't checked the servants or the guards, but he wouldn't be surprised if they'd been drained once or twice as well. That tugged at Simon's heartstrings, and even before the strongest of them were up and begging at the bars, he was already cutting the locks off the cells. It was only when he started to open them that he realized they were begging him to kill them, not free them. "Go," Simon commanded. "You're free. Get out of here." Some did, but most simply sobbed, and Simon left them to their fate as he moved on deeper into this house of horrors. There were some things he couldn't heal with magic. He knew that. He'd died in some pretty rough ways, but those people had lived some pretty awful lives, and there was little he could do to help them. He just hoped that their next lives were better than this one. After that was when he finally found the first coffins. They weren't particularly fancy or well hidden, and were only guarded by a door that had been barred from the inside. Simon cleaved through it without issue, and inside, he found 3 coffins in an otherwise empty room. Simon spent a moment looking around for any possible traps. It seemed unlikely, given that these people had to walk through here every day, but perhaps they didn't. Perhaps they just turned into bats and flew over cursed runes or some bottomless pit trap. Still, he found none, and when he opened the first coffin, nothing stopped him. In the thing, he found a man who was both handsome and pallid, and Simon staked him without a second glance, using the pommel of his sword to hammer it in. The vampire opened his mouth in a silent scream, but wasn't even able to lift a finger in his own defense as he crumbled into ash. The second coffin was empty, which was worrisome, until he realized it probably belonged to the asshole he'd killed the night before. "Maybe they keep spares around," he said to himself as he opened the third. There, he found another man who looked like he might have once been a warrior before someone dressed him up in noble's clothing instead of armor. He was a bit rough around the edges and probably Marani. Unlike the one he'd just killed, this one managed to struggle weakly and raise a hand to try to ward off Simon. But there was nothing he could do. His behavior and appearance were enough to make Simon a little curious as to what this guy's story was. But he wasn't about to let him keep breathing until nightfall, and he quickly drove a stake through his heart as well, transforming him into dust and ashes in seconds. When both of them were done burning, and nothing remained behind but a foul odor, Simon shrugged and said, 3 down, 1 to go, hopefully. Truthfully, he had no way of knowing how many there were in total, but he knew there was at least one more. 3 coffins were empty, and 3 vampires were dead, if he included the one he'd killed last night, but none of them had been women, which meant that she was still out there. Still, as hard as he tried, he couldn't find her. He scoured the dungeons twice before he switched to the other outbuildings as the hours ticked by. Think, man, think, he told himself. There's only so many places. Where could she be? He'd already searched basements and the bottom floors of every room that didn't seem to have a basement. He'd also searched the area where the throne room might be in a real castle in case the previous occupants were human and had included human details like a second way out. Such secrets could easily have been repurposed into an extra hidden lair. But if there's another better hiding place than the nest in the basement, then why weren't all the coffins there? He asked himself. Well, it is either because those were a decoy or because the better spot is too small. That probably rules out a cavern or secret passage, which means it has got to be something stupid, like something practically in plain sight. Simon looked around again, trying to filter his perceptions through that premise. He considered the well but instantly dismissed it. Instead, after a moment's thought, he decided it was probably somewhere incredibly unlikely, like one of the towers. Who would look for something that hates sunlight in the place that gets the most sun? He asked himself. That clinched it, and after a brief debate about which one he should check, he decided that considering the ego on these sorts of villains, the highest tower of the keep was the best bet, even if he wasn't looking forward to running up those stairs. There's still time to run and live to fight another day, he told himself as he eyed the horizon. He had maybe half an hour left until this was over, one way or the other. Finding the door that led to the stairs was easy enough, and even the lock only stopped him for a few seconds. Halfway up the tower, he found a new problem. The thing had been physically walled off with bricks. Judging from the work, it had been done rather recently. While that was bad, in a way, it was a good sign. If someone was taking the time to brick up stairwells, then there was something worth hiding, and he could only think of one thing that might be the leader of this whole nightmare. Chapter 217. Though his chest was still heaving from the run, Simon drew his blade and started chopping through the wall, eager to push through to the next floor. Well, perhaps eager wasn't the word. He was not eager to run up another flight of steps, but he would do so anyway. He urgently needed to. He had less than a half hour between now and when the creature he was hunting woke up, and things would get ugly if he didn't get this resolved. Unfortunately, that didn't turn out to be as easy as he'd hoped, even with a fancy magic sword that could cut right through stone. On the other side of the brick wall, someone had very creatively placed another brick wall, and he saw it as soon as he cut a hole wide enough to look through. Well, would you look at that? He complained. Someone thought ahead. The second brick wall wasn't the problem, of course. It was the idea that there might be more. Even if it only took a minute or two to get through each one, those minutes started to add up after a while, and after his exhaustive search of the dungeons, he was running out of them. He was more sure than ever that this was the right way now, but he was unable to say what other obstacles might exist between here and there. How many more walls would he have to cut through between here and where he was going? How many traps would he have to evade? Would he have enough time for all that? Well, what other options do I have? I definitely don't have time to run away and try again another day, he asked himself as he raised his sword again. Then he stopped and considered it. Maybe I could try going in from above. That's almost certainly how this dark mistress lady gets in and out. So, maybe it's easier to get in from the top? It was a precarious plan. Not only would it burn more magic, but he might very well misjudge the target. It had been a long time since he tried to use force magic like this. He considered that, and after he'd decided that it was worth the risk, he ran back down to the floor below and opened the window. Then he looked up to the top of the tower that rose 4 more stories above him. It was a simple, tapering structure without any obstacles, but if he was right, the way was probably blocked for the next 2 floors, which meant that he had to go all the way up to the 5th floor, then go down into the 4th, or maybe even the 3rd. Still, it looked doable. He could probably get up there with 2 or 3 words of force, depending on where the window was. What if the window is barred too? He asked himself as he gazed out at the blood-red sunset, trying to weigh all of his options. Then I'm coming in through the tile roof, and if that doesn't work, well, then I guess I'm killing myself and trying again next life. That was always an option, of course. Simon didn't like to think about it these days. It went against his worldview. But if he was ever in a situation where he was completely fucked, then he could always just off himself and try again. It would be a shame for the people of this valley, but no one could say he hadn't done his best. Focus on the positive, he told himself as he shook his head to clear it of all the spiraling doubts. Believe in success for now. Worry about failure when I'm falling to my death. With that settled, he stepped out onto the large stone windowsill, lined up his trajectory, and calmed his racing mind. No amount of what-ifs and worries about how low and red the sun was getting in the sky would help him now. Now, he needed to focus. Just as Simon was about to speak the word of power, the image of the last time he'd used the spell in Ionar so long ago came to his mind unbidden. There he'd been, half on fire and trying desperately to arrest his ever-increasing momentum as he edged toward terminal velocity. Stop. This is different, he told himself. And even if I fall and die, it's not like a vampire can reanimate pavement pizza. With that comforting thought, Simon said the word and soared skyward like he'd leaped off of a springboard. Once he was in the air, it actually reminded him of the time he hopped around Schwarzenbruck more than the volcano. Back then, he'd treated his entire lifetime like a mana bar for a single level of the pit. These days, he tended to be more careful because he'd long ago discovered that life was for living, not for speedrunning. Simon slowed as he reached the apex of that impossible leap and took in the scene. The castle was still empty save for the bodies that were still scattered in the courtyard far below him for only a moment before he chose his next target and said, "Un petit," to execute a double jump and arc up again toward the nearest window. That window, at least, was not barred or bricked up. It was just an open window with panes of bubbly glass in it. So, he put away his sword he'd kept out in case he needed it, and when the arc terminated just under the window, he grabbed the windowsill and pulled himself up and over it. That, as it turned out, was the hardest part of the whole thing, and he grunted and struggled so much that he'd briefly considered using a word of lesser force to put him over the top. Then he lay on the wood floor for half a minute, resting from the exertion, before he forced himself to his feet. Here, there was a trapdoor, and it was not bricked up. Hell, it wasn't even closed. It was just lying there, with a steep set of wooden stairs on the other side. Suddenly, just like that, the impossible obstacle he'd faced had been bypassed. Simon hurried down the steps and was rewarded by the sight of an empty room and a coffin. "Thank God!" Simon sighed as he went down into the small room below and finally saw the coffin he'd been looking everywhere for. This one was different from the others. They'd been made of plain wood. But this one had been covered over in a layer of hammer brass, which made it look much more intimidating. "Definite boss-level vibes," Simon whispered as he moved to open it. "It's a shame that you went to all this effort to avoid your fate, and it's still going to happen better luck next life." Well, at least he tried to. The thing didn't budge. Simon dropped the clever dialogue and grabbed the lid with both hands, pulling with all his might, but it didn't move. Locked from the inside. He asked. "Good thing I brought a key." He shook the handle harder for good measure, just to make sure. But once he was sure that there wasn't another way to open it, he gave up on trying and pulled out his sword. No matter how it was locked, it wouldn't stand up any better than the gate had. Simon thrust the blade through the coffin, just under the lid, and sliced it from one end to the other, taking out locks, hinges, armor, and anything else that might be in his way. He'd been tempted just to cut it in half, but he knew that wouldn't kill the vampire inside, and he didn't really want to get splashed with vampire blood if he didn't have to. He had no idea what the consequences of that would be, but he didn't exactly want to find out. Definitely do not want to spend a run as a vampire, he told himself after he'd opened the thing like a soup can. Then he put away his sword, took out a stake, and pushed the lid off onto the floor. "Better you than me. He said as he raised the weapon up. What he saw, though, stopped him cold. Simon froze. Despite the fact that he only had minutes, or perhaps even less, he couldn't move. It wasn't some dread power of the vampire's hypnotic gaze either. He was just utterly shocked. The woman he'd been looking for the last few hours, the dark mistress of all the other vampires he'd slain, was someone he recognized. It wasn't some evil creature for the pits of hell. It was Freya. She looked nearly the same as when he last saw her, except for the deathly pallor that made her already pale skin nearly translucent. "What the actual fuck?" he gasped. "What? How? This is impossible." He knew that this changed nothing, and that he should still kill her while he had the time. But knowing and doing were entirely separate things. He couldn't even begin to conceive of how such a thing might be possible. and the shock that ran through him in that moment was as powerful as any spell he knew. That shock cost him his moment. In those last few seconds, while he stood there completely dumbstruck, the last limb of the sun disappeared below the horizon. That was when her eyes flew open then and snapped him out of it. He drove the stake down with all his might then, using both hands. The vampires, though, on the other hand, reached up languidly with a single hand and stopped his best efforts cold. It shouldn't be possible, but there was more strength in her slender fingers than there was in his whole upper body. She looked at him then, not in anger or hunger, but with a sense of faint recognition. "I know you from somewhere, don't I?" she asked, almost ignoring the stake hovering only inches above her heart. As calm as she was, he could see that she thought he had no chance to hurt her. But that overconfidence was something he could take advantage of. He just needed to get her out of his head. This isn't Freya. He screamed at himself. Even if it was once, she's dead now. Finally, after several seconds, her eyebrows knitted in irritation as she sucked in her breath and said, "It's you." Simon opened his mouth. He didn't do it to respond, though. Instead, he growled, "Gervalumbatit," and directed all the force he could into staking this bitch's heart to the bottom of her coffin like he had her minions. Chapter 218. Simon's magic surged within him, applying tons of pressure to the stake. But still, she held it. It jittered and shook in his hand as irresistible force met immovable object. Then it exploded, sending wooden shards and jagged splinters into both his hands, her hand, and her chest. Simon cried out in pain as he took a step back. Freya seemed almost nonplussed by it, though, and even as she sat up, the jagged wounds that the stake had inflicted on her chest began to heal. "What a pity," she said. "I loved that dress. Please don't tell me you've killed my tailor. It will be ever so troublesome to replace it if she's gone." You can't be alive," Simon answered. His denial overpowered even his pain. "Well, technically, I'm not," she admitted, still fussing with the shredded top of her dress as she showed far more concern for it than for him. "According to the books on the subject, I'm undead, but you should know all about it. You're the one that did this." "What?" Simon gasped. "I would never." Freya flickered then. As soon as he started to speak, she glanced up at him with her murderous red eyes. Then, in an instant, she bridged the gap between them. She didn't move or even dash. She just disappeared by her coffin as she reappeared by him and slapped him hard enough across the face to send him sprawling. He got back on his feet as quickly as he could without putting any pressure on his ruined hands. But she was not waiting there to pound on him. Instead, she looked down her nose at him from where she stood before. "Do not lie to me," she shouted, showing real emotion for the first time. "I remember you, the blacksmith. You claimed you would cure me so that I would not become a zombie like my beloved Kel, and I didn't. I became something so much worse than that. All that I've become, all that I've done, is because of you." Simon flinched under the weight of those accusations. He didn't even try to defend himself. He just tried to understand if it could be true. All that I did was use the energy of the environment to power the words of greater cure to purge the curse that was within you," he said. "I don't even know how one would go about creating a vampire. You have to believe me." She laughed coldly then. "All this time, I thought I'd been cursed by some servant of the gods for failing to save my beloved. And the truth was, it was just a bumbling fool. I'll bet you're the one that killed my darling Heiderin last night too, aren't you?" "The vampire that attacked those villagers?" Simon asked as his mind raced to figure out how he was going to kill her. "Yeah, he died as he lived violently. At this point, it would probably be easier to just kill himself and do this again. If it had been anyone but Freya in that coffin, he already would have. Hell, if it had been anyone but her, he wouldn't have hesitated. They'd be Ash, and he'd be victorious. But this was entirely unforeseen, and it made his heart ache as surely as if he'd driven the stake through instead of his own bleeding hands. Even now, he was sure there was some way to reverse this. There had to be. "What a pity," she sighed. "He was an excellent lover. That will only make what happens to you next all the more painful. I suppose that while I consider the correct punishment for someone, I shall have to be comforted by Gavril or Prince, the two bozos in the basement?" he interrupted. Yeah, gone too. I cleaned out most of the castle while you. She flickered again and pulled him off of his feet by his breastplate, despite being nearly a foot shorter than him. How dare you murder my harem? First, you condemn me to this life, and then you destroy it. I will make you rue the day that you, as she threatened him. He brought his knee up hard toward her face. He hadn't expected that to do any good, of course, but then he didn't expect to be able to actually strike her either. He was right on both counts. In response to his blow, she released him, and then, grabbing him by his calf as he fell, she swung him hard into the stone wall. For a moment, his vision was full of gray fog and afterimages, and it took him several seconds to realize that the world around him appeared to be spinning because he was rolling down the stairs to the next level. He never made it that far. Somewhere before the doorway that would have led to the third floor, there was a brick wall. He was trapped. Simon struggled to clear his head as Freya strode down to him one fluid step at a time. She was saying something. Either she was trying to tell him how much the deaths of her pet vampires had hurt her, or she was telling him what awful things she planned to do to him. He had no idea. All he could hear was ringing. He couldn't hear, he could barely think, and his hands were so mangled he might never grip a sword again. He could still speak, though, and right now that was all he needed. He shouted, "Jervul Barome!" Even as he started to speak, Freya figured out what he was up to and dashed toward him again. But somehow, the stairs slowed her down, and by the time she was inches from him, the entire stairwell was bathed in the blinding light of faux sunlight as the tiny sun that Simon imagined faded into existence. Freya screamed and staggered backward, even as she started to smolder. Simon had used greater light only a few times before, and though it worked very well, it obviously wasn't enough to kill a vampire. It looked like sunlight to him. He could feel the warmth of it on his skin from here, like a real summer's day. He had no idea how long it would last, but he imagined that was a function of intensity. It's not real sunlight, he thought incredulously. Does that mean if I use a word of metal to make silver, it won't kill a werewolf? He didn't know the answer, but right now, that was unimportant. He'd gotten what few answers he could, and it was clear that he was entirely outmatched by Freya. So, while she screeched in pain and tried to crawl to safety, he used his teeth to pull out the biggest chunks of wood, then used a word of healing to get his hands working again. His hands were big, deformed mitts that made him look more like a troll than anything. Because of the way his flesh had knitted back together, he had only 3 fingers on one hand and 2 fingers on the other, but at least he still had opposable thumbs, and that would have to do. Simon grabbed another stake from his belt and charged up the stairs at the burning corpse. He still wanted answers, but he'd come to terms with the fact that he wasn't getting any. Not this run. Hell, maybe not ever. He realized, because the right thing to do here was clearly to go and reset level 6 so that none of this ever happened. He didn't think about that now. Instead, he ran up behind her, careful not to block the light from his glowing orb, and jammed the stake through her ribcage. Well, he started to. He brought it down hard, but with charred skin. Seeing where her ribs were was impossible, and it glanced off one of them. He raised it back up to try again, and then she reached out and dug her claws into one of his calves, ripping through flesh and muscle with equal ease. Simon screamed and tried to pull away, but she didn't let go. Instead, his movement rolled her over. This wasn't a motion that she seemed to have the strength for under the withering beam of light, but with his help, she could now gaze at him with her lidless eyes. He instantly realized his mistake, but it was too late to do anything about it. Once he met her gaze, he couldn't look away. In fact, he couldn't do anything at all. All he could do was stare slackly while his leg bled and hope that the light had weakened her enough that she couldn't speak. For several seconds, it seemed as though it might have. We might both stand here until sunrise, he thought, hopefully, before she managed to croak. Extinguish that infernal light at once. Canceling a spell was not a thing. Once the power had been invested, it continued until its essence ran out. He couldn't explain that to the vampire, though. He couldn't even turn away from her gaze. All he could do was try the option that was the most likely to work. Avarum Barum, he said flatly, willing the words of disperse light to dispel the effect. It wasn't enough to extinguish the blazing orb, at least not at first. It muted it by half in seconds, though, and then it slowly dimmed from there. Simon would have loved to turn and watch it so that he could understand how the two magical commands had interacted. He couldn't, though. There was only one command that mattered now, and she was lying beneath him. Claws still sunk deep into his flesh. "Stay," she rasped. "Like the dog you are." Her words lacked strength, but they were full of poison just the same. Her flesh was starting to return to her now in patches. Freya's dress was all but ruined, and she looked like the corpse of a much, much older version of herself. But even as she came alive again, she said nothing. Instead, she rose slowly to her feet, still locking her hateful gaze with his, and when she stood, she hissed and sank her fangs deep into his neck and began to drain him dry. It was an uncomfortable sensation, but it didn't hurt like he expected it to. He ignored all of that, though, and instead tried to will himself to grasp the amulet he'd made. It was plain symbol of a sun, which was typical enough for a white cloak amulet. No one would notice where it hung around his neck, or the fact that the points were sharp, rough to pierce flesh. All he needed to do was grasp it tightly enough to bleed, and it would go off like a pipe bomb. He couldn't do that, though. He couldn't even raise his hands. Instead, after a few seconds of frustration, he tried to bring himself to whisper Marin. It was a word that was both fast and irrevocable in the damage its flames would do. He didn't have time for a greater word, of course, but a fire spell aimed squarely at his cerebellum should be enough to end him forever. Still, he couldn't do it. It was only 2 syllables. It was pretty much the easiest thing in the world, but all he could do was stand there like a statue. "She told me to stay, not to stay frozen," he raged, but it did no good. It was only when he was so weak that he collapsed to his knees that she finally stopped drinking. She was a young woman once more, and though she wasn't quite as lovely as she'd been laying in her coffin, she was far from the charred hag she'd been moments before. "Now we will begin again," she commanded, nearly as youthful as she was when she started the night. "You will tell me everything I wish to know without falsehood or magical trickery. And then I shall lock you in the bottom of the lowest dungeon and torment you for decades to come. You will not be allowed to die until I allow it, and I shall never grow tired of making you suffer for this insult. Is that understood?" Yes." Simon tried to fight the word that clawed its way out of his throat, but in the end, he couldn't. Freya smirked and said, "From now on, you will address me as mistress or your majesty. Is that understood?" Simon gritted his teeth and fought again. He might have loved the woman she'd been once, but he was going to find a way to grind the monster before him to dust. Chapter 219. Simon spent the rest of that night telling her everything she wanted to know. On some topics, he was happy to be as forthcoming as he could be. That was especially true when it came to proclaiming his innocence regarding the worst things she accused him of. On others, though, she had to drag the words out of him one painful sentence at a time. It was those Freya delighted the most in. He learned some things, too, in the course of their discussion. He learned that it was not his spell that had caused her vampirism, but a bite she'd gotten later that day when she was saying goodbye to her boyfriend Kel, and he'd gotten free again. She'd recovered from that one, too, thanks to the lingering effects of his healing magic. But the hunger started almost immediately after that. Within 2 weeks, she could no longer tolerate the light. And within 3, she was murdering strangers, just to keep the terrible hunger that was growing inside of her in check. She hadn't known what was going on then, of course, but as she made her way east, she heard stories of similar creatures and followed them to try to learn what it was she'd become. That was almost enough to make him feel sorry for her, at least until she started to enjoy the killing. "I came all the way to this blasted castle, though, and no one was even here," she growled when she got to that part. She'd journeyed hundreds of miles over unfamiliar areas where she didn't even speak the language. And she'd arrived at the source of the rumors only to find the castle abandoned at the previous owners long dead. She couldn't even read the writing in the basement that was supposed to tell the story. "I had Heiderin read it and explain it to me once, but it just seems to be another version of the blasted story that lured me here," she sighed. Simon had never heard this story, nor found it in the Unspoken's forbidden library. If the original really had been written down there, he would have loved to read it. But the way that Freya told it, it sounded like a fairy tale. Once upon a time, there was a powerful witch, and her husband was dying of a wasting disease beyond the power of herbs or even spells to cure. So, she sought more power and used forbidden blood magic to save his life at the cost of 6 others. That only worked for a time, though, and after a week of howling in pain at the light of day and crying out at night in hunger, he finally escaped his bonds and feasted on her flesh. Apparently, he went on to rule the region for decades after that, but was slain by heroes long before Freya turned into a monster. It would have been an amusing tale if not for the fact that he was in almost the same situation now. He hadn't killed anyone or brought anyone back to life with forbidden magic. However, after his experiments with goblins, perhaps using a magic circle to heal someone wasn't the best idea when the environment was saturated with death. It was very easy for Simon to believe his magic had set the conditions for this to happen exactly as she'd described them. The ground around that barn had been littered with the corpses of zombies that had been attacked by his incessant hammering, and magical contagion was definitely a thing. She wouldn't hear any of that, though. She had no interest in any explanation except for the one where he admitted to doing all of this on purpose. That deluded certainty carried over into every aspect of this awful conversation. Simon found all of that easier to believe than she found any part of his story about how it was they knew each other. She scoffed or mocked him every time he brought it up. "You mean to tell me that you and I were once married?" "In another life," she laughed. "Preposterous. As if I would ever sleep with a bridge troll like you." Simon had long moved past insults affecting him. In some lives, he was handsome, and in others, he was not. It just depends on what torments he put himself through. Freya's words stung, though, even though he knew this wasn't the woman he loved. "You have forbidden me to lie," Simon insisted. "Why do you believe the other things I say but doubt this?" "What is you think you've said that I believe?" she countered. "I believe you've ruined my wonderful little life for however long it takes me to undo all of this damage. I believe that you've killed my men, and I believe you are in possession of terrible magics. But that is all. Everything else you say is only to amuse me." "Then why not kill me and be done with it?" Simon snapped. "Kill you?" She laughed. "Even if you did not seem to believe you would come back to life in a fresh new body, I would never dream of killing the man who has done this to me. You will suffer for as long as my rage remains, and I assure you that's longer than this castle will stand." "How long did you say you were turned to stone again?" "I don't know. Perhaps a century or a little less," he admitted. "Well, then I hope for your sake you aren't telling the truth, because I intend to keep you imprisoned much longer than that," she said with a cruel laugh. Simon's heart sank, not at the idea of being imprisoned again. He could make his peace with that in time. It was the idea of becoming another monster that upset him. He still lived with the memories of a zombie's eternal hunger. He didn't need anything else to add to his nightmares. There was nothing he could do to stop it, though. He couldn't even stop telling this Freya every gory detail about all the other Freyas he'd known. "You should understand, then," she said with a smile when he finished the story about how he murdered the man who killed her. "You got your revenge, and now I'm getting mine." The second time she drank his blood, it was to the very brink of death. She said something cruel then. He could tell from her expression. But he was too enervated to hear what the words were. He still knew what was coming next, and when she ripped open her own wrist with her teeth, she drizzled her poisonous black blood across his face. Still, he refused to open his mouth to drink it. He didn't have to. He couldn't hear her dread commands or focus on her eyes. Instead, he simply lay there on the stone floor of the tower and waited to die. He knew Freya wouldn't let that happen, of course, and instead of letting it all go back, she picked him up by the breastplate, kissing him hard with her cold, dead tongue and forcing as much of that awful blood into his mouth as she could. Her evil smile was the very last memory that he had before his body started to burn with a terrible pain. Every last one of his blood vessels started to burn as his heart continued to slow down. It was a nightmare, but the paralysis that came with it made it impossible to do anything. Simon was surrounded by darkness until his heart slowly came to a stop, one slow beat at a time. At the end, it seemed like those beats were hours apart. Then there was only burning. Somewhere far above him, he could feel the warmth of the sun. He even feared it despite the fact that he wanted to die, which was a singularly strange sensation. When he woke next, He didn't know if hours or days had passed. But he was alone in a locked room somewhere beneath the castle. He was sure he'd seen it before in his search, but his mind was too jumbled to remember the layout very clearly. All he knew was that he was naked in the dark and as weak as he might have been if he'd spent days in bed with a fever. He was also still in pain, but it wasn't nearly as bad as it had been in some of his other lives, and he tuned it out as the background hum it was. It took him a few minutes to figure out that he was able to see without any light whatsoever. The world was reduced to a flat gray place, but he could see quite clearly, and he could see that there was no way out. Though he'd wrecked the place, there were stones stacked on the other side of the door, and it resisted his every effort to knock it down. That's okay, Simon told himself. I don't need to escape. Dying here is fine. He reached up to his neck and grasped the pendant tightly. There was just long enough of a delay for him to wonder why it wasn't working before it detonated. It was less like the grenade it was supposed to be, and more like a small firecracker. It hurt like hell, and it mangled his throat. But a few seconds later, he was good as new. Normally, that would have been a handy trick, but today that was exactly the opposite of what he wanted. Maybe things like this don't work with vampire blood, he rasped as he recovered. He took a deep breath and centered himself. Then he whispered, Gervul Marin, willing himself to blow apart into 1,000 flaming chunks of dead flesh. But nothing happened. It was strange and disturbing. There wasn't even the taste of sulfur or the feeling of essence moving through his body. It was like nothing happened. Simon tried again, but the result was the same. He tried a regular word of fire after that, with the same effect. It wasn't until he tried lesser fire that he felt even the hint of something stirring inside of him. And it was only when he finally tried lesser fire that he was able to make a single spark appear in his cupped hands. For a few seconds, before it faded, that tiny spell left him feeling weakened, and he sat back down to contemplate his situation. Well, that's fucked, he said aloud as he considered the new problem. When Helades explained that years of my life fueled magic, I never took it quite so literally. He'd only just started to consider this problem. But he was almost certain that the reason he couldn't cast spells was because he had no life energy to fuel them. He was no longer alive, after all. He could move and speak. It was also clear that the vampires he'd fought had some magic in their nature. But wherever that was in him, it was inaccessible to his spells as he'd cast them, which was more than frustrating. Simon considered that after he'd fed on someone, he might get enough energy back to cast a spell or two. It was a grisly thought, and the very last thing he wanted. But he wasn't sure what else he could do. He should be able to stake his own heart. He was pretty sure there was no rule against that. It was only after he decided on that course of action, though, that he realized why he was in such an empty, boring room. If she'd given him a coffin, he could have smashed it and found a piece big enough to end him. Well, weak as I am, is it possible to die other ways? He wondered aloud. Simon had no idea, but he decided it was worth a try. He forced himself to his feet. Then staggering over to the wall, he smashed his head against the rough stone wall as hard as he could. It was painful, but he managed to do it twice. Then he heard something crack and fell to the ground. His head was in agony, and he was no longer able to feel his legs. A few minutes later, he was mostly fine again. He just needed a minute to catch his breath before he could stand again. Chapter 220. Simon was there for nearly a week before his captor showed herself. By the time he next saw Freya, he was completely overwhelmed with the thirst. But at least for now, he did his best to ignore it completely. The only thing he couldn't ignore was his new fangs. He was unable to stop toying with them with his tongue. He couldn't help it. They felt so strange and foreign in his mouth. Despite the fact that his cell was pitch black, he could keep track of time fairly easily by the feeling of dread that forced him into a dreamless torpor each time the sun rose. It was terrifying. It wasn't so much sleep as it was lapsing into a coma and praying that he never woke up again. Unfortunately, each night he was disappointed, and each time he was disappointed, he carved another mark into the wall so that he would remember how many days he'd been down here. She thinks this is as bad as being a statue? He thought defiantly as he sifted a handful of coarse sand through his fingertips. Here he could still move and breathe. Even better, he still had a goal, and that was to die. A statue couldn't do any of those things. It could only endure forever. Such thoughts assured him that he hadn't completely lost his mind, nor that it seemed likely that it would in the near future. Simon noticed when they repaired the door to his cell and replaced the broken door held shut by rubble with a stout oaken slab that was barred from the outside. This one had a window at the top. It was barred, so escape was impossible, but sometimes people looked in on him after that. They never spoke to him, though. They simply held up a torch and looked at him for a bit before leaving him in the dark. That was enough to make him resent sparing the staff of this place. None of the faces he saw were proper guards. He'd killed all of those, but only a few days later, Freya already had people back to work. Maybe if I'd slaughtered everyone, they'd have been more wary, he sighed. Once, he woke up to find a rat in his cell. He felt his mouth water at the idea of draining its meager life force. That was a feeling he knew well in the form of the word of transfer, though. So, he resisted it, and, capturing the thing, tossed it from his cell uninjured. He didn't know if the thing had been tossed in as dinner or if it had crept in on its own. I will not give in, he promised himself. I will wait for the hunger to take me. It was only when it was gone that he realized he could have tried a tiny blood sacrifice to power a word of force. He didn't need much. He just needed one strong shard of wood, and he could end this. He tried that with the next rat, but with his monstrous hands, he couldn't make the words of power fine enough with the rat's blood on his cell wall. He thought about trying again, but it was hard enough not to eat the one he'd tried to use for his spell, so he resisted, promising himself that he'd find an opening. That was easy to say, but it became harder to believe with every day that passed. Simon's heart no longer beat. It had been replaced with a black hole, and every day it grew larger and deeper, demanding to be filled. When Freya finally made an appearance, she didn't bother to open the door. She just flowed around it as a fine mist before she reconstituted before him. She must have feasted quite a bit in the last week, because she was as young and beautiful as he'd ever seen her in that moment. He, on the other hand, was decrepit and dying. Simon was dead already, of course. He couldn't die again. At least, he couldn't without a stake to his heart, but he felt like he was just the same. He no longer had the strength to try to kill himself. He'd attempted that a dozen times before he'd given up. Now, those deaths, combined with the thirst, made him so weak that he could scarcely do more than sit up when she arrived. Not so mighty now, are you? She laughed. It's only been a week, and my home is all but back to normal. You, on the other hand, have transformed from witch hunter to wretched. Normal, huh? Simon spat. You were able to replace your lovers so quickly, after all. Good for you. That drew a harsh look from her, but she didn't take the bait. In his weakened state, he was pretty sure she could kill him with a hard enough beating, even if he couldn't do it himself. She seemed to have similar thoughts, though, because she just smiled coldly, showing off her fangs, and said, No, your suffering has only just begun. I just came down here to disabuse you of a few misconceptions that you seem to have about your current state before I leave you to rot. No, thanks, Simon said, as he laid down and rolled over to huddle against the wall. I'm good, dust to dust and all that. According to the stories, vampires can live for decades or even centuries without a drop of blood. That's your first mistake, she said cruelly, ignoring him. I wouldn't know because I'm well fed every night, but I think going at least a year between devouring someone probably wouldn't kill me. It would just make me miserable. Simon was afraid of that too, but he said nothing. A decade or a century, though, didn't really matter. If she just buried him alive, eventually he would die. And eventually, he'd make his way back to his cabin, where he would make sure all of this never happened. Even as he contemplated all of that, his captor kept gloating. You also seem to think that you can control the thirst, but after a few days, it will control you. You'll be begging to feast on rats and worms in less than a week, and after that, it will only get worse for you. Once you start begging to be fed, I plan to brick up your little room and check on you every few years. Perhaps I will show you off, once a decade on the anniversary of my ascension. Maybe we will make it a public holiday, and we can take you to the top of Gravenstone's tallest tower so you can watch all the surrounding villages burn you in effigy. We'll call it Trader's Day." She went on like that for some time, but Simon ignored her. As long as he wasn't looking at her, she couldn't compel him to do anything, it would seem. After a few more minutes of explaining how awful she was going to make his life, Freya eventually left him in the dark. It was only then that he smiled. She truly seemed to have no idea that he'd already spent lifetimes on and off wrestling with the very addiction that consumed her. This was as bad as it had ever been, of course, even as he lay dying in INR, but he could cope. At least he thought he could. As the weeks passed, one scratched-out day at a time, he could feel the urges growing ever stronger. Every few days, rats would reappear in his room. Though Simon never saw his jailers add them, he was sure that was what they were doing. It was a petty torment, but each time it was harder to throw them away. After Simon had been in that living hell for a month, Freya upped the ante. First, she did so by leaving her bloody victims just outside his door where he could smell them. Then, after that, by leaving bowls of blood on the ground just outside of his door where he could see them if he looked out of his tiny window. Those sights doubled his hunger and made it burn out of all control. But he still took the opportunity to try to call the mirror in that dark reflection. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried to invoke it, it wouldn't come. At first, Simon thought that was because he couldn't use his magic anymore. But after a couple of hours of trying, he decided the problem was deeper than that. Right, he reminded himself. Vampires don't have reflections. That, at least, was enough to make him laugh, which did him a world of good. He chuckled about that for days on and off, which made all of his other sufferings a little better. It was a stupid reason for one of his powers not to work, but he could hardly deny it. The mirror had once told him that it had trouble finding him on some levels unless it was called, and without a reflection, Simon was almost certainly invisible. Simon suffered in silence. Even when Freya started bringing her victims to his door and devouring them in front of him, sometimes she even offered to let him have a taste, and though every fiber of his being wanted to leap up and do just that, he refused to let it. Instead, he sat there, doing his best to meditate her and her bloody feast right out of existence. That annoyed her more than anything else he'd done to date. And 2 days later, they started installing manacles on the walls of his cell. At first, he thought that they might be for him so that she could torture him more. Up until now, she'd refrained from physical torture, preferring to let her psychological torments slowly do the damage instead. Still, it was only when they'd installed a second set that he ruled that out and grew curious. What is she up to, he wondered. Simon didn't have to wait long to find out. 2 days later, on day 89 of his imprisonment, his door was unlocked, and 2 women were brought inside by guards with torches. They said nothing to him as they bound both of the young women to the wall with both their wrists above their heads. Freya was there too, but Simon ignored her as he studied the women. There was a sense of familiarity to both of the women, and it was only after studying them that his eyes widened in alarm. And he realized it was the daughters of the farmer he'd saved the first night. "Ah, so you did figure out my game," Freya smiled as she noted the look of recognition in his eyes. "I'd wondered if you'd be so far gone that I'd have to explain all of this to you." Both of the other women squirmed silently, but they didn't dare scream. Not in the presence of this monster. They only cowered. So it was Simon who spoke next as the guards locked the bindings and retreated silently. "You really are a monster," Simon grunted as he got to his feet for the first time in weeks. "Throwing away these girls' lives as pawns just to make me suffer." He'd grown steadily weaker for the first week. After that, he'd flatlined at the pathetic state he was in now. He was skin and bones, but he was skin and bones that would not die. "I'm not throwing them away," Freya smiled wickedly, showing off her fangs. "That will be your job. Even though I have to chain them to the wall so they don't find a way to end your miserable existence by day, they are my guests, and they will stay here until you make a decision." "I've already made my decision," Simon said, ignoring the way that the smell of living humans made his mouth water. "I'm not eating them or anyone else. I'd rather die." "I admire your optimism," Freya said, "but even if you manage such a reckless feat, you will only kill them both. I will let one free when you drain the other one dry, if you can restrain yourself from just devouring both." If you will not do that, then they'll stay here until they starve, and the blood of both girls will be on your hands." Simon's shock at her wicked plan must have shown on his face, because Freya laughed then. It was a terrible sound. She took the last lantern with her as she left the room and started down the hallway, leaving the three of them locked inside that room together in the dark. Her voice carried a long way down here, and her terrible mirth echoed down the hallway long after she was gone. Chapter 221. It had been a long time since Simon had been truly stunned by anything, but the terrible trap that the vampires had put him in had been completely unexpected. I'm not going to hurt you girls," he reassured himself as he sat down against the door, as far from them as possible. "I'm so sorry that I got you involved in this." "What happened?" the younger one whined. She couldn't have been older than 19 or 20. "You said you were going to slay this witch. You promised us?" "And I very nearly did," Simon nodded tiredly, trying to ignore his rising guilt along with the frantic way that the hearts of both women were beating in their chests. That was even worse than smelling them. The sound of warm blood flowing through their bodies made his stomach growl as his body slowly came back to life and prepared to feed. "This wouldn't have happened," the girl screeched. "It would never have happened if—" "That's enough, Emma," the older girl chastised her sister. She might have been 25, but it was hard to say. Simon felt so old these days that even 40-year-olds looked young to him. He did what he could. What happened to Papa and Mama wasn't his fault. "What happened to them?" Simon asked. "Freya, the vampires. She killed them?" "In front of us?" the older sister nodded. "She ripped the farm apart looking for something called a portal, but she couldn't find it." Simon sighed at that. She'd listened to Simon as she'd forced him to tell her everything, but apparently she didn't understand. While he didn't know exactly where the portal to the next level was, he was pretty sure it was on the farm that belonged to these two girls or in the castle, depending on what exactly this level wanted him to do. No matter where it was, though, it wouldn't appear without him. He sighed. The mere fact that Freya had picked out this farm because of that fact made this a lot more his fault than it had been a moment ago. He had no idea what the right answer was now, but he knew he didn't have long to decide. He couldn't look at either of the girls without getting hungrier. But looking away from them didn't help much either. He was fairly sure that this was more than he could tolerate for very long. Today, he could handle it, and maybe tomorrow he could too. But if he had to wake up day after day to the sound of beating hearts and the sight of beautiful girls with throbbing carotid arteries, he knew he was going to snap. Even if he didn't, in a few days, they'd die of dehydration. He doubted Freya would make it that easy, though. "She'll draw this out," he told himself. "She'll let them waste away for a month as they starve to death in front of me. The more they suffer, the more I suffer, and that's what she wants." He needed to make a decision and then act fast. Unfortunately, the older sister was faster than his sluggish brain and made up her mind before he'd even figured out what all his options were. "I want you to do it," she said calmly. "I want you to kill me. It's the only way to save Emma?" "No, Ara, you can't." The other girl cried out. Simon only sat there quietly, his face in his hands as he tried to block out both of their tearful voices. Their suffering only made his thirst burn brighter inside of him. They continued like that for several minutes before Simon wiped the drool from his mouth and said, "I meant what I said before. Both of you are getting out of here." "How?" Ara asked. "If you could have escaped so easily, wouldn't you have done so already?" Simon nodded ruefully, but before he could agree with her point, Emma said, "Why can't you just use your magic? Like you did to heal Papa." "Because Simon trailed off as his world spun on those implications. For a moment, his mind had tried to tell him that the only way they could all escape was if he drank their blood and then used it to fuel his magic. In theory, that might work, but that was just the thirst talking. In reality, there was an imminent, more practical solution. He could just teach them how to cast a couple spells necessary to break free from this dungeon. While he hated the idea that he'd be shortening their lives if he did this, it was the only way to save them. He thought about it for several seconds, though, before he spoke again. He had to because every other path led right back to drinking his fill. And honestly, once he started to devour the blood of either girl, he wasn't sure that he was going to be able to stop. Because I can't, he continued cautiously. You both can, I think. We can what? Ara asked. Use magic? Doesn't that damn your soul as badly as being a vampire? Magic does nothing to harm your soul, but it burns your life away one spell at a time, he explained. It is dangerous stuff, and I've never taught anyone before for that reason, but it might be your only way to get out of here. I'll do whatever I have to save Emma, Eris said with conviction. Emma agreed too, but Simon was a little more concerned about her temperament. He gave it a few minutes' thought and then began his explanation. He told the girls how imagination, more than anything else, was what channeled the energy that they summoned. To speak a word of power correctly is to summon its energy, but without a tight grip, it could go wild. As he told them that, he recalled his early experiences with the greater word of fire. It was not the most forgiving teacher, and he'd burned out his throat more than once by failing to harness it properly. Still, he'd already decided that he wasn't going to give them the greater word. Even normal words would do enough damage to them. They would practice with lesser words, then escape with regular words, and somewhere in the chaos, Simon would die. It was the perfect plan. At first, the only good all of his explanations did was to give the girls hope and keep his hunger at bay. While he was focusing on teaching them, he couldn't very well focus on ignoring their heartbeats, and that noise taunted him relentlessly. Fortunately, by the time he was done with the theory behind all of this, just before sunrise, teaching them had opened his eyes on a couple of issues. He'd had whole lifetimes to think about some aspects of magic, but he'd never actually tried to teach anyone before, and the results were illuminating. Mostly, it was how fast they were able to learn the basics. That left him questioning a lot of his assumptions. Speaking a couple words perfectly wasn't so hard. And though they both complained about the pain and the taste of sulfur after a few attempts, they cast their first spell with less effort than he did. And after a few tries of Avaram Baram, there were 2 tiny specks of light floating there in the absolute darkness of their cell. Ara's was an ivory mote not much bigger than a firefly, and Emma's was a diffuse cloud of glowing blue glitter not much bigger than his fist. Neither of them put out as much light as a torch, but it was a start. It was undeniable proof that magic could be taught to someone who couldn't see the auras. The unspoken were right. He realized as he watched those motes drift throughout the room. At least a little. If this knowledge got out in a major way, it would sweep through the world like wildfire. That was a dumb realization, though. He decided after a moment. It already is sweeping through the world, just not this small part of the world. Simon didn't try to explain any of that to the girls. He merely congratulated them and told them, it is an excellent first step. He promised to teach both of them more in the morning, but in return, he extracted a promise from each of them that neither would try to use any magic while he slumbered. Tomorrow, you will learn the word of force, and perhaps 1 or 2 more, but do not practice without me. Not only could you alert the guards, but you could do serious damage to yourselves. The last part was mostly a lie. As near as Simon could tell, screwing up a spell was a little hard on the throat, and he was pretty sure the energy involved went to waste. But that was about it. Still, they didn't know that. And while he wouldn't mind if they tried to kill him in his sleep, he'd rather help them escape first. Torpor took him a few minutes later. He had no choice in the matter. He could feel the sun rising, and that terrible light was enough to make his half-starved form curl up into a ball like a beaten dog. He would have done anything to escape it, and every time he went through this, he wondered how that 3rd vampire had managed to put up any fight at all while there was light in the sky. The following night, their situation was unchanged, yet he still didn't start immediately. He couldn't. Not when he knew that Freya would have to come and see if he'd given in yet. Sure enough, less than an hour into the evening, that mist re-entered their cell, and she materialized. Both of them are still breathing, she taunted. I have to say, I'm a little impressed. You have more willpower than I gave you credit for, wizard. Simon wasn't sure if that last word was a not-so-subtle hint that she knew what he was doing, but it didn't matter. It was their only option. He didn't try to sleuth that out. He just pretended that it was all he could do to resist killing those girls and stuck to short answers with the occasional hiss or long. Look at Emma or Era. Freya was amused by that, but when it became apparent that he was not, in fact, going to give in, she left. Maybe we'll have better luck tomorrow, she said before she drifted away through the cracks in the door. After she was gone, they got to work immediately. This was the night he wanted to escape before either girl was too weakened by hunger or thirst. But if they weren't ready yet, then it would have to be tomorrow instead. Either just before dawn tonight, or just after sunset tomorrow, he explained. We either get you out then, or we die trying. Simon gave them both a crash course on lesser force and fire after that. Force was for breaking their manacles in the door, while fire was for any guards they happened to encounter between here and the gate. Both of them learned those words as quickly as the light. But he was a little concerned with how sloppy the lines in the sand were when they used force. Using small amounts of force effectively meant using it in very small lines, thinner than a sword blade. Both girls seemed more comfortable wielding sledgehammers instead, which was inefficient. Sledgehammers would need greater force, and they might well break their wrists in the process. Still, as dawn approached, he directed them on what to do to break free. They needed to move. Now, while he could still resist devouring them, his crash course would have to be enough. Chapter 222. It was only when they tried to use words of power, rather than minor words of power, that he noticed any real difference between the girls. Emma, the younger girl, didn't seem to be able to do it. The effects of her spells came out with such little force that she might as well have been casting lesser words. She complained about that, but Simon dismissed it. These skills take time, and right now, we do not have time for more practice, he said, relying on her older sister to do the work, which was a problem. He'd anticipated both girls breaking free fairly easily, but with Ara having to sever both of their chains and then handle the door, she was practically used up by the time she succeeded in lifting the bar, and Simon had to give her the words of lesser healing just to fix her throat. Can you see the auras around people? Simon asked her as she took a moment to rest and recover. It was only a suspicion, and truthfully, he should have waited until later to ask the question, but there might not be a later. She said, catching herself, as she gave him a look of surprise that told him all he needed to know. Mother said to ignore them and never mention them to anyone. Simon nodded and dropped the subject, wondering whether that was enough to explain the difference between the two girls' levels of ability. She wasn't ready for this, but that didn't matter. He wasn't either. When they finally opened the door, he could barely stagger through it. He wasn't a person or a warrior. He was a dried-up, desiccated corpse that had a bit more control over itself than a zombie. Then a zombie, huh? He wondered as his mind flashed over the differences in the two terrible forms of undeath as a spectrum more than anything else. He dismissed it, though. As interesting as it was, he couldn't afford to let himself get distracted by that any more than he could by the neatly sliced piece of wood that had barred his door until recently. It was even protruding from the bracket at the right angle. If he fell just right, he could end his life like that. Then the girls wouldn't get away, though, he reminded himself. First, they would get free, then the sun would get him, and everything would be fine. They moved through the darkness quickly and quietly, determined to escape without raising an alarm or doing more fighting than they had to. That was a fine plan until they found the first guard, or more accurately, he found them. When that happened, everyone froze, uncertain of what to do. That was the moment that Ara should have taken off the man's head with a word of force, but she didn't. She didn't have that killing instinct. Instead, Simon shuddered to life, moving forward in an attempt to disarm the guard as he drew his short sword. It wasn't Simon's preferred weapon, but it made more sense for the tight corridors of this area. That was doubly true when the man impaled Simon on it without too much difficulty. He gasped in pain as the blade went right through where his liver and stomach were. It would be a mortal wound for anyone else, but he'd probably be fine in a few minutes. Still, he resisted the urge to scream, and instead, he rasped. Ara, finish him. One look at the girl told him that she couldn't, though she didn't have a killing blow in her body and stepped back as she mouthed, I'm sorry. Simon was at a loss for what to do then, so he gave in to his darker impulses. He had no choice. Rather than let this asshole push him to the ground and go after the girls or raise the alarm, Simon finally bared his fangs and embedded them into the neck of the man. He told himself it was to save the girls, or that it was to stifle his scream. Simon told himself a lot at that moment, but he knew it was a lie. The truth was that he was so hungry that he could no longer stand it. He'd been almost out of resistance before Freya had chained Emma and Ara up in his room, and the last 2 days he'd resisted out of spite as much as anything else. He simply could not let her win, so he drank deeply and felt a thrill go through him that was more powerful than any he'd known before. Not even drinking the swarm of vampiric locusts was as intoxicating as drinking this man's lifeblood directly from its source. The man struggled for a brief moment, but there was no way he could dislodge Simon. He might be dead weight, but he was firmly attached now, and the man lacked the strength to tear out his own throat to dislodge him. He fell to the ground a few seconds later, but Simon still didn't stop. He couldn't stop. All excuses were gone now. He needed this. And when he finally drank the guard dry and looked up at the girls, it was all he could do not to pounce on them as well. He gasped. Help me take off his armor. We're going to see if we can't bluff our way through this. Simon was having a lot of trouble holding himself together at that moment. The power of a human life was flowing through him, and for the first moment since Freya had turned him, he felt himself coming alive. His internal organs were expanding, his muscles were swelling, and though he would never again be able to use a mirror to look at his face in the mirror, he was sure he looked only half as haggard as he had moments ago. Part of him hated that he'd done it at all, but the rest of him knew it was the only way. He reminded himself of that several times as he donned the dead man's armor. Then, as he escorted the girls at sword point up and out of the dungeon, he reminded them, "You have magic. Don't be afraid to use it at the critical moment. It could mean the difference between life and death." "One of us has magic," Emma sighed as they headed up the stairs, but Simon ignored her. A spark of fire or a gust of wind can make all the difference in a fight if used at the right moment, Simon reiterated. "I'll do what I can, but we're running out of time, and if Freya finds us..." He let that last part linger, as much because there were men nearby when they reached the courtyard as because he couldn't bear to finish it. If Freya finds us, she could make me turn on you, he thought. It was a dark thought, but a likely outcome. She'd let Simon resist for so long only because it was enjoyable for her to drag this out, but with a glance and a few words, she could leave him utterly unable to disobey her. He knew that, and he hated it. Still, his disguise worked, and they reached the gate almost without incident. It was there he saw that they still hadn't repaired the portcullis, which made sense. Even for a good blacksmith, that would be a hell of a job. For now, they just had a few boards nailed across the gap. And with the inhuman strength flowing through him, Simon was sure that he could make short work of those. When they reached the gate, though, all of that changed. The guard on duty chuckled and asked, "Where are you taking these beauties off to? Ain't they supposed to be vampire food or something?" "The mistress changed her mind," Simon said, gesturing at the girls as he cringed at how rough his voice still sounded. "He turned his nose up at this feast, if you can believe it. She decided to lock him in a coffin for a century and see how he enjoyed starving instead." The guard laughed at that and said, "Well, if they want to come work as maids in her ladyship's service, I'm sure they'll be very popular with the boys." "They?" His words trailed off as Simon got close enough for the man to get a good look at his face. He wasn't sure what tipped the man off, but something in his face made the guard shrink back in horror, and he started drawing his sword as he opened his mouth to shout in alarm. Simon was faster, though. This time, instead of drinking the man's blood, which he sorely wanted to do, he whipped his short sword out with shocking speed and embedded it in the other man's throat, leaving it there as he took the guard's longsword. The attack was so sudden and so quiet that no one noticed, but they would soon. He was sure of it. Simon dragged the guard into the gatehouse's shadow and then turned to the girls and said, "When I rip the boards off, you walk away like you don't have a care in the world. Don't start running until you hear a commotion. I don't want anyone on watch to think you're the reason to sound the alarm. I only want them looking at me." "But what about..." Ara started to ask. "Forget about me," Simon repeated as he started pulling the boards free. "I'll be okay, but this is your only chance." They wanted to linger and talk, but Simon practically shoved them out the gate. His skin was starting to itch. Dawn was coming, and they had to get away from what was going to happen next. "You don't need to fight," His mind told him, "You need to die and get the fuck out of here." Simon couldn't argue with that. No matter how much he wanted to take vengeance on Freya, he knew that he shouldn't. She was far more powerful than he was, and via their bond of blood, he felt some perverse sort of loyalty to her. He needed to be ready, though. The alarm would sound, the men would search, and he needed to be that distraction, at least until the last moment. If he was wrong, and they escaped clean, then he could greet the sunrise and be swept away by it. It would be a fitting way to purge his stained soul. Simon ignored that cowardly urge to suicide and ran up the stairs to the catwalk, taking them 2 at a time. Then, he walked to the closest guard he could find up there and devoured him, taking the man completely by surprise, too. Simon didn't feel as bad about this one. He told himself he needed to be stronger for the fight to come. That was true, but it was also true that the sensation of devouring his enemy's blood was the single most intoxicating moment of his life, and he craved to do it again like a junkie. This time, the moment wasn't as intense. He allowed it to linger. He indulged in the darkness of his new nature, practically savoring the terrible moment. He knew that he shouldn't. It would make trying to kick this habit that much harder in the future, but he couldn't help it. It was only when the heart had stopped, and the taste had turned bitter, that Simon stopped and picked up the man's shield. "Let's do this," he told himself. He was overflowing with strength now, and as ready as he'd ever be for what was going to happen next. Chapter 223. Simon lurked and waited as the minutes passed, resisting the urge to kill and devour more men just because he could. Instead, he only eliminated one more man, and that was only because he'd been walking too close to the alarm bell for Simon's liking. Then, after he'd hidden the body, he broke the man's spear in half to create an appropriate wooden stake with the haft, and positioned himself on the tower, nearest the stables that gave him the best view of the girl's retreat. They did not run, just as they'd promised him, which must have been hard, given what an awful place Castle Gravenstone was. They went down the long hill slowly, making good time. It was only when the horizon started to glow blue that the alarm went up from an unexpected quarter, when they were almost out of sight, that Simon finally had to act. Simon turned to the shouting and noted it was coming from a guard who had just come up from the basement. "The bloodsuckers escaped," he shouted. Simon sighed. He'd been so sure that no one would check on him that he hadn't tidied things up more. If they'd just dumped the corpse of the first guard into the cell and shut it tightly, it might not have been noticed until Freya visited him tomorrow. Still, he forgave himself. It was all he could do not to devour the girls in that moment. He'd hardly been in the right state of mind for thinking ahead. Word spread quickly, and Simon was sure it would attract Freya's notice soon. That left him with a hard choice. Should he kill himself now, or try to buy them more time? He looked to the sky, even though his every impulse said that he should not, and noted that they had less than a half hour until the sun finally rose. They might only have 20 minutes, but that was still enough time for Freya to soar through the sky and rip those girls' heads off. So, Simon decided to sow a bit more chaos. He walked around the battlement like any other guard, appearing to search for the escapee. But each time he passed a building with a thatched roof, or, in the stable's case, an exposed haystack, he whispered the word of lesser fire. Each spell, as weak as it was a real exertion. When he'd been alive, he barely felt a lesser word. But as he was right now, a lesser word felt almost as hard on his body as a greater word usually did. He thought that he might be able to cast a lesser word while his body was saturated in power. A true word of power might even be an option, but it would take all he had to do it. Greater words were definitely off the table. For now, he didn't do either. He just lit fires and watched the light blossom ever faster as the castle came alive in the worst way possible. When every building on this side of the compound was on fire, he decided that was enough. He looked to the horizon where he'd last seen the girls one last time. He couldn't see them now. He could only see the sunlight building there. The light of false dawn terrified him. It made him want to flee. And even though he knew that the light would be strong enough to take him in seconds or minutes, he decided that wasn't enough. So, with his eyes on the horizon, he raised his stake with both hands to end his cursed life. Simon had felt the thing pierce his skin and brush against the bone. But fractions of seconds before it penetrated his heart and reduced him to dust, Freya arrived. She ripped it out of his hand, and with a single gesture, she tossed him off the catwalk and sent him tumbling 20 feet to the cobblestone courtyard below. Before he'd even risen, she was already there again, kicking him hard enough to break ribs without every blow while he tried in vain to defend himself. "What is your problem?" she raged. "I give you a lovely feast, and you thank me by letting them escape. I build a lovely home, and you try to burn it down. Unforgivable? I was in the midst of a perfectly nice orgy, and then you do this to me? I will make you rue this day for the rest of eternity." Simon lashed out at her with his fists, trying to carve out some breathing room, but it was hopeless. She was a blur, and the only reason he wasn't dead already was because he wouldn't stop healing. It was only after she collapsed his eye socket for the second time that he realized she was practically naked and dressed only in the most indecent of robes. Once upon a time, he would have given anything to see Freya like this again. Now, it only made him sick. She's not your Freya, his brain reminded him for the 1,000th time. This time, though, he agreed totally. He'd kill her if he could, but he was entirely outmatched. When she was done kicking the shit out of him because it was almost sunrise, she personally dragged him down into his crypt and left him there bleeding. Simon spent the day lying there in torpor. Occasionally, thoughts about what she might do to punish him bubbled to the surface, but he dismissed them as much as he was able. "She'll do what she's going to do," he told himself. "She needs to make me suffer, and I need to escape, one way or another." It was that stoic attitude that let him endure what happened the next day when he woke to find himself in chains with little more than a shrug. He couldn't sit up, but he could see that there were several people already hard at work, bringing bricks into the room. Between that and the sound of cement, he figured she was going to go full. Well, full whatever that revenge story he'd had to read in English class a million years ago about the dude that bricks up his enemy in the wall of his wine cellar. "Comfortable?" she asked sarcastically, when Freya finally showed up. "You'd better get cozy because I'm not reopening this thing for decades." Simon didn't answer. He continued to stare at the ceiling and wait for whatever was going to happen. "I know you think you're some big hero," she told him. "You saved me, and now you saved those girls. But you know what I'm going to do? Tonight, I'm going to go find them and make sure they think they got away. I'm going to let them live nice, happy lives. Hopefully, they'll have nice big families too, because one day, when you've completely lost your mind, I'm going to dig you out of this hole and let you spend the whole night devouring their grandchildren. Won't that be fun?" "I would never," Simon spat, hoping it was true. "We'll see," she smiled wickedly. Decades of starvation and isolation can take a terrible toll. Simon knew that to be true, but he vowed to ignore it anyway. "No?" Freya pretended to pout. No last words. "Rot in hell," Simon said coolly. He didn't do it because he thought she needed to hear it, though. He only spoke because he was certain she'd drag out the moment until she got some sort of reaction out of him. He was right, too. As soon as he finally gave in to her needling, she smiled and slammed the lid on him, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. "Oh, I almost forgot," she said. "We need to hammer this thing shut. Where are the... Oh, right here." Simon screamed when the first blade plunged through the lid in his chest, but only from the first one. All in all, she pierced his body in half a dozen different places, but none of the others got as much as a whimper out of him. "Sorry," she taunted. "We didn't have any nails long enough, so I thought I'd use the blades of my men you murdered. Have fun with that." Freya didn't speak again after that, though. Simon could feel her presence lingering. She might want him to think that she was gone, but she was still watching him suffer as he heard the bricks and mortar still piling up around him. The workmen chatted some, but between his occasional grunts of pain and the supervision by their particularly scary boss, it was a quiet affair that was dominated by row after row of masonry going up around him. That wasn't good, but truthfully, if he'd just been lying here, it would have been bearable. It was the sword in his fucking liver that made this truly awful. But for the moment, he did his best to ignore it, as well as the cold and the pain that radiated off of it. If there was anything to be done about it, that would have to be after they'd finished entombing him. Simon suffered for the rest of the night, and most of the one that followed. It was only after the last of the bricks had been piled on, and they started work on bricking up the door, that he even tried to move. The first thing he tried to do was to see if he could work any of the wood slats free, to see if he might be able to break a wooden stake off of this and end himself. That proved impossible, which was a shame because Simon would have loved nothing more than to open this tomb in 50 years, only to find out that he'd long since turned to dust. Still, death was by far the preferred outcome, so he kept trying, and it was only after several days that he resigned himself to his prison and set about trying to make it more comfortable. One of the blades was short enough that he was able to push it back out of the coffin, lit into whatever cavity lay beyond it. 3 more. He was able to yank his limb through the blade and then allow it to heal up behind it. Only the 2 in his chest were intractable. They stubbornly refused to budge, and he no longer had enough strength to cast a word of force necessary to shear either of them off. It was an awful predicament, but eventually, he made it better by doing the opposite of what he'd done with most of the rest of the blades. This time, instead of trying to shift far enough to cut his way out, he shifted his spine toward the blade embedded near his heart, severing the spinal cord and any sensation below his chest. That was enough to finally rest a little easier. Spending eternity with a sword in his chest wasn't exactly his idea of a good time, but it beat being a pincushion. Now, he could focus on it. He could endure it. Will she really wait decades for her revenge on those girls? Simon wondered as his mind started to come to grips with the terrible situation he was in. What if this is all just another twisted game, and she wakes me up in a week or a month? Then you count yourself lucky as hell and impale yourself on the nearest fence post, he told himself. He could worry about all of that later. For now, he had to worry about keeping his sanity in all the years that lay between here and there. It was a long, terrible road made worse by the blade that jabbed into his spine, but he'd endured it before, and he would do so again if he had to. Chapter 224. Even with all Simon did in those first few days to make himself more comfortable, he was still in agony. That didn't change as the life force he drained from those 3 unsuspecting guards slowly leaked out of his open wounds, leaving him with hunger and pain as his only true companions. In his tomb, it was so quiet that he could hear every small move that he made. But nothing else. The world might as well no longer exist. And Simon tried to make peace with that. For a time, he even tried to use this time productively and think about some of the lingering questions he had in regard to magic. After a lifetime of painting, he had a very vivid imagination and didn't need paper to draw. He could trace the runes in his mind without much effort. This effort didn't last for as long as he would like, though, and neither did his attempt to count the days. Even buried in stone, he could still feel the oppressive weight of the sun as it crushed him into torpor. And even with the pain of the hunger, he was still able to think clearly for a while. But in time, he weakened, and the last day he bothered to count was day 167. It hadn't even been half a year, but already it was starting to feel like an eternity. If I stop counting, then it won't seem as long, he told himself. A watched pot never boils and all that. That was a lie, though. The truth was that he was losing heart. That number had been the cornerstone that gave structure to his tiny little world. Once he took that away, it started to fall apart within a few days or a few lifetimes. It was hard to be sure of which. He didn't quite regret saving Emma and Ara, but after a while, his most common thought was that he shouldn't have sacrificed so much time to ensure their safety. I got them out of the castle. He raged at himself. That should have been enough, right there. I should have killed myself the moment I'd given them a fighting chance. Regret was a toxic thing in an infinity of hunger and pain. He tried to find some way to be zen about it, but it wouldn't come. He'd been able to endure a lot of hardships that way. When he cut out every last sprout of the demon seed in a version of INR that never existed, he'd watched the waves every night until sleep took him and reminded himself that his efforts mattered little more than those waves, but that he couldn't do anything else. Now, he didn't even have the peace of the sea. He only had a gnawing hunger for flesh and blood that was rivaling the senseless need he'd had back when he was a zombie, along with the terrible pain of a sword jabbed into one of his cervical vertebrae. He played with that. Sometimes, because it was the only means of entertainment he had left to him. It was the only sensation in the world besides his hunger and the smooth feeling of wood that was his prison. If he moved a little to the left, eventually, his spine would heal enough to reveal the painful wound of the other sword still embedded in his chest. It also revealed that he had toes, and if he tried, he could even wiggle them. If he moved to the right again, he severed his spinal cord once more, and all of that vanished, leaving him with only a single painful wound to focus on. Eventually, all of that became too much trouble. For a while, a year or two at least, he hoped that water damage would rot and warp the wood and let his feeble finger reach up and pull a piece of plank free to end himself. Surely that would be enough, he thought. Even rotted wood would penetrate my parchment skin. It never happened, though, and eventually he grew tired of checking. Not long after that, in the grand scheme of things, he couldn't check at all. He no longer had the strength to lift so much as a finger. He couldn't even blink anymore. All he could do was lay there and wait to die. When this started, Simon had earnestly believed that it wouldn't have been as bad as his time as the statue. But he'd been wrong. There, he'd experienced no pain or hunger. He just laid there, immune to the ravages of time as the sun rose and set. He would give a great deal for a single sunrise now, and not just because it would scourge him from the world and let him start over properly. He just wanted some stimulus that wasn't horrible. A flower, a view of the stars, or really anything at all would do. He would settle for the smell of a home-cooked meal or the feeling of a soft bed. His ability to think abstractly was starting to break down under the weight of years. His negative emotions were growing ever more powerful in comparison to the thinking, rational part of his mind. Eventually, all he could hold on to was Freya's promise that she would release him. She meant that as a form of torture, but he really longed to be free so badly that he would accept any other humiliation or abuse she planned to heap on him in exchange for removing these blades and walking under his own power once more. She didn't come, though. Years passed, and she didn't come, and slowly, his sanity paid the price for that. She's never going to come. His mind raged. It was just a trick to give you hope. You'll be down here forever now, and not even that bitch of a goddess will save you. Simon had no idea if that was true or not. But then, as the months and years passed, he was having a harder and harder time remembering who he was. Things were getting muddled, and only his happiest memories were enough to penetrate the darkness after a time. He thought about Elthna and his son Siam often. The vampire level was in their future, so she hoped things were going well there. Siam was probably the king of Ionia now. He probably had a family. At least, Simon hoped he did. He promised himself that when this was done, he would go and visit them if he escaped, even if he was a vampire. He wouldn't let them know he was there, of course. He'd just watch from a distance as Siam tucked his grandchildren into bed for a night or two before he let the sun scour him from the earth the way that God intended. He made up all sorts of stories about where he would go and what he would do when this was done. He knew that the real answer was that he was going to kill himself at the first chance he got and reset his miserable existence. But that was too depressing, so he thought about the other things he could do. He could visit friends and family, or he could use his fantastical vampire powers to kill people he didn't care for, like the Unspoken. Simon spent weeks thinking about the best possible way to take those pricks apart, simply for something to do. He considered every weakness and every avenue of attack. Mostly, he was surprised, and a little bit unnerved by how much better his mind seemed to work when he was fantasizing about something dark. He had trouble remembering what Eltha looked like, but when it came to vengeance, things were crystal clear. His only lucky break came several years into the whole process when the settling stone finally caused the mortar to crack. It was a tiny thing, but it was enough to return at least one of his senses, smell. In a world defined by pain and hunger, that counted for more than one would have expected. Over time, he was eventually able to smell many different things. He even heard a rare sound or two if someone was being tortured, murdered, or whatever it was that was making them scream so. While he still wasn't depraved enough to take enjoyment in the suffering of others, he did appreciate any sound that reminded him that he still existed. Mostly, though, all he smelled in those first few years were damp air, shit, and the occasional whiff of cooking from the kitchen. He had a hard time coming to grips with the fact that in the body of a vampire racked by years of hunger, the smell of freshly baked bread smelled almost as badly to him as vomit. But it was something, and he would take it. Eventually, though, even those things failed to motivate him. As the march of years became the passage of decades, almost everything failed him. He continued to shrivel and atrophy, and thinking became too hard for him to consider. His mind only operated sporadically now, and it ran off of feelings and urges instead of anything more abstract. Only his regret and his anger were strong enough to penetrate the thick fog of hunger that he seemed to permanently reside in now. Eventually, he was too far gone for even that. When that happened, he was reduced further to merely a desire to feed, which was only interrupted by the distant rising sun. With nothing else left to distract him, though, that hunger was forged into something sharp enough to sniff out a surprising amount of detail from only a few molecules, as the endless, unceasing cycle of the sun hammered against him. Eventually, smell and hunger were all that he had, and Simon used it to ever-increasing effect. He could smell when someone died, when someone fed, and most of all, when there was fighting. That last one had nothing to do with hearing. He couldn't hear the sword blows or the screams of the dying, but he could smell the different flavors of blood that had been spilled well enough that he could tell them apart, and though he couldn't say how any of them had died, he could figure out who had bled the most as their odors made their way down into the dungeon. That was likely a process that took days, though. But then, Simon no longer understood time. He was just a hungry animal, trapped in a cage while the sun battered him, with fear like a blacksmith's hammer. So, it was with some surprise when he finally heard something again. And though he no longer understood that it was hammers and chisel banging against stones that were setting him free, he knew that sound meant freedom. And even if it was only freedom to suffer in some new terrible way, he welcomed it. He'd suffered enough this way, and anything would be better than continuing to exist like this. As the wall that imprisoned him was chipped away, one thing mattered to him even more than the prospect of impending freedom, and that was the rising smell of blood. A lot of people had been wounded or killed recently, and he wanted to devour them all. Chapter 225. The process of freeing him took hours, but eventually he felt his coffin shift as it was pulled out of the wall. Then, those cursed swords were removed, and his coffin lid was opened. He was still in darkness, though, because Simon was too weak to even open his eyes. He could hear people talking, and the sputtering of a torch. But what the actual words might mean was well beyond him right now. It was enough that he could tell they didn't all belong to the same person. There were 3 people here with him. Well, there were at least 3 people here speaking. There might have been more standing by silently. His sharpened sense of smell was so overloaded by all the new things around him right now that he couldn't tell anything apart with it. Only his neglected sense of hearing and his atrophied brain provided any help, and they whispered that there was a woman and 2 men. Freya, he thought. Shechem at last the second. He figured out that it was the woman who was in charge of the 2 men. He felt a moment of gratitude toward her then. Even though he hated her, he'd gladly rip her heart out if he got the chance, but hearing her again was a vast improvement over the alternative. She sounded like she was giving someone an order, but before he could figure out if that was directed at him or not, something was shoved in his slack mouth, and he bit down on reflex. It's going to be terrible. His dormant mind tried to warn him. You'll open your eyes to see a child or someone you care about, and you'll be the one to have murdered them. None of those admonishments stopped him, though. Nothing could have stopped him in that moment. He was a beast, and he needed to feed. Whatever he was feeding on struggled weakly in his mouth, but not enough to dislodge his fragile fangs, and slowly, one heartbeat at a time, that vitality entered Simon's awful body. He was too weak even to suck the blood from his victim. So to add insult to injury, the heart and the blood pressure of the person he was about to murder had to do all the work to feed him. That only lasted for a few seconds, though. Once he began to revivify, he began to suck lightly, and then, like his life depended on it. The taste and the power of the blood made his heart sing. But more than that, for the first time in decades, the hunger that had been his constant companion began to fade. He felt free in that moment, even as he continued to drain his victim. In only a few seconds, they were dead, and even as Simon opened his mouth, they slumped to the floor. Simon opened his eyes then, and was assaulted by the brightness of the torch and the lantern that were in the room. He saw at least half a dozen blobs that were probably people, but it was hard to say. Instead of trying, he hissed and shut his eyes again. The only useful piece of information was that the blob being dragged from the room was too large to be a child. It was either a very large woman or a medium-sized man, and judging by the taste, Simon leaned toward the latter. Even as he shut his eyes, there was talking and yelling. Someone tried to talk to him. It was the woman, but he realized then that she wasn't Freya. Her hair was too dark, and her voice was too deep. All of this was too much to take in while his body was buzzing with a life's worth of energy after years of starvation. So, he tried to roll away to block them out, but instead, another victim was pushed forward toward him. Even as annoyed and out of sorts as he was, that was not a temptation that Simon could resist. This one smelled and tasted similar to the last one, but different from the guards he'd devoured before he'd been imprisoned. Not from around here? He wondered. After drinking more of the man's blood, he decided they were definitely foreigners. That was all the proof he needed that his mind was starting to wake up. He'd feared that what had been done to him had caused irreversible brain damage and reduced him to some kind of wild beast. While he could still feel that angry, raging beast inside of him, it was slowly going back into its cage as his mind returned to something resembling sanity. As he felt his second victim start to weaken, he opened his eyes again, testing the light. This time, he found it tolerable, but only barely, and even though someone was still trying to speak to him, it was still too echoey and distorted to really understand. Instead, he focused on the man he was draining dry, willing his eyes to focus so the details would resolve. Mirani, he thought, as soon as he could see clearly enough to recognize the facial features. The same people we fought in Ionar, but they live hundreds of miles to the north. Why would they... Fragments of conversations with Freya, or perhaps with the farmer before he'd been captured by her, started to come back to him. She was at war with them, or at least this kingdom was. What was the name of this kingdom? Bryn, Ionia. None of those were right, but he couldn't be bothered. He was in a vampire castle, high in the mountains, and that was as much about the world he needed to understand as he let his second victim fall free and turned to face whoever it was that had freed him. Her face was almost as hard to decipher as the horse alert, but once it snapped into focus, he was in stunned disbelief. Araya, he rasped, still in denial about it. She'd come back for him, some way, somehow. Does this mean that the people of the region have overthrown Freya? He wondered. It was a shocking thing, but it seemed the most likely option. He had, after all, taught her how to use magic. Perhaps she'd succeeded where he'd failed. Still, he doubted that. Something was off. He was sure he'd been in there for decades, and given how she didn't appear to have aged much, if at all, it couldn't have been nearly that long. Was my math off? He wondered. Was I only in the box for a year or two? That would be a horrifying realization. Yet even as her mouth continued to move, he finally figured out the discrepancy. She hadn't aged, but she didn't have a pulse either. The moment she tried to sacrifice her life for her sister came flashing back to him then. It had been decades before, but it was in this very room that she'd begged him to kill her instead of her sister. She'd no doubt made the very same offer to Freya, which meant he'd suffered for nothing. More importantly, though, it meant that Freya was alive. That anger was what slowly forced the world to come into focus, and for sounds to finally complete their transformations into words. "Where is she?" he growled. "That's just what I was trying to explain to you." Ara signed in muted exasperation. She might look the same, but she acted differently enough that it was clear she was taking her cues from the mistress of the castle, which meant she was a servant, or even an apprentice, and not a slave or worse. He wasn't sure how he felt about that, but before he could decide, she continued, "We don't know where she is, but we know what's coming next, and you're the only one I could think of who might be able to help." To help? Who? Her? Simon asked. He wanted to laugh then, but he was physically incapable of it, and when he tried, all he succeeded in doing was coughing. "I'd rather die." "I'm sure that can be arranged, but that won't help with the army, which might start coming down from the pass as soon as tomorrow," Ara explained. "They will sweep through the region in a matter of days, and sooner or later, they will take Gravenstone Castle while I slumber." "That's rough," Simon nodded, smiling. "Destroying everything that Freya cares about. That would be a shame." The vampires looked like she was about to slap him. Instead, she commanded, "Leave us. I will call when he is ready to consume another prisoner," in a tone that brooked no argument. That was the first time that Simon noticed the other people in the room beyond their shapes and their heartbeats. There were guards that obviously belonged to the castle and workmen, but they had several prisoners too, bound and gagged. It was only when all of the men had filed out that she spoke again. "You have every right to hate her. I don't blame you," she said finally, deflating now that there was no one around she needed to put on airs in front of. "I hate her, and she's done so much less to me than she has to you. But nothing, Ara," Simon blurted out. "She took your humanity from you." "She did," the vampiress agreed. "But she spared my sister as she promised, so I continue to serve her loyally in all things." Simon flinched as his earlier theory panned out. "Well, I can tell you that she'll be very unhappy with you for waking me up." "I doubt it," Ara shrugged. "I think she's forgotten all about you, to be honest. If you'll help me save her castle, then she will forgive me anything. And if you don't, then I'll put you back in the box, and she will be none the wiser." That last part was said just cold enough that Simon believed it. So, for the moment, he changed topics since that was the very last thing he wanted. "What is it you think I can do for you?" he asked tiredly. "I doubt I can even stand, and you know I can't use magic anymore." "Simon, you are as clever and as fierce a man as I've ever met," she answered, taking one of his bone-slender, mangled hands in both of hers. "You saved my father from a vampire, and then destroyed Freya's castle not once but twice. And I have been looking for a justifiable opportunity to free you ever since. All I want is for you to help me save the valley and the people in it, and if you die in the process, then I think we both get what we want, don't we?" "The people, huh?" he asked. "You mean your sister?" "My sister is long dead," Ara answered with a shake of her head, "but her children are grown and have children of their own. Some of those children have children too, and all of them are spread in a dozen different villages throughout the valley. So, no, I don't want to save her, or even then. I want to save everyone." Simon could respect that. He would have complimented her on it. In fact, if he wasn't still so blown away by what she said, "Great-grandchildren?" he asked, doing the math. "How long have I been in there exactly?" I'm not sure that you want to know," Ara answered with sadness in her voice. "Tell me," Simon said, looking at her with renewed determination. "Tell me everything." Chapter 226. 63 years, he thought, in disbelief as she explained what had happened since he'd been away. 63 years bleeding in a box. Simon was floored. He'd known that it had been a long time, but not that long. He'd thought it had been a couple of decades, not 6 of them. That's an entire lifetime, Simon realized. He was on, level 33? That meant that he was 50 or 60 years into the future of the cabin level as soon as he entered it, and now he was 60 years into the future of that level. So, he'd been doing this for a century. His mind boggled at that. He'd been a statue for a century, too, or somewhere thereabouts. But somehow, this hit him harder. Then, he'd never been defrosted far into his future, and he had trouble processing that. Sam would still be alive, probably. But he would be an old man now, and when Erin noticed he wasn't paying attention, she grabbed him by his chin and stared into his eyes. He could feel her trying to force her will on him, the way that other vampires had done before now. But he felt that strange pressure slide right off of him. Even ineffective, though, the sensation was a slap in the face, and it snapped him out of it. "I know this a lot, but I need you to focus, Simon," she explained. "We don't have a lot of time. They only delay in fear of her, and when they find that she's not here, the castle will fall in hours, not days." "You're right," Simon rasped. "I'm sorry. It was a lot to take in. Please start again, from the beginning." Ara did just that, though he could tell she was a little annoyed at having to repeat herself, and this time she gave him a pretty abbreviated version. "The last war ended shortly after you were imprisoned," she explained. "Emma and I were caught 2 nights later, and I was turned then. That was awful, but I did as the Red Widow commanded, and for a long time, for everyone else at least, things were good." "The Red Widow?" Simon asked softly. "That's a bit theatrical. Is that because I killed—" "No," Ara answered flatly. "It's because no man that my mistress ever brings back to her bedchambers survives the experience. She never replaced her harem, Instead, she just began to snatch up more and more handsome men from further and further afield. In a way, you actually made it worse. So unfortunately, you aren't as important as you think you are. Her tone of annoyance only increased then. Simon could see that however sweet and kind she'd been when all of this started, she'd really gotten used to being obeyed in the decades since he'd met her last. He didn't interrupt again for a while, even though he felt the urge to at every new revelation. Charia, as it turned out, was not really a unified kingdom like Bryn or Montaigne, as he'd thought previously. Instead, it was barely a confederation. It had a king, but the post was nearly ceremonial. It was the mountain lords scattered through the region that held the real power. They finally won against the Mirani. Eventually, when they banded together, they repelled them from the north. And apparently, even now, several keeps were under construction that would make further wars in the future very unlikely. Not that they will do us any good in the fighting to come. Simon expected to hear more about peace after that. But apparently, as soon as the Mirani were pushed back to the deserts of the north and the foreign lands beyond, Bryn attacked Charia before she'd even explained that it was a crusade against warlocks and other foul magics in any great detail. Simon was already blaming the unspoken. Apparently, the warriors in white cloaks have many techniques for disabling mages, Ara explained, unaware that he already knew that, but few of them work against vampires. So, even though they came from my mistress, they were devoured by her instead. What are your impressions? He asked. Have you fought them? She started. I don't fight. I don't kill. I just can't. Even after all of this, I mind Mistress Freya's castle and attend to her needs. Everything else I leave to her. And she has no other lovers or vampire henchmen or whatever? Simon asked in his uncomfortably gravelly voice. She's had a few over the years, but none currently. They all died in the crusade at one point or another, she answered wearily. I do not think that delving into those details will assist us now. Simon wanted to protest and explain that knowing how their enemies killed vampires was the most valuable information of all, but he shrugged mentally and dropped it. Even after feasting on so much blood, he was already starting to fade. Why do you care about staying alive? He asked himself. Death is exactly what you want. Apparently, the crusade ended up indecisive and dragged on for years as a series of border skirmishes, just the way that the war with the Mirani had turned out for years before. That had been enough to cause a fragile peace enforced only by apathy. Unfortunately, that meant that when the Mirani attacked Bryn again for the 4th time this century, all of their strength had been spent, and they fell before the Horselords. Now, only a few years later, the mountainous region of Cheria was poised to do likewise. Every mountain lord between here and the old border has fallen, she explained. Castle Gravenstone is all that stands between this valley and... What about the rest of the nation, though? Simon asked. What about Ionar? And I don't give a damn about any of those places, Ara spat. I woke you to save my family. The rest of them can fend for themselves. Simon nodded, disappointed by the answer. He would have tried to stand then, but he was too weak to get out of the coffin. And after decades with a severed spinal cord, he could barely feel his toes. I'd help, he said finally, but I can't even walk, he sighed, feeling every year of his advanced age now that time had caught up with him. No, she agreed, not yet, but you are a clever man. You escaped from my mistress's cell, and such things are not done. Surely you can come up with some kind of plan to help us. Perhaps you could teach all the men we have under arms magic? I'm not sure that would go so well, Simon answered, suppressing his urge to tell her that was the worst plan he could imagine. Teaching 2 or 3 dozen men words of power might win a battle, but they'd kill themselves in a few years from the drain, and that was the best-case scenario. Making them all magical weapons would do better. But the key is the pass, I think. That is where we should be fighting them, not here at the castle walls. We lack the men for that. If we had hundreds, or... She started answering. You just said you have a valley full of families, Simon interrupted. That's all the men you need, right there. Give them weapons and tell them to fight for their homes. The men of the valley have never had to fight, she said, looking confused. My mistress has always protected them. She isn't here, Simon said. If you want an army, then you have to make one yourself. It's the only answer. A double rank of men with spears and as many bows as you can find might be enough if you can get the high ground. It would be even better if you could pick ground that is rough enough to break a charge all on its own. I see, she said coolly, obviously not impressed with that idea. How long do you think that would take? 2 days? 3? I'd drill them for at least a month together before I put them in the field together, Simon said, suppressing a laugh. But in times this desperate, a week perhaps. If you include your castle guards as sergeants and other leaders, any less, and it would just be a slaughter. We don't have a week, she answered in a tone that sounded closer to a frustrated child not getting what she wanted than it did to a ruler who wasn't getting her way. We have half that, maybe. I told you, as soon as they grow bold, it could be over in a single day. Well, I don't know what miracles you want me to work here, Simon said, feeling his own frustration starting to rise. If I could fight, I would, but I can't use magic. I can't walk, and I can't. His words trailed off as she turned and left the room without a word. He heard some talking from somewhere further on, perhaps a room or two down the line. And then, a few minutes later, guards returned, pushing a couple more men into the room. The door was then slammed shut and locked, and Era appeared at the small window, while the prisoners scurried back in horror at what was about to happen. Feast on as many men as you like tonight. Regain your strength, she said. Then tomorrow night, you can buy us the time we will need for your plan. I'm not sure that killing more men will solve this, Simon said with a shake of his head. Not certain how he felt about killing people now that he was more or less in full control of his faculties, even though the blood racing through their veins sang to him. It's decades of damage we're talking about here. It will take time, and time is the one thing we do not have, she said sadly. Fortunately, I've seen the miracles that blood can do. If you drink enough, you will be whole eventually. Enough? Simon asked, holding up his arms to show how they were basically skin and bone. He couldn't see his face, but he knew that he was closer to a ghoul than a vampire. How many is that? I don't want to kill dozens just to. My impression of you, brief though it was, is that you are resourceful and are at your best under pressure, Ara interrupted, her voice going from cool to cold in that moment as she made some decision about whatever it was that had been on her mind this whole time. The guards are under orders to bring you fresh prisoners each time yours expire. If you are not strong enough to fight tomorrow night, then they will start bringing you children to devour instead. Simon couldn't answer for a long moment. Then he finally stammered, But your sister's grandchildren. None of them will be related to me, Simon, she explained. Why should I care if they live or die? Feast now or feast later. The choice is yours. She left after that, and even when he called out to her, she didn't return. Instead, she left him in the near dark with only a single lantern between him and the prisoners. He looked at them then, and though he wasn't sure they understood what he and Ara had been talking about, he didn't need to exchange a single word with them to be certain that they knew they were about to die. Chapter 227. Despite his protestations, his willpower was not as strong as he wanted to believe that night. The 2 prisoners she left behind didn't last half an hour, and the 2 that were brought after that were devoured even more quickly. Simon might not have cared for it, but he had little choice in the matter. There was a starving animal inside of him, and though he could chain it down and away from the light when he was alone, as soon as something with a pulse was let into his cage, it broke its chains and ripped them to pieces. The first 2 were the messiest, mostly because he had to fling himself from his coffin and crawl after them like some kind of zombie, with his legs flopping uselessly behind him. While he devoured the first, the second managed to wrestle one of the swords embedded in his coffin free and stab Simon. But he barely noticed as blood filled his mouth, and he felt another's life flow through him. No, not the sword, his mind whispered. Stake me. He ripped the man with the weapon apart when he finally got past his guard, and when he was dead too, Simon was covered in blood. That bothered him less than he thought it would, and when he stood once more, he had only a little regret about what he had done. Executing prisoners was something he was normally comfortable with. He'd done it before. Draining his enemies with an empowered weapon to fuel his magic was something he'd made peace with, too. This was only a little worse than both of those things combined if he set aside the gore. Yet to him, it felt a boundary he probably should never have crossed. There's nothing I can do about it now, though, he decided, even as he tried to figure out what damage all of this was doing to his freshly positive karma score as he waited impatiently for the guards to bring him fresh victims. He could walk a little now, so Era's plan was working. Now, though, he was strong enough to kill himself, which left him with quite a dilemma. Should he? Simon looked to the shredded coffin. For a vampire, he was still weak and pathetic, but he was probably stronger than he'd been as a man. It would be the easiest thing in the world to rip that coffin apart and end his suffering. You could start over back in the cabin, he told himself as he looked longingly at the wooden shards. But his self-pity abated as he realized that wouldn't be true. Icefang had already told him as much. This awful world would keep on spinning when he pulled the ripcord. And in this case, with Freya, he was very directly responsible for this mess. Simon had only killed himself very rarely in any of his lives. And the reason for that was no longer the obvious. It wasn't just because it was a coward's way out or because that was the reason he'd ended up in the pit in the first place. Now, it was because it was an admission that he'd rather save his own skin than someone else's. When I've saved this valley, I can die, he thought, resigned to his tragic fate. He'd already ruined this life. He might as well see it through. Then I can repent for a life or two. Maybe I can become a monk or a vegetarian or something. As awful as that would be, it wouldn't be as bad as spending decades or centuries remembering that he could have helped people, but he'd chosen not to. For now, he would feast, and then he would fight, and hopefully, somewhere in there, he would die. Then he would go back to the early levels and make sure Freya never became this creature, even if that cost him the chance to visit his son again. His time with the dragon taught him one thing. Simon wouldn't erase the boy as he thought he would have previously. He would just move to a different timeline where he'd never see the boy again. That was sad, but he could live with that separation a lot more than the idea that Freya would keep slaughtering innocents and causing depravities over and over again. By the time the sun rose, Simon was curled up in his battered coffin and crusted in blood. He wasn't in much worse shape than he'd been as an old man toward the end of his last life in Ionar, and he knew that with more death, he would only strengthen further. What he didn't know was what other powers he might have at his disposal. Vampires have weird magics all their own. He reminded himself just before his consciousness was extinguished by the weight of the sun rising slowly above him. It was something he would need to ask Era about tomorrow. At sunset, he arose, and then, when his door was unlocked, he staggered through the dungeon toward the keep where he found the vampires. "See, I told you that you could walk with proper motivation," she said with a cold smile. "Now let's get you armed and..." "Wait," Simon interrupted. "Before I get a sword and whatever else, I want to know, how do you use the rest of your powers?" "Rest of my powers?" she asked. "Like the mist in the gaze, you just sort of will it, and it happens. Those powers sort of build over time. I didn't have them at all for the first decade of being like this. I'm not sure how being in torpor so long will affect their development either." That seemed a little oversimplified. But rather than tell her that, Simon tried to reach within himself while she continued to speak, and he found that there was definitely something there. With a little effort, he could even feel himself begin to dissipate. But he stopped almost immediately because it was unnerving. It reminded him of the feeling of slipping away to nothing when he'd been buried for so long. "See, you're getting it," she nodded. "My men saw a few scouts on horseback come down from the pass earlier, but beyond that, nothing. They're no doubt gauging the threat level. If they return to the rest of their army with good news, then that will be the beginning of the end." Simon nodded. More than anything, he wanted a shower. He had no reflection to study, but from the way the few mortal men around him reacted, he looked every bit as hideous as he thought he might. Normally, that would have bothered him, but right now, it was probably an advantage. Not only would it be easy enough to terrify his enemies, it made it easier to pretend that he was someone else. When he put on his proper, flabby flesh again, he'd be Simon, and he'd do the right things that Simon would do. For now, he could do whatever he wanted, and those deeds would belong to the monster that he was grateful he couldn't see in the mirror. Simon picked out a sword that would do along with a buckler. In both choices, He favored weapons that were smaller than usual because he wanted to get within arm's reach rather quickly, so he could use his fangs. And there was no point in denying it. In terms of armor, they had only poor choices. Nothing available was built for anyone as tall or slender as he currently was. He was still skin and bones, with only a few strands of lean muscle. So tonight, he would have to go without. Given how quickly he healed, he didn't think that would be a problem. When he left the castle walls, he felt like a beast as much as a man. He was far enough away from anywhere that he probably should have borrowed a horse. But he didn't expect he'd need it for long. He carried no pack or torch. He didn't even have a bow, because he didn't trust his clawed fingers and shaky hands to use one correctly. He was just a scarred and withered abomination that refused to die. And as he strolled down into the valley, he took a long look around. Then he sniffed at the wind, looking for anything that didn't belong. He'd been locked away from the world for decades, and inhaling now was almost too much. But he'd take that compared to the isolated hell he'd endured for so long. He smelled dozens of meals being cooked, along with hundreds of hearth fires. He smelled the scents of man and beast, and, most of all, the damp smells of nature. He wasn't interested in any of those, though, and sifted through them quickly, looking for something altogether more appetizing. He was looking for the scent of blood. He found it in several places in the wide valley, which wasn't surprising given how many animals would be slaughtered by these farmers every day. Every barnyard chopping block and village butcher was a distraction. Each time he smelled manure or clean fresh meat hanging somewhere, he ignored it. Instead, he sought out the tang of oiled weapons and the smoky blaze of a campfire. After 10 minutes of searching, he finally found a likely target at the far end of the valley, in the woods there, at the base of the mountain. That was about the place he would have guessed that scouts would hide based on tactics alone. Still, he tried not to let those thoughts prejudice his decision. Not when he could let hunger guide him instead. You know, if you run, you might just make it before sunrise, he said to himself in a growl that sounded almost human. Simon laughed at his own joke, at least until he settled into a coughing fit. Once that was done, though, he focused. Simon had used many kinds of magic and gotten very good at impossible things. The idea of being a mist seemed a bit too dispersed for him just now. But vampires could turn into other things too, at least according to the dimly remembered movies. He didn't like bats too much, though, so he decided to try ravens first. It's just like the saying, as the crow flies. He thought to himself wryly as he imagined himself as a murder of crows. That wasn't so hard. He wasn't really a person anymore. He was murder. Who was to say what shape that murder would take? For a moment, he felt himself starting to burst apart at some unseen seams. And then, after only a little hesitation, he flew apart into pieces of darkness. 1 second, he had 2 eyes, 4 limbs, and thanks to his mangled hands, 17 digits. The next, he had 18 eyes, just as many wings, and he was soaring in all different directions in a way that he found to be dizzying until the 9 crows that made up who he was slowly reformed into a flock and began to soar over the valley. He panicked in those first seconds and very nearly tried to pull himself back together into a man, but he resisted the urge. This is fine, he told himself. I can do this. It was chaotic and frightening. But as they spread out throughout the sky and adopted some sort of pattern to their behavior, he found that seeing through more than a dozen pairs of eyes wasn't nearly as insane as he would have thought it would be. His sense of smell had completely vanished in this form, but his compound vision was sharper than it had any right to be. He could pick out dozens of tiny details from each farmstead and hamlet he passed over. How are vampires able to do this? He asked himself. Draining energy to fuel their hideous unlife curse, he got at least, based on his current understanding of magic. Healing themselves quickly and preternatural strength even made sense, but the rest of it, he had no idea. He had no idea he added it as one more question that he hoped to understand one day. Tonight wasn't about understanding, though. It was about sending a message, and after half an hour of flying across the valley, he sighted a small triangle of campfires in the woods, well off of the main road, while there were a few houses in the woods, too. The only tents he saw belonged to the men around those fires, and the bronze-scale mail that they wore told him that they were here for a fight. Simon landed in the trees around the camp, well out of the firelight, so as not to draw attention to himself. Then, instead of attacking immediately, he merely observed and listened. Their armor and accents might be foreign, but other than that, the scene reminded him of any one of the bands of armed men he'd led in various wars and skirmishes over his many lives. These weren't evil people. They were just people fighting for their cause. In their minds, they almost certainly saw themselves as liberators as much as conquerors. They would take this land, but they would do so for the good of the people who lived here already. Simon heard strains of that in what the men said, between raunchy jokes and reminiscing about previous battles. It was clear that they decided that the dread vampires, whom they referred to simply as the Widow, or alternately the Widowmaker, was no longer here, and that their army could march on the valley with impunity. Only their captain seemed unconvinced, and he rebuffed the words of the rest of his men with statements like, "We'll give the place one more sweep tomorrow. Then, if there's nothing to find, we'll be back with the main body of the army before nightfall. What's the rush?" Someone quipped. "This is the easiest duty I've had in weeks. I say we be extra thorough, just to make sure." Everyone laughed at that except for Simon. The captain's caution was admirable. He decided, however, in this case, it was going to get everyone in his group killed. Chapter 228. When Simon reformed, it was only a few feet from the nearest sentry. The man had just enough time to look to the trees and wonder what had agitated the birds, but not enough to raise a defense or an alarm as Simon lunged for him. It was not a graceful attack. He was still half dizzy from the feeling of having legs and seeing out of only 2 eyes again. He was hungry, too. The strange transformation magic had sapped what little strength he had. Still, none of that would save the watchman. Simon's trembling. Misshapen hands covered the man's mouth even as his fangs sank into the guard's jugular, and he started to drink deeply. The soldier was able to make a muffled scream, and even draw his curved saber. But with the way that Simon was holding him, he couldn't bring it to bear before he began to weaken. Simon bore the man to the ground with his weight more than his strength. And as he did so, he noticed that the guard had 2 wooden stakes tucked into his belt. "So they're ready for me," he told himself. There were countless nights when all he'd longed for was to have a weapon like that which he could plunge into his own heart. Now, though, he wanted to feed more than he wanted to die. Before he could give that more thought and decide whether he should take one of those with him, there were sounds in the darkness. It occurred to Simon only slowly that he drank his victim's lifeblood, that they were words. Someone nearby had heard the brief commotion. They were checking on the man who he was draining. Simon warred with himself then. The bestial, instinctual part of him that had grown so strong during those long, dark years bricked into a coffin wanted to keep feasting until the final drop. It didn't care that it wasn't the right move and that they would get caught. It was nothing more than a dog with a bone. The rational part of Simon forced it to break free. The man wasn't dead yet, but he was too enervated to do much but lie there. With great effort, Simon unlatched his fangs from the soldier's neck and then dragged the man deeper into the nearby brush. Then, once he was sure that they were hidden from at least a cursory search, Simon drew his short sword and waited. It was those 2 actions that made all the difference, because moments later, he saw a pair of soldiers with their weapons out creeping through the moonlit clearing. "I'm telling you, I think it came from over here," one guard told the other. If they'd caught him lying on the ground sucking the dregs out of their friend, they would have certainly cut him to pieces. As it was, though, as much as he wanted that, it was him who had the upper hand now. Simon waited until the point of their closest approach, and then drove his short sword through the throat of the nearest one. After that, he pounced on another that was a few feet further away. That struggle didn't go as easily as the first one had, both because he got his sword up in time to impale Simon through the stomach, and because he wore a gorget. If he'd screamed for help, he might have lived. But instead, he was too fixated on trying to kill Simon himself, right up until Simon grabbed the man's helmet with both hands and used it as leverage to spin his neck almost completely around before he lay still. Simon wanted to feast on his corpse while the blood was still warm, but his body rebelled at the taste. So, instead, he devoured the last drops of life in the man who was still flailing and drowning in his own blood. When his heart had beat its last, Simon drew his sword and rose to his feet. The wound that the guard soldier had inflicted on him closed almost as soon as the sword was removed. "Well, that's handy," he said, as he looked down and felt the smooth, pale skin. He'd been stronger in plenty of other lives than he was right now. He'd certainly been far stronger the night that he helped Era and her sister escape from the castle, but he was strong enough to slaughter these bastards now, or at least give a good showing and die in the attempt. Simon crept through the trees toward the light of the campfire and the smells of life. Part of him worried that resisting his growing hunger would be the real enemy here. Fighting these men would be one thing, but resisting the urge to drain them mid-battle was something entirely different. It was an ever-present temptation, and he could see any number of ways that it might cost him his life. He approached from the far side from where the soldiers had tethered their horses to a picket so as not to startle them. Then, he observed, looking for any warlocks. He'd fought the Mirani enough times now to be certain they had magic in the mix somewhere. "I might even be able to use those suicide bomber necklaces they like to wear as a distraction," he told himself. Simon studied the jovial group for several long minutes before deciding on the two most likely users. One appeared to be the captain, and his breastplate definitely had runes of power etched into it. The other was a quiet man near the far side of the fire. None of the men around the fire really looked like a mage to him. But then, he usually didn't look like a mage himself, and accepting this life, he definitely was. The problem was that he could only take one of them first before everything exploded into chaos. "Who's the bigger threat?" Simon asked himself. In the end, he decided that the captain was the greater threat, but Simon chose to kill the other guy first anyway. That was based solely on the familiar amulet he glimpsed as the quiet man shifted and talked about going to bed for the night. Simon could wait for all of them to fall asleep. Of course, killing them one by one in the night until he was finally caught was a seductive plan. But he'd already started the clock on himself with the first 3 deaths. As soon as someone went to relieve those men, he would be discovered. So instead of doing this slowly, he decided to start with a bang. Simon stole out of the night as fast as he could, with his sword still sheathed, and ripped out the throat of his warlock. Then he pushed him toward the fire as he leaped back into the night. Everyone was on their feet then, drawing weapons and shouting in alarm as they tried to understand what had just happened. Most of them were so focused on him that they completely forgot what a ticking time bomb their mage was. And when the man expired and detonated, most of them were washed in a wave of fire. It lasted only a moment, but as soon as it dimmed, Simon was ready. He burst out of the shadows once more, this time from the other side of the fire, holding his sword and shield. He took one man in the eyes and another in the guts before his sword got bound up on the second man's hip. So, he smashed a third in the face with his shield and stole his sword to continue the fight. After that, it was just a bloodbath. There were screams of pain and shouts of alarm, but more than that, there was blood and death. It overpowered the smell of smoke and charred flesh, and as steel rang against steel, he lost himself in the flow of battle. Normally, Simon was a careful fighter. He created opportunities and then pressed his advantage wherever he found it. He used positioning and timing to leverage opportunities against his enemies. But not today. Today, he was a demon. And no matter how many times swords glanced off his ribs or severed tendons in his arms, he came back stronger and fiercer, with the cinders scattered everywhere by the mage's dying blast. The battlefield, the cramped forest battlefield, was dominated by shadows to human eyes, but Simon could see everything. And as he moved between the small knots of fighters, desperately trying to figure out who was their ally and who was their enemy, he left only death in his wake. Once Simon took down the captain in the enchanted breastplate, though, the fight was over. The man's sword had glowed faintly and sheared right through Simon's buckler. But the healing magics that seemed to be stamped into the man's armor were entirely overwhelmed as Simon dropped his own weapons and grabbed the man's sword hand, forcing his swing to continue until his own enchanted sword was embedded deep into his own chest. The light of the blade went out slowly, but it told Simon enough to say that there was no point in him using it. Unlike the unspoken blades, which were powered by strikes on the victim, the Mirani blades seemed to be powered by their own wielders, which wasn't very useful when you were a vampire. Simon left him there as the survivors fled into the woods and then spent the next few hours hunting them down. The last few he took his time with allowing the inner predator inside of him to break free once more so he could hunt them down and drain them one by one. It was only when all of that was done, and he returned to his blood-soaked senses, that he noticed how late it had gotten. Simon unfolded into a flock of ravens once more and raced the sunrise back to Castle Gravenstone with a feeling of growing dead. It was still far too dark to see his dark wings in the sky, but even so, it was far too close to day to still be out and about, and that rising terror forced him to beat his flock's wings ever faster. He had been 9 crows when he left, but now he was 11. He had no idea if that was important or not in the grand scheme of things. Right now, all that mattered was finding somewhere dark and safe as the minutes crept by. He considered simply finding somewhere between here and there to wait out the day. If he'd known the valley better, he would have done exactly that. A basement or an abandoned goblin lair would be bearable if only he could have it right now. He couldn't, though. Anywhere he picked might leave him vulnerable to any number of hazards, and no matter how much he wanted to die consciously, his instincts feared that almost as much as the sun. So, he kept going, and as the strip of blue on the horizon began to brighten, he reached his destination with only minutes to spare. There, he reassembled himself in a swirl of feathers and shadows in the courtyard and staggered toward the door that led below. This time, his weakness wasn't because he was starving, or even because of the strange power he was using. It was because he was out of time. Despite being underground, he grew weaker with every step in those final moments before sunrise. By the time he reached his coffin in the dungeon, there was no time to give anyone a report on how the night had gone. But of course, he didn't have to. The waiting army would receive no update because everyone was dead, so they would not march. He had bought Ara exactly the time she hoped he would. Chapter 229. Simon's slumber was mostly darkness and dread, as it always was. But the few dreams that flitted through it were blood-drenched nightmares. The decent parts of his soul warred with the dark, primal parts, and not even the fact that the men he'd slaughtered so violently were bad people was enough to make him feel much better when he finally awoke. Drinking the blood of the living won't take me any place I want to go, he told himself as he awoke. He'd only been sitting there for a few minutes after sunset when Era arrived, appearing almost as his opposite. She was beautiful and well put together, with fine clothes and even a touch of makeup, while he wore blood-stained rags. His body was no longer starving. No, he was merely emaciated, but his mangled hands looked like they belonged to a monster. They'd never healed right from the terrible wounds that Freya had inflicted on him, and they'd grown even worse after the change. His thick yellow nails made him look like a beast all the time, even if he only felt like one whenever he scented blood. "How did last night go?" she asked. "I worried you wouldn't return." "Their scouts are slaughtered," Simon answered with a shrug. "I left them in pieces scattered across the woods. When they send out more to find what it is the carrion birds are circling, they'll know that they need to be more careful going forward." That pleased her, and she discussed how her efforts to rally men to the defense of the valley were going. Simon nodded along, even though he wasn't particularly interested. He was too busy trying to decide what he needed to do next, and if there was a way that he could do it without killing any more people when she asked him that very question. "What will you do now?" she asked, breaking his reverie in a way that made him worry she'd read his mind for a moment. "I'll keep buying you time," he answered simply. "I'm just not sure how yet." They talked a while longer, but the rest of the conversation went nowhere. Eventually, the two of them parted ways as they both had things to see to. Simon cautioned her that he might find somewhere closer to the pass to spend the night, rather than waste an hour traveling to and from there each night. Ara cautioned him, "Be careful. I know you want to die, but we are intensely vulnerable while the sun is in the sky." Simon agreed with that, but that caution didn't change his mind at all. Instead, it only solidified his plans, and after collected a new sword and shield, he soared through the sky on nearly 24 wings as he considered all of these things. Much like his clothing, they vanished with him when he shifted forms, but he knew they would be there again when he was once more whole. He couldn't explain how it worked, but this wasn't the life to try to understand such strange magical dynamics, and he told himself he would try to figure it out in his next one. Last night had been clear and bright with a half-full moon, but tonight the sky was overcast. It promised rain, but neither that nor the darkness caused him any problems. In fact, He thought he might be able to see the valley even better with less light in the sky. It was hard to say for sure. He was going to try to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He was going to find a place to sleep in those high mountain crags, and he was going to feast on the goblins within it so that he could find a way to deter the looming army without devouring them quite so gluttonously as he had up to this point. Before he did any of that, though, he simply soared high above the area. Judging by the number of campfires, there were hundreds of men there at the saddle of the pass and thousands more on the downslope. There were far too many for the plan he'd proposed to ever work. He realized despairingly, "That means it is all on me," Simon thought with a mental sigh. That wasn't a tonight problem, though. Any violence he did would be a carefully targeted warning. He promised himself he wouldn't feed on them in any case, which meant he definitely needed to find something to devour first. It took only a little searching to find the goblin lair. It was a small one, but as soon as he reformed into a man, his heightened sense of smell was practically overwhelmed by the stench of the place. It would do, but he would not enjoy it, which seemed an appropriate sort of penance for the terrible things he'd done last night. Simon stood there silently for a long moment, growing used to it before he even sought out his first goblin. They saw nearly as well as he did in the dark, but even so, when he glimpsed the ugly little bastard with a spear, there was no contest. Simon simply picked it up, slammed it against a nearby boulder, and then drained it while it was stunned. It didn't even attempt to sound an alarm, and other than the soft, fleshy sound that Simon made as he swung it like a club, it silently passed after only a few moments of draining. That was the only good news about the whole thing. The rest of his experience was awful. Unlike the sweet warmth of human blood, the thing tasted acid and vinegary. It was like consuming a human who was well past their best-by date. It was substance, though, and even though the monster inside of him longed for human flesh, it consumed the dark black blood greedily. That was only the first kill of the night. After that, he descended into the lair, and Simon spent half the evening murdering and devouring goblins until there was nothing left. This time, he didn't feel the least bit bad about his rampage, and when he emerged once more soaked in black blood, he felt somewhat better. He'd murdered and fed, but not on people, and for now, that was a small victory. Sometime in the last couple of hours, while he'd been slaughtering green skins by the dozens, it had started to rain. That didn't bother him either. Not only did it suppress the stink he thought he'd never escape, but it started to rinse him clean. He just stood there for several long minutes in the cold, appreciating it as he watched the filth and the gore drip off his hands, one drop at a time. He didn't feel good yet, but he felt better. Somehow, despite all the violence, he felt at peace then. He might have been content to stay that way had he been able to ignore the campfires burning in the pass below like a swarm of fireflies. How do I convince so many men that they have no chance? He asked himself as he started walking down the slope to the men below. The answers were fairly obvious, and not entirely different than they would be if he were human. The easiest one would be to march on them with a superior enough force that they retreated. That one, at least for now, was impossible, which meant he would have to go for the second best alternative, which was to strike the head of the snake. That option was good but unpredictable. If their leader was a popular man, it might drive his army forward to avenge him by daylight, which Simon would have no chance to counter. That means I need to make them afraid first, he decided. He'd already started that in motion by massacring their scouts, but one setback, no matter how bloody, would not be enough. Simon looked around. He didn't want them to think that a vampire was harrying them, even up here. If they did, they might no longer have any reason to cower. That was good. It gave him one more reason not to do any unnecessary biting, even if it limited his other options. When Simon reached their first scout 300 yards from the line of campfires that held back the night, he snapped the man's neck. Then he ripped him to pieces and left him where he lay. With any luck, they'd think it was goblins or something worse. Once that was done, he was about to turn away to find another scout to end in the same way until a boulder caught his eye. It was large, nearly round, and precariously balanced. More importantly, there was still plenty of slope between him and the leading edge of the camp, which meant that if he could move it, there was every likelihood that it would rampage right through several rows of tents and cause all kinds of chaos. Which is exactly the sort of thing that might make a soldier afraid, he decided. Those soldiers weren't quite as superstitious as sailors. They weren't so good with enemies they couldn't meet on the battlefield. It was one thing to know that a horde of centaurs might kill you, but at least you could die on your feet. It was quite another to face a volcano or an earthquake. Simon looked around the slope and imagined all the chain reactions he could cause with a major word of earth. Sadly, for the moment, that was entirely out of his reach, but acts of pure brute strength were not. When he approached the boulder and pressed against it experimentally, it didn't move. He thought about simply pushing against it with his shoulder as hard as he could. But after seeing a nearby log, decided there was a better way. You can be insanely strong, but still not as strong as a lever, he chastised himself as he picked up the several hundred-pound piece of wood and, with great effort, thrust it partway under the rock. The second time he tried, it shifted almost immediately, and with only a little strain, he forced the thing to roll forward once. It hung there for a second, like it had found a new resting point, and then, with agonizing slowness, it turned over again. That time, it didn't slow down at all. Instead, with every turn, it started to move faster and faster. Soon, more medium-sized stones followed in its wake, spreading out slightly to expand the tiny avalanche. Simon smiled. This was going to be far more devastating than he had ever planned. It wasn't a tactic that he was going to be able to repeat easily, but it would be worth looking around on the slopes to see if he could find any other good setups. There were a few outcries even before the stones hit the pickets or the tents, but they were of surprise and alarm. They wouldn't be enough to save many people. Simon had managed to move 5 tons of stone a few inches, but when it hit the outer defenses of the Mirani camp, it was a 100-ton wave of rock that killed and crushed with equal impunity. For a few frantic seconds, there were the sounds of screams as people died, and the snapping of wood as tents, large and small, were flattened. When the rocks were still, though, there was only the sound of the wounded moaning in pain and the bewilderment of those who'd been spared. Simon smelled dust on the rain during the avalanche. But now that it was done, he found a new aroma on the breeze. Blood. He could smell the carnage from here, and it made his mouth water. It was 100 times sweeter than any goblin. That was when he turned around and started back up the slope. He could resist temptation, but only to a certain point, and for this evening, he'd reached it. Dozens of dying men smelled far too much like a banquet to him than he was comfortable with. He retreated to the darkness of his goblin den with hours left in the night, satisfied with that. He dreaded the stench, but tomorrow he could try to find a better place. Surely, there was a cave in one of these mountains that only smelled like water and dust. He would find it, and maybe once this army was done, he would meditate there until the beast within him was once more entirely under his control. Chapter 230. Away from the castle for that first day, Simon slept worse than ever. None of his days as a deathless abomination had been pleasant. But between the smell and the constant feeling that he'd missed some of the goblins, and they'd come back to devour him, he was in a sort of waking nightmare the whole time while the sun kept him down by the throat in a terrible sleep paralysis. Once, when he was convinced he heard the little green bastards coming for him, he managed to turn his head to look, which was the most he'd ever managed to move in a state of torpor, but there was no one there. It was just his imagination tormenting him. For so long, it had been a valuable resource. He used it for art and magic, but now it was an enemy, and it filled those hours with ever more creative monstrosities. In the morning, Simon decided that he would need to find another place to sleep before he did anything else unless the situation was truly dire. Fortunately, when he burst apart into a flock of ebon crows and surveyed the scene, he found that it had improved, if only marginally. The entire camp had pulled back 100 yards, choosing the cliffs that held back the rocky slopes as a better point to hold than the boulder-dotted scree slopes further on. That was true, of course. So he couldn't say if it pointed to a wise commander or a nervous one. Either way, it made Simon's job of inflicting pain on them ever so slightly harder. But a retreat was a retreat, and he would take it. It wasn't hard to see why. Even after they'd almost certainly attempted to collect their wounded and bury their dead, he could still spot crushed limbs and shredded canvas amongst the rubble of the landslide he had caused. That boulder did some real damage, he thought approvingly, before he traced the scar it left on the slope back to its origin and noticed that they'd never found the sentry he'd torn to pieces. That annoyed him, Killing was one thing, but killing needlessly still rubbed him the wrong way. As he passed over the main body of the camp, Simon felt his hunger gnaw at him. He couldn't smell their blood or hear it, but his hunger still knew it was there. Eventually, it got strong enough that Simon was forced to wheel away from the group and seek out his breakfast. He found a second goblin lair easily enough, as well as a third eventually, but his stomach revolted against those choices. He found a troll lair, or perhaps an ogre lair as well. Further down the mountain, closer to the river. But eventually, he decided to try devouring a bear instead. Simon hadn't tried to consume animal blood yet, but presumably, if Freya had tried to feed him rats after she'd turned him, then such things could sustain him to at least some degree. Fighting a grizzly bear, as it turned out, was harder than Simon would have thought. It wasn't that the thing was ferociously strong, though that did hurt. The one time the thing had landed a solid blow, it not only knocked him back 20 feet, but it also shredded his chest and stomach, sending black blood and shriveled viscera in all directions before he healed. The real problem was the hide. It was so thick that even when Simon got the chance to bite it, he could barely penetrate it to the arteries beneath. When he finally won, it was only by jamming his knife into the thing's spinal column, a few vertebrae below the spine, paralyzing it enough that he could finally latch onto one of the beast's femoral arteries and drink deeply. In the end, it was largely a wasted effort. The blood would sustain him, of course. But it was like muddy ditch water compared to the fine wine of a human victim. Simon would not be dissuaded by that, though he vowed to give goblins, or some other monster, another try on the following day. The further down the food chain his victims drifted, the less appetizing they became. After that, he spent the rest of the evening prowling the woods on the far side of the pass from his current sleeping place as he looked for a new one. He didn't find anything he liked better than his current filthy warren. Unfortunately, he did find a few sentries on patrol, though. These he murdered and impaled on snapped-off tree branches several feet above the ground so that future patrols wouldn't miss them. Losing a man or two wouldn't do anything to a host of about 4,000, which was his best guess about the size of this army. It wasn't about whittling them down, though. It was about making them afraid. Every soldier that deserted was one less man he would have to kill, and if he could make the entire army do so, even better. That was what Simon did for the next few nights. Other than a brief visit with Era to inform her of what he was doing now and then, as well as a check on the progress that her tiny army was making in their drilling, he spent the entire time terrorizing the Mirani army. He had to. It was the only chance her 300 farmers had. They were outnumbered by their better trained, better armored opponents, 10 to 1, and no amount of fervor or desperation would affect those odds. So, each night, he lurked in a different place along the lines of the enemy as they coiled into an ever tighter ball. He cut tether lines and spooked horses, sending them galloping through the camp, set fires in supply depots, and murdered. The last one was ever present. No matter what he did, he left bodies in his wake at every turn, no matter what the goal of the night was. He could hear soldiers whispering about it around the campfires. They attributed all of his misdeeds, either to the widow or to the cursed man wolves that were said to haunt this region. Others disagreed, arguing that the cursed lady can't leave her valley, and those wolf monsters only emerge by the light of the full moon. Simon listened to them discuss it sometimes, gathering intel and learning more about what the men who made up the army thought before he slaughtered the groups. Unfortunately for them, he rarely left even a single survivor, and the mixed accounts that followed in his wake didn't even get a good enough look to decide if he was man or beast. He understood that too. Even as he continued to gain weight and mass as the days passed, the longer he went without human blood, the less human he became. His skin took on a dark and mottled hue that wasn't quite green, and he grew ever hairier. In time, his claws grew thick enough that using weapons became challenging with certain grips, but that didn't really bother Simon. Mostly, he murdered things with his bare hands now. Instead of devouring the soldiers, he left them in pieces as he slowly but surely cleansed the mountains of green skins. He never did find a better place to sleep, but somehow, he always found more goblins to devour. They were a pestilence, but one that he was almost grateful for in this life. He could see the changes that his foul diet was causing in his body, but he could see it even more clearly in Ara's eyes. She had an excellent poker face, but each time he visited, she could see her struggle to restrain her surprise and revulsion. It didn't bother Simon nearly as much as it should. That was almost certainly because he knew it was temporary. Better to look like a monster for a little while than be a monster forever, he told himself. As it was, he was getting far too comfortable with ripping people to pieces. Even that, monstrous as it was still better than developing addiction to human blood. Still, despite all of these problems, he could see the army growing ever more defensive. He'd dispatched 2 more small scouting parties that hadn't quite made it back to their camp before sunset, making it very clear the valley was off limits. They adapted in time, giving him a growing respect for whoever was in charge of the thing. They sent out raiding parties, but only as far as they could go and return in a single day. Set traps for him by baiting ambushes with only one obvious soldier on patrol, while archers and mages lay in wait just out of sight and reinforced their sentries, making sure that men were never alone again after that first week. Simon's response was to slaughter the larger sentry patrols, skip the ambushes, and murder any mages that were dumb enough to leave camp on sheer principle. He was not a hungry beast. Well, not just a hungry beast. He was the veteran of a dozen conflicts, and with his obscenely powerful sense of smell, it was impossible to hide from him, even with illusion magics. Still, despite all of his efforts, the Mirani eventually got reinforcements, which counteracted Simon's efforts to some degree. That was when he decided it was time to end this. He'd waited long enough to damage morale. If he delayed any further, they were going to move in force. He could feel it. It was more than just gossip around the campfire. It was the way the layout of the camp changed and the drilling fields increased in size. They were getting ready. So, one night before that happened, Simon warned Ara and told her to prepare her men. Then while he lurked near the edge of the camp, he did something he'd been trying hard to avoid until now. He willed himself to transform into a fine gray mist, just as he'd seen Freya do several times before. He'd grown somewhat used to taking himself apart as he became an ever larger flock of crows. But this was something different entirely. As a bird, he still felt alive, if a bit scattered. As a mist, though, he felt like he was dying. He was reducing himself to such a degree that he felt as though he were on the verge of death. Still, it needed to be done, and he pushed through it. Then, when he had dispersed into almost nothing, he snaked through the shadows of the outer pickets and between patrols as he made for the center of camp. There was more light as he went, but paradoxically fewer guards. The fact that Simon never attacked deep into the camp worked to his benefit here. Everyone was looking for him at the edges, near tree lines and suspicious boulders. No one suspected that the ravening beast that had been tormenting them would move into the heart of their camp undetected. That would be their final mistake. Chapter 231. The mist was silent, but it was not invisible. More than one man must have spotted him, but in the damp mountain air no one seemed to care. Simon ignored them, too. He did his best to avoid the brightest spots, but if a soldier blundered through him, there was little he could do but hope the man kept going. Eventually, he found the large pavilion in the center of the camp. That was his first clue that something was wrong. He had not met, or even seen, the man that the soldiers whispered about around the fires at night, but he had a good idea who he was, simply by virtue of his actions. General Jubar made good tactical decisions. He was decisive. He was not the sort of person to sleep in his own tiny cloth palace, not unless Simon had sorely misjudged him. Still, the thing had guards around it, so he decided to investigate and poured through the fabric at the back of the tent, just enough to peer inside the darkness. It was there he found as lavish a home as he'd ever seen outside of Einar's palace. There was a large bed atop rugs, and tapestries hung on the walls. There was even someone in the bed, but that wasn't what caught Simon's eye. What he noticed was the pattern on the rugs themselves. They were runes, and more than that, they were reasonably powerful. The large one was a rune of binding, but the smaller ones that were scattered around were more gruesome. It was difficult to comprehend them fully while he was limited by his misty form, but he was fairly certain that they would slice him into thick chunks like an industrial-sized blender. He retreated immediately. He had no idea if his misty form could trigger such things, but he had no wish to find out. There was always the possibility that the person in that bed was an important mage or warlock, and that was the way that they slept. But Simon wasn't willing to risk it. Even if it was, he wasn't looking to hunt mages tonight. He was looking for the head of the snake. So, instead of striking at the target of opportunity, he floated away, gaining elevation and becoming more diffuse as he became the wisp of a cloud. The position made him nervous because he was sure that many people could see him now if they cared to look. But he needed a better view to figure out which tent the general was really in. He would be in the tent of a common man, but not a small one, since he doubtlessly had papers and other possessions. He was also sure to have at least one guard, which would narrow the search quite a bit. Simon's plan for tonight was a simple one. He would kill the leader, then rampage through the camp, killing as many as he could. That chaos was the signal, and when they saw it, Ara's men were supposed to attack at the front and send the whole army sprawling heedlessly away. It was a fine plan, but it relied almost entirely on Simon, and he would only get one chance to get it right. Still, despite that, it took only a few minutes to find his next likely target. It did not contain what he expected to find either. Though, instead, it contained either a few young members of royalty or mages. It was hard to say for sure as they slept in their beds. Still, Simon added them to his secondary target list as he drifted on. In the third tent, he finally found the man he suspected to be General Jubar. The man had gray in his mustache and was snoring quite soundly. For a moment, he decided that it was possible that the man was an illusion, but he would have no way to sniff through that until he reclaimed his body. Still, everything else fit. The general had 2 guards standing by the front flap of his tent, a table full of letters and maps, and an armor stand topped by a helmet bearing a general's crest. That was what sealed it for Simon, as he coalesced from the thin vapor behind the man's tent. Only a single layer of canvas hid Simon's hulking form from the general. But Simon delayed for a moment to see if this was another trap. He didn't smell or hear anything out of the ordinary, though it was hard to say for certain since he was bombarded by the smells of hundreds of men where he stood now. Still, that would change in a moment when he washed them all away with blood. When Simon finally struck, he didn't rip apart the canvas. That was just part of his motion as he thrust his hand through the tent and yanked the sleeping man from his bed in a single violent motion. As soon as he had a good hold on the general's ribcage, he used his other hand to rip his head clean off. He barely had time to scream. Simon waited for his guards to come running around the other side with spears in hand. He knocked both of them down with the headless torso and then tossed the head into one of their laps, making the man scream. He bellowed an inhuman challenge that was probably loud enough to wake half of the camp. It made both of them flee in panic. But Simon didn't chase them. They were the only survivors that Simon planned to leave tonight. He wanted the word of the general's death to spread. Rather than pursue them, he began to blunder through tents, killing anyone who crossed his path as he fought his way to where he'd seen the sleeping young men earlier. They proved to be mages, and one managed to set Simon alight with a word of fire before he crushed the young man's skull. The other man wasn't so bold, and he just pissed himself while he waited for death. By the time Simon was done with that, most of his burns had already healed, and horns of alarm were being blown throughout the camp. Simon smiled at that. The more people panicked, the less anyone knew where to go. His rampage became more aimless after that. He clawed and ripped and tore. He was stabbed and shot many times, but that did little to dissuade him. Even a massed formation of crossbows was a nuisance more than a deterrent, which was funny to him because a few stakes on those weapons, and they could put him out of his misery fairly quickly. He wouldn't even mind. It was always better to die by someone else's hand in moments like this. I'm probably not what people think of when they use the word vampire, he thought to himself, as he slaughtered almost at random. He continued to do so until the number of defenders that had joined together in any one spot grew too great, and then he would dissolve into a storm of crows and flee to another part of the camp to repeat the process. By the third time he did that, there weren't very many people willing to fight him anymore. There was too much chaos. They had no way of knowing there was only a single monster in many places. As far as the shouted reports went, there were monsters attacking from all sides, and when the shouts that an army in league with the beasts is attacking from the valley began to ring out, It was all but over. Anyone who could get a horse by then was on one and riding away, but that didn't stop Simon from going to the tether lines that held the remaining mounts and freeing them to scatter in all directions. The only thing that he wished he could do to add to the chaos was to add some pyrotechnics to the mix. But magic took too much out of him to bother when he was like this. I have my own gifts, and for better or worse, they are not words of power, he thought. Resigned to who he was for now, the fighting was done, and the survivors had fled. It was still well before dawn. Simon estimated that hundreds of men lay dead, but thousands of them had fled, which was probably the best outcome. If they played their cards right, the defenders might even be able to hold the pass from this point on, which was all he'd ever signed up for. Simon dissolved into 24 crows and flew back to Castle Gravenstone to let Ara know that they'd won. She looked at him pensively as he spoke, and when he was finally done, she asked, "Then your task is done. What will you do now?" "Greet the sunrise," he mused, even though he wasn't sure he was ready to die just yet. She looked at him in shock for a moment before answering. "Well, you're a braver man than I'll ever be, Simon." "I'm not sure," he countered. "I want to die, but there are a few things left I need to do. All I know is that I'm never going back to that wall. Have you heard from Freya?" Simon kicked himself then for not asking that question first. If she were to suddenly appear, then all of this would be for nothing. "That's not how it works," Ara answered. "Can't you feel your connection to her? She's your progenitor. There's a link there that can never be broken. Through it, you can feel her and she can feel you." "Yeah, well, maybe I never want to feel connected to her again," Simon spat. Still, even as he discounted it, he groped around mentally for it but found nothing. He probably hated her too much for too long to ever feel connected to her now. Ara concentrated for a moment, then turned and pointed north. "She's there somewhere. Far, far away from us. Hundreds of miles at least. She's alive, but she's not very happy. I can tell you little beyond that." "Well, it sounds like she's been captured by the enemy," Simon answered with a shrug. "Hundreds of miles puts her past the mountains and the desert. That's deep Morai territory. Do you think she needs someone to save her?" Ara asked uncertainly. "I think she needs someone to finish her off," he answered. "Fortunately, no matter what I do next, my business takes me west, not north." "If you're not going to kill yourself, then we could use you here, Simon," Ara said. "You've been a great help and—" "Yay, you could," he agreed. "But I think I've done all the killing I'm going to do for a long, long time." "How will you live then?" she asked as he turned and started walking away. "Miserably," he answered. "But it's not like this is the first time I've lived that way." When Simon walked out of the throne room, he was tempted to stay one more night in the basement. Not only did it feel much safer, but it would give him the chance to inspect the walls of the strange room with etching. He decided against it, though. The last thing he wanted to do was give Ara or Freya the chance to get their hooks into him. And when he dissolved into a flock of ravens and flew back toward his goblin-scented sanctuary, it was very freeing. Live or die. He'd put this chapter of murder and misery behind him. Chapter 232, Traveling. As the thing he was a slow, halting process that was far more precarious than his time traveling as a mortal. That was counterintuitive since he could now transform into a flock of ravens and soar dozens of miles in an hour. But such occurrences were rare because of circumstances well beyond his control. After all, how could someone soar without making sure he had a safe place to land? As a result, even though Simon the man was much slower, he moved much further every day. Such travels were simpler, too. Then, he could simply buy a new donkey, name her Daisy, and set off down a trail, finding food and hospitality along the way. It didn't matter where he stopped. Some nights, he would sleep under an open sky, and others, he would curl miserably under a canvas tent, or warm himself by the fire in an inn's common room. As a vampire, though, he needed a place free from the light each night. Then, once he found it, he had to secure it and make sure that he would not be disturbed while he was crushed by the sun. Both of those steps were time-consuming. That was tough as he moved from one mountain to the next, but it was especially bad once he left the mountains behind. There, in the flat lands, he might be forced to stay in the same lair for a week running before we found a new one, and moved further west if locations were bad or hunting was scarce. If he had been willing to massacre a family farm every now and then, he could have made record time. But that was a shortcut he couldn't conscience. These people's lives were already hard enough. Goblins might be rare, but Marani patrols and armies were getting to be fairly common. Despite the chaos, the broad cultivated lands were much less monster-infested, although he would occasionally find a bridge troll or a small goblin pack. He was increasingly forced to feed off of animals as he made his way toward Bryn. As bad as that was, though, at least that let him practice his gaze. When you fought goblins, they ran toward you at least, which made them easy to catch. Bears and wolves did too, for the most part, but goats and deer, they just tried to escape. And as fast as he was now, trying to run down a deer was miserable. So, he got good at holding the skittish creatures in his gaze as soon as he found them. That didn't make them taste any better, but it did make them stand there and wait to die. By the time he got to Slaney, he could make it work on people too. The small mining town was all but dead by the time he reached it, and there were no clues around the burned ruins of Corwin Manor to say for sure what had happened to Gregor's heirs. That was unfortunate, and it gave Simon one more reason to hate the Marani. Still, he lingered for a better part of a week as he explored the familiar area and purged the silver mines of goblins in an effort to reconnect with the person he'd been a dozen lifetimes ago when he called this place home. Sometimes, as he crossed wide valleys, he eventually found no easy place further to the west where he could rest, and he had to backtrack before moving further south. Each time he got stuck like that, he told himself that he should just commit suicide and start over, but he couldn't. It was impossible for him now that he could see the bigger picture. He was no longer a wounded beast, but a monster on a mission. He had no way of knowing exactly how far in the future level 99 was in the pit. In the grand scheme of things, it was probably 150 or even 200 years from where he'd started, but that wasn't so far from where he stood right now. However unwillingly he'd gotten here, this moment offered a valuable peek into Healy's endgame as far as he was concerned. It would be a lot easier to solve levels if he understood what it was he was aiming for. He was 120 or so years in the future relative to where he started, and the fact that there was a giant war going on for the continent that he spent most of his time on seemed rather relevant to that. War can't be what I'm meant to stop, he told himself at first. As he watched another army marching or another legion building a fortification, it seemed too mundane. All of this time, Simon had thought that what he was doing was building up to something huge and epic. Sometimes, he thought it might be the devils rising from the pit, or some out-of-control necromancer lord. But as he watched a legion of men with spears and shields marching south one evening on one of the trade roads, he became less convinced. By all accounts, this war had been going on for the better part of a decade, and if he had included the two wars that were precursors to it, then the thing would have been closer to half a century. It was happening all around him right now in 100 battles and guerrilla actions. Sometimes he interceded, and sometimes he didn't as he tried to decide what he was going to do about it. Wars happen all the time. This one can't be worse than any of the others I've seen in my other lives. It certainly seemed to be, though, everywhere he went over those next few months. As he slowly made his way across Bryn toward Ionia, he found either men fighting or evidence of fighting. He didn't think that Bryn had seen so much combat, even at the height of their civil war, that he'd participated in so many lives before. Though Simon didn't always join in the fight, he usually did when he saw a particularly tempting target of opportunity. Mostly, that meant warlocks. There was usually at least one in any given detachment, and Simon would swim through campsites he found as a mist, looking for those men to rip to pieces as a warning to the rest. He had to. Given the way they stayed young but kept casting spells, it was clear to him that they were burning the lives of others instead of their own, which was nearly as bad as his own existence. That meant they had to die as surely as he did one day. The warlocks weren't usually the leaders of a given formation. They seemed to have a different command structure. But they were invariably crafty. Sometimes, he narrowly avoided clever traps that were meant to keep them safe, and other times, he was burned by their suicide amulets or stabbed by their guards. None of that stopped him from doing damage to them whenever he could. Not after he found evidence of blood magic rituals in several villages. Though finding villages entirely devoid of people wasn't uncommon at this point, Simon didn't think that they were killing everyone for dark magics. He knew for a fact that many of the survivors were being sent north as slaves. That was one of the reasons the people of Bryn still fought. This was not a war of conquest, but a total war. If the Mirani had simply come down, conquered the capital, replaced the king with a vassal, and left everyone else alone, the war probably would have been over decades before. This wasn't that, though. This was a total replacement, which drove Simon ever faster in an effort to find out if Ionia still stood. Eventually, on the way there, he grew curious enough to start questioning survivors. They wouldn't survive for long, of course, but if he ripped 3 members of a patrol to pieces, he would let the 4th one live long enough to answer questions with the force of Simon's dread gaze. This was good practice for him since months of silent predation had left him with few people to talk to. When he started, he found that he snarled more than he spoke. But in time, more civilized ways returned to him. He learned many things. He learned that the kingdom of Montan to the south had fallen, and even the city-state of Abresi had surrendered, while the Mirani continued to move south in an effort to surround and absorb both of the holdout kingdoms he was traveling between. That was when he knew this was more than a war. It was an invasion. Apparently, it wasn't the first one, though. One of the mages explained that his own land of Mirani had been conquered by people from across the sea 2 and 3 generations back, and that this was the result of that. That forced Simon to adjust his timeline a bit more. He'd thought that this war extended for half a century, but it increasingly looked like it was the better part of an entire century once he learned more. If that's the case, then why do none of the early quests deal with this threat? He wondered. He'd had 2 levels take him to a place he couldn't even find on a map with ziggurats and carnivorous plants. But no quest had ever been urgent enough to take him to the Mirani, so he could investigate them further. The most obvious answer was that it was either what Helids wanted, or it was irrelevant to her plans. The latter case seemed unlikely, but the former was unsettling. He reached no consensus by the time he reached the war-torn borders of Ionia. There, he feasted on beastmen in the Raiden Mountains and observed the situation. From that point, he wasn't in any hurry because beastmen tasted much better than the goblins, trolls, and beasts he'd been devouring in the flatlands of Bryn. Why should a beastman taste better than a beast? He had no idea, but they did, despite the stink. There were also plenty of enemy soldiers to hunt or question each night as the mood struck him. Still, it was only when he moved past the forts and fortresses that held the passes and saw that Ionar still stood there in the moonlight that he relaxed. He slept there in a lava tube for several days, high on the volcano's slopes, before he penetrated the palace as a mist to learn what he could. It was there he found that his son Simon was still alive. He was an old man now. In fact, he was older than Simon had been when he taught him, but he still sat on his simple throne and contributed meaningfully to the discussions with his generals. That sight did Simon's heart more good than any feeding or victory he'd had in this life. It felt almost as good as his escape from Freya's grip. Simon lingered longer than he should. He'd seen that the situation was dire the moment he'd rematerialized, as a few silent crows loitering in the shadows of the small garden they planned and discussed within. He didn't decide to help until one of Siam's grandchildren came in to wish him good night. She was an adorable little girl who bore a strong family resemblance to Althena, as he remembered her, young and beautiful in their mid-30s, while he lay crippled in bed. When her mother came in to fetch her and apologize for the distraction, the men just laughed. They didn't seem to mind at all. Simon was very distracted, though. Siam's daughter, who would have been Simon's granddaughter, was in her 30s, and she looked so much like her grandmother that it made her heart ache. That was when he decided he had to help them, at least a little. The only question that remained was how he could best do that. Chapter 233. No one was ready for him, not once he got serious about killing people again for the first time in months. The attackers perished under violent and mysterious conditions, and the defenders who found the pieces of those bodies were often sickened at the sight. Their disgust did not stop Simon from doing what needed to be done, though. He'd grown stronger, not just physically, but in his abilities, and no one without magic could do much to him. How could you fight a 7-foot-tall beast with the strength of 10 men that could freeze you with a look and vanish into smoke? They all grew to fear him, and it was well that they should. Simon feared what he was capable of as well. In an effort to spare Ionar the worst of his deprivations, he traveled north after only a few nights of slaughter. It was there they were most besieged and needed a miracle most. Some part of him wanted to talk to the king before he left. He wanted to speak to Siam one more time. But he knew that would be an act that was as selfish as it was horrific. So he only allowed himself one last look at his great-grandchildren playing in the palace garden from a distance before he soared north toward Coromon. He skipped the oracle for the same reason. While he checked to make sure that the Caldera city was still there, he made no effort to visit it. As much as he wanted her insight, or perhaps the insight of her replacement at this point, for Simon wasn't sure if she was immortal, he stayed away. The only indulgence he offered himself was to stop by the mosaic that he had made with Bertrand half a century ago. It was still there, but it was no longer a lonely slab of rock in an out-of-the-way place. Instead, there was a marble pavilion surrounding it now, with an altar dedicated to the greatest of teachers. That touched Simon enough to make his eyes water as he was moved to tears for the first time in his entire beastly life, even though he was hungry enough that he should have spent the evening hunting. He spent most of the night just gazing at that silent moonlight temple and appreciating the works of great beauty that he'd helped make so long ago. Well, he spent half the night looking at the well-preserved mosaic. He spent the other half looking at his hands and wondering how he'd gone from that to this. Not even those hours of self-pity could stand between him and more bloodshed, though. "I'll make art when this is done," he told himself before he returned to his current lair to recuperate and bask in the tragedy that was his current life. On the following night, he did not visit again. Instead, he devoured a pack of beastmen before continuing north. It took him 2 weeks to reach the border fortress and find a place to shelter from daylight. By then, its defenses had all but collapsed. It wasn't hard to see why. They had too few men, and those who died or were wounded were replaced by beardless boys who were as green as they came. Simon had no idea how they would last the winter, or really how they'd managed to hold the sea this long. Fortunately, he was in the miracle business, and it wasn't hard to see how to take apart the enemy's assault, a piece at a time. Ionia had never been a populous nation. It was the mountains and the seas that protected them from the deprivations of their neighbors. The mountains couldn't do their jobs to stop the invaders this time, not even in these narrow passes. How could they when the enemy built bridges and reinforced paths so that siege engines and barricades could be brought to bear? Their camps were large and lay well out of reach of the defenders' few catapults. But the fortifications themselves were not that impressive. It was probably only the mages' unwillingness to risk their own lives that had preserved the small fortress this long. Without his magic, Simon could do nothing to reinforce it. What he could do, however, even without magic, he could make the approach that much harder. Under the cover of darkness, it would have been the simplest thing in the world to tear apart the supports of those hasty structures and send them all tumbling down the slope. Still, even that wasn't enough. It would have been too sloppy. "Stop, Simon," Thinky chastised himself. "If you destroy a bridge, they'll just stop using it or build a new one. But if you sabotage a bridge, then who knows how many people will fall to their deaths." The beast within him had been thinking about the sprawling battlefield only in terms of vulnerabilities and body count, because that was what it craved. Even if it couldn't taste the carnage, it wanted more of it. But there was much more to it than that. The pass was narrow, and there were so many ways to reach it from the valley below where they waited in safety. But mountains were dangerous places, and he'd grown much stronger than he'd been the night he killed dozens with his first rock slide. And this time he could kill far more with a little effort. For those first few nights, Simon only made the watchmen who might catch him disappear. Instead of murdering people directly, he severed ropes, clawed at critical supports, and studied rock formations. Though he didn't do anything with the latter immediately, he noted the places where the stones might be used to the most devastating effect, if and when the Mirani tried a night attack. The worst part of Simon's subtle plan was he didn't get to see when his sabotage took effect. For a few nights, he might weaken a bridge, only to wake up and find it in ruins. That was satisfying. But it was more satisfying to linger at the edges of campfires while skittish soldiers retold the horrible events. Their version of events was no doubt exaggerated, but even so, he'd seen dozens of bodies in the gorges and bloodstains that indicated that some had already been carried away, alive or dead. "We're cursed, I tell you," one young man said. "Cursed. The Ionians have some evil sorcery, and the mountains themselves are turning against us." "We have plenty of sorcerers as well," another man said with a shrug. "If there's evil magic, they will counteract it somehow." Simon had been planning to kill the small group to start the panic that nowhere was safe, but that insight made him hold off. The mages at the heart of the army were a sort of security blanket for everyone else, which meant that real fear would probably require their elimination. Last time, he'd started with the general, but this time, he started with the warlocks. He didn't kill them in their tents. Not at first. He was too wary of their trinkets and traps. They existed in a compound within a compound at the center of the army. They were practically untouchable there to a normal foe. Simon could have snuck in and touched them all he wanted, but even he stayed away. He knew the place was riddled with tapestries and rugs marked with binding and force runes, making it dangerous to explore too deeply. Instead, each night after he fed, he watched and waited, waiting for them to leave. They had to leave eventually. They couldn't fight a war from within that crude camp. They couldn't plan to rebuild or attack while they cowered behind their walls. The warlocks had no reason to cower, though, not at first. Those first few nights when Simon hunted them, they had no idea they were being hunted. They went about their business. They drank with friends and visited the outskirts of the camp to make love to their favorite whores. They just never returned home. All anyone found of them were charred and mutilated corpses. Things didn't stay that easy for long. The guards they were escorted by didn't do much to deter Simon. His ugly yellow claws couldn't quite rip through steel plate mail. But such armor made a convenient handhold to slam the unfortunate wearer into the ground hard enough to crush their ribs. The mages fought with force and fire. Sometimes, they even landed a blow on Simon, which made him appreciate how much it hurt to be on the receiving end of magic. Not that it was enough to save them. Those attacks did more to stall the overall battle than anything else. Afraid for their own safety, the mages stopped leaving their compound. Not just during the night, either. They stopped leaving it at all. At least according to rumors. Those went wild after so many deaths. They called Simon a demon and gave him a number of creative names. Some, like the Bloodthirster, were appropriate, given that he was a vampire. Others gave him even stranger names, like Night Creeper or the Breaker of Ways. It took a few nights for the Mirani to settle on the idea that he was a fury. That was a mythical creature unique to Ionar that dealt out righteous and deserved vengeance to the wicked. Simon had done a number of paintings on the subject, so he didn't mind the comparison, though he was far uglier than any fury he'd ever illustrated. A fury was an old woman with claws for nails. She often had wild dark hair that would strangle cheaters, and a tongue that was nearly as sharp as her fangs that she would use to drive liars to suicide. Ugly as those withered spinsters were, they were still human. Strangely, though, by the time they decided what he was, the average soldier no longer seemed nearly as afraid of him as he once had. It turned out there was an answer for that, too, after he lingered long enough to listen to the watchmen speak about it. It turned out that their confidence was once again the warlocks' work. "They will definitely use magic to banish the fury," one man explained. "Old gods have no power over new ones. There's no way such a relic can defeat us." "I thought they were summoning a demon from the pits below to do battle with it?" another one asked. "Haven't they done that before?" "They have," another agreed. "I heard about it from a friend who fought at Darndell. They don't like to do it much because of how many slaves they have to sacrifice. But demons can certainly be made to fight if the price is right." Simon was skeptical of the latter, but he was positively incredulous about the former. Banishing him with a spell would be impossible because he wasn't a summoned creature. As to summoning a demon to fight on their behalf, that was more believable. But Simon had only read about such instances rarely, even in the heart of the Unspoken's Black Library. "I suppose I'll just have to wait and see," he thought, as he soared into the night and observed the mage compound from afar. They were certainly up to something big. He could see the preparations from a ways off, but he did not yet know what it was. Chapter 234. With every night that passed, the preparations in the heart of the Mirani camp grew. Each night at midnight, There were bonfires and sacrifices that echoed well beyond the edge of their now well-lit camp. And each day, while Simon slept, the bodies of their victims were removed. Though he couldn't see where they'd been taken in the darkness, he could smell the series of mass graves that had been dug and filled to hide their crimes. For 5 nights, nothing came of these efforts. From where he lingered to watch them after he finished each night, he could see a few of the faces change. That wasn't definitive, but it indicated to him that their spells were not without risks, and some of their mages died, or, at the very least, exhausted themselves in their forbidden rites. Simon would take a break from slaughtering guards and other pockets of isolated defenders around midnight to watch the pyrotechnic-laden climaxes to whatever it was they were doing. He was rewarded on the 6th night when a fiery rift, not unlike the one he'd seen so often on the chapel level, appeared. From this distance, he couldn't make out all the details, but his memory filled them in reasonably well. The runes of the binding ring were painted in blood upon the ground, and it was easy enough to imagine the way that they would stretch and distort as the world beyond tried to violate them and break out of its fragile cage. Then, a man stepped through the flames. From this distance, he was a dark silhouette that looked no different from the demon that had pestered Simon every time he passed through the chapel. That normalcy only lasted for a few minutes, though. There was some talking between the newcomer and a group of Mirani warlocks, and once some kind of bargain was struck, the creature stepped through the circle, making it flare in protest, even as it burned away the devil's human veneer. On the inside, he had the silhouette of a gentleman. But once he stepped out of the flames and the lies fell away, he changed entirely. Simon was too far away to see all the monstrous details, but some of them, like the horns and the wings, were unmistakable. So was the fact that it had practically doubled in size. What was a nearly 6-foot man had become nearly 10 feet tall, and he stood there stretching. The words of power flared around him in flaming neon oranges, reds, and greens in quick succession, making Simon do a double take. He'd never seen magic cast in such a way, and he wondered at how it would theoretically work as a flaming sword manifested in the creature's large hands. The demon swept the thing around in a series of swipes that seemed to be nothing more than a warm-up exercise, despite the decapitating someone who had been standing too close. The demon laughed at that, in a voice so deep Simon could hear it all the way from his hiding place on a rocky outcropping a quarter mile from the summoning circles at the edge of the nearest mountain. Despite the casualty, the thing's sword didn't stop dancing for a moment, and it occurred to him there was a strange sort of pattern to it. Is this another spell? He wondered. Or is it more like a war dance or something? Almost as soon as Simon had that thought, the blade stopped, and the demon leaped into the sky with a powerful flap of its bat wings. It seemed smaller in that moment. It was a mere pinprick of fire rather than a blade. It took Simon several seconds to realize that it was because the thing was pointed directly at him. Pointed anywhere else, he would see the blade. Pointed away, he'd see nothing at all, but at him, it would look like the medieval equivalent of a flashlight. Of course, the fact that the demon was flying toward him like a missile was a pretty big hint, too. Simon wondered if he should fly away from the thing, but decided against it. He was in the mood to kill something that deserved it and roared a challenge to the sky. Even as the demon reached the pinnacle of its flight and started down towards Simon like a thunderbolt. As the demon fell from the sky with the menace of raptor, Simon considered his opponent. Scale was hard to measure against the glare and the darkness, but he decided that what he'd first taken for horns might be a crown in retrospect. Likewise, the thing was wearing at least some armor, and all of it appeared to be made of burnished gold. No accounting for taste, Simon thought as he checked his surroundings. Even in the dark of night, he could see several places where he'd rigged up several large traps that he could use to easily shift whole mountainsides if the Mirani tried to move any large formations of men around. So far, they hadn't yet given him the opportunity to use any of them, which had been unfortunate until now. Still, all of that preparation gave him options tonight that he might well need. Simon spent the last several seconds of time he had before his enemy was upon him considering which of those titanic deadfalls and other geologic features might be most useful. Then, he was out of time, and the demon struck. Well, the demon tried to strike him. It arced down with grace and power, using the momentum of its descent in an attempt to cleave Simon's head off. Evading the blow was impossible at these speeds, but a moment before the demon could impact him, Simon's body dissolved into mist, making contact impossible. The demon's eyes widened just enough for Simon to see that he'd noticed the trick. Here, though, its speed worked against him. There was nothing that the demon could do to alter the attack without throwing himself entirely out of balance. Not that such restraint would save him. Simon reformed almost as soon as the blade was clear, and even as the demon's sword passed, he grasped its ankle with his monstrous, malformed hand. He felt the scalding heat of Demon's greaves and its terrible momentum. But he ignored the force, straining his tendons, and the way that the searing metal melted his flesh. Instead, he whirled around like a shot putter, spinning 270 degrees on his heel and redirecting the demon's momentum straight into a cliff 100 yards away. The monster flipped and rolled in the air chaotically as it tried to unfurl its giant bat wings and right itself. But it was useless. It had only just begun to get control of its twisted flight path in the seconds before it hit the stone with a terrific crack that echoed out throughout the valley. Even before the demon hit the stone, Simon was charging toward it. If that wouldn't be enough to finish me off, then it definitely isn't enough to handle a demon, he told himself. He wasn't in the habit of underestimating his opponents these days. Still, in terms of people he wasn't likely to take it easy on, demons were pretty much at the top of the list. The demon had only barely gotten to his feet and was still leaning heavily against the wall when Simon approached like a wrecking ball. He expected treachery and wasn't disappointed when the flaming blade on the thing's sword suddenly reversed. The hilt stayed right where it was while the shimmering blade burst from the rear. It was a neat trick, and it scored a shallow but painful blow along Simon's side before he body-checked. The demon hard enough to break his spine. This time, the thing didn't even try to get up. He just rasped, gurgle, before Simon ripped his head clean off and tossed it far enough that it started to roll wetly down the mountain. Simon considered ripping off all of its limbs as well, but the headless corpse didn't put up a fight after he yanked off the first one. So he picked up the blade as the corpse's open wounds started to smolder and sizzle. The thing was just a handle now, and he was studying the markings on it when he heard the words behind him. Gervul, Uvelum, Vrazig. He only just had time to whirl around before black lightning rippled out from the unseen caster. It blew holes right through his flesh, and his wounds were slower to regrow than usual, even as the arcing ebon streamers carved into the rock behind him. Simon slumped against the stone and struggled to rise, but the demon hit him for the second time with the same spell, bringing him to one knee as he took stock of the situation. At least he'd turned all the way around by the second blow, and he could see what he was facing. The demon had started to regrow from his head, and though he looked like a naked dwarf right now, barely 4 feet tall, he was getting larger even as Simon watched. There was nothing that would stop the thing from blasting him over and over again. This time, though, Simon had his sword. It's been a long time since anyone hit me that hard. Simon reflected as he tried to figure out how badly he was hurt. The sheer fact that he hadn't already healed told him how bad it was. But Simon refused to accept that. Most of his guts and chest had been blasted away, along with half of his face, but his charred skeleton was still complete, and his limbs were largely complete. The demon had gone for center mass, which was a smart move most of the time, but a terrible mistake in this instance. A moment later, he made a second mistake when he took Simon's moment of hesitation for defeat when he started to speak. "They told me you would be tough," the demon said almost boisterously, and for a second, I almost believed them. Still, for a god, you are not much of a own petit. The demon rightly judged that he didn't have time for a greater word. Not at this range. A simple word of force wasn't going to cut it, though. He'd applied it broadly in an attempt to shove Simon back. But after 3 steps, even in his weakened state, he was strong enough to shatter that invisible wall of force and keep right on going. This time, Simon slammed him into the ground by his throat, pasting him. Whatever words of power he'd been about to speak next were lost in the short, sharp scream that followed. Simon only had a moment to enjoy that, though, before he whirled around as he realized something. If this asshole can regrow from his head, then he can probably regrow from other parts of his body, too. Can't he? Chapter 235. This time, Simon's instincts had been exactly right. He had no idea what this asshole was doing, but he was very clearly some kind of hydra, and every time Simon cut off one of his heads, another took its place. Or maybe each time he dies, there are two more, he thought, unsure of what it was he was facing. It didn't really matter. If killing the demon didn't stick, then he was going to have to go with Plan B. By the time Simon reached the torso, it was in the midst of growing another arm and a comically tiny head. Whereas the arm had barely started to grow a shoulder and a sternum. The larger head did not yet have a mouth to speak, and it would take another 5 or 10 minutes for the smaller one to start on a second limb. But even so, the way this thing continued to multiply was terrifying. He considered using a word of transfer just to drain some of this thing's excess energy, but decided against it. That was both because he didn't want any part of hell inside of him, and because he wasn't even fully healed, as well fed as Simon was. Thanks to the nearly eliminated beastmen tribes that once ran rampant in these foothills, words of power took a lot out of him as a vampire. The last thing he needed right now was to have to pause to catch his breath. He was holding the midget demon by the throat, so it couldn't cast any spells even if it revived. But as it reached the headless torso, the thing made a glowing sign in the air with its fingertips, and Simon was struck with shards of solidified air. It did very little damage compared to the black lightning, but it annoyed him deeply. What in the fuck is that? He growled as he reached forward and broke all the fingers in the thing's hand with a single squeeze. He had no more time to waste now. He picked up all 3 of the growing demon pieces and then ran toward the closest boulder he'd undermined earlier, a couple of 100 yards to the west. It didn't take much to get it moving. He basically just body slammed it to start the slow roll. After that, he was racing in front of the thing. He wasn't taking any chances. He was holding this prick down until they were all entombed under 100 tons of granite. Simon ran like his life depended on it, even though it really didn't. His life depended on killing this asshole hard enough for him to stay dead before dawn. And he had hours to make that happen. If boulders wouldn't do the trick, then he'd settle for just burying the demon alive forever? You think this will be enough to defeat Vargarzalith? I am a demon prince. I am Legion. A tiny voice asked, surprising him. If these 3 bodies are not enough to carry your bleeding corpse back into hell, the 10,000 copies of myself that await my return will join in the fight to end you. I have been promised 600 souls to slay you, and I will not lose them. Simon had no time to stop, and his hands were too full of body parts to shift around and deal with the tiny head which had apparently grown just large enough to form a small mouth. All he could do was hope that whatever spells it cast in the next few seconds weren't bad enough to knock him off his feet. Even then, we're all probably still going over, he thought as he considered the demon's words. As fast as he was, the wave of stones and dust almost passed Simon as he made his way over the cliff. With an extra surge of speed, he managed to leap 150 feet off the sheer cliff with a waterfall of death in pursuit. He never hit the ground, though. Instead, halfway down, he released his burden as he turned first into a flock of crows to gain distance, and then into a mist to avoid the fatal wave of scree stones that shot out in all directions even as the boulders rained down without end onto the pile. Of course, is far below, though the demon's comically high-pitched voice had robbed his words of any malice they might have had. They were enough to remind Simon of one crucial fact. The demon was not his own weak point. Those were the portal through which he came, the circle through which he'd entered the world, and the bargain that he'd struck with the warlocks in the camp. Right now, with his opponent out of action, for somewhere between a few minutes and forever, Simon had an opportunity to attack any or all of those, and that was exactly what he did. When the rocks stopped raining so hard that they would have knocked him out of the sky, he coalesced into flock of 24 crows once more and wheeled once in the sky to regroup before he headed to the heart of the Mirian army's camp. Nothing had changed there, save that everyone was looking toward the mountain in an effort to understand the fight that was taking place. While Simon could see that no one felt precisely safe, they certainly didn't think they were in any danger personally. And even as he soared above the camp, studying the people as well as the binding circle with 50 eyes, he decided he would prove them wrong in less than a minute. Before Simon's time in the Unspoken's Black Library, he'd known only a little about the nature of demon summoning. Now he was somewhat of an expert, even if he never planned to use it. When Simon had taken apart his first portal, it had been with the care of a bomb squad veteran. that had been based purely on a normal, healthy fear of what would happen if the situation spun out of control. Now he knew what happened if things went out of control, and they were ugly. The Librium Malefica had provided 2 accounts on the subject, but they weren't the only ones that Simon had read. In one, an apprentice had tripped, smearing the blinding circles chalk. The poor man had been torn in half by the spatial shifts, but the thing had expanded out until it swallowed the mage's whole tower before vanishing. In another similar tale, an overeager witch hunter had killed a warlock and sought to end his vile experiments. He'd sundered a well-made circle that had been composed of wound copper wire around a set of stakes. The result had been catastrophic. Rather than banish the thing, it had expanded for hours, and the demons that swarmed out of it devoured the village and most of the countryside before it ran its course. As Simon dove for the warlock's camp and reformed into his hulking, monstrous form, he was hoping for the latter, but he would accept the former. Neither of those mattered as he landed on the closet warlock, crushing him beneath his bulk. He even exploded in a burst of flame afterward, though. Simon shrugged it off. The man died messily, but the half-dozen other mages that saw Simon do it were shocked into silence for only a moment by his sudden appearance. After that, they unleashed hell on him, bombarding him with a dozen flavors of pain. Unfortunately for them, none of them were wood, so he kept right on moving. Simon went on a rampage then, and no matter how many words of fire and ruin rained down on him, it didn't slow down his killing spree. He could feel the blows slowly leaching his vitality, of course, but compared to that awful black lightning, it was nothing. The first man he killed was the luckiest of all of them. He'd merely been murdered. The rest Simon didn't even bother to kill before he tossed them at the glowing portal to hell that pulsed in the middle of the clearing. It was surrounded by the corpses of the men and women who had already been sacrificed to the dark powers that were called forth. But Simon ignored those for now. He was only concerned with killing the people who were trying to kill him and breaking their circle. The first 2 men he tossed at it fell well within its bounds and vanished in the flames without disturbing anything. The third man landed half in, half out of the circle, and even as he tried to crawl away, he was yanked inside by shadowy figures while he screamed for help. There was no one to help, though, not after he smeared 3 or 4 runes into oblivion. After that, the whole thing started to unravel in an undulating curtain of fire and spatial distortions that looked like a heat shimmer on steroids. Simon backed away immediately, even as he'd been about to slaughter another warlock. He was unwilling to take the chance, even for a second. Instead, he leaped back and burst into a flock of crows to escape. Despite how quickly he reacted, the advancing flames moved like a wildfire. He only just managed to stay ahead of it by a few seconds, and was sure that a few tail feathers had been scorched. He didn't need to risk it all for a chance to be sucked into hell. There were other fights to be had elsewhere in the camp. He was entirely unwilling to trade his pseudo-immortality for an endless torment. And if he knew Helades at all, there would be no coming back from those infernal depths. Maybe I'll even allow myself to feed on the blood of men tonight. He thought wistfully. It had been nearly a year after all, and his strength was flagging, even as hell literally broke loose. Surely he owed himself that much. Simon pondered that slippery slope as he landed far from the action, amidst a crowd of soldiers who were woefully unprepared for him. 1 second, they were gossiping about how the warlocks were going to summon another demon as the flames grew and the screams spread. It will be even stronger than the last one was. One man insisted moments before Simon charged from the shadows and ripped his head off. They thought the light meant reinforcements, but really, it was just the opposite. In a few minutes, Simon wouldn't be the only predator amongst the woefully unprepared sheep. As far as anyone here was concerned, this was the end of the world. They didn't know it yet. They reacted just as every group of soldiers he'd killed before. Some ran like cowards. Some fought to the last. A few of those even managed to hurt Simon, no matter how many blades ran him through, and no matter how many slashes tried to disembowel him before the wound vanished. It was a pitched battle, though, and though the smart ones ran from him, others, running from the flames, blundered right into him. It was a tide of humanity, and Simon was soaked in the sense of blood and death as he murdered and maimed. They maimed him too, of course, with so many people stabbing at him. Remaining uninjured was impossible. He'd thought himself safe from the Green Mirani soldiers and their ineffectual weapons he'd been rampaging through. He never died, though. Not until a boy with a broken spear had made a futile last stand and managed to slide that jagged piece of wood between two of his ribs and right through his cold, dead heart. The young man with a broken spear ran him through in what should have been a futile but valiant attempt to avenge a fallen comrade. That was the end of Simon. For this life, at least, 100 spears with steel heads did nothing but a single broken one, and that's the end of the run, he thought wryly, as he felt himself starting to come undone. To say the moment surprised him was an understatement. It was his own fault. He'd been distracted by rumbling from the hillside as the demon he'd done battle with a few minutes earlier was rising out of the rubble as some kind of malformed giant. Simon had hoped to cut him off from the powers of hell, but until the gate extinguished itself, that didn't seem likely. Simon stopped then as the mortal blow rebounded through him. It hurt. It hurt more than any of the other wounds he'd shrugged off this evening. But even as it did, he could feel the rest of his body going numb, and he could see the dull gray-green flesh of his hands already crumbling as it flaked away to ash. What shitty timing, he thought as his eyes flicked from the pillar of fire to the shadow of the giant and back again. There was so much more he could learn tonight. Then, there was Ionia to consider. Even without him, though, this screw-up was probably enough to set the invaders back for a long, long time, as long as the demonic activity didn't reach the fortress itself, but he didn't think that likely. In those critical few seconds, Simon let the moment that he could have taken his revenge come and go. He thought about it, but decided to let the boy who'd killed a monster live. That was just what he was supposed to do. Really, on any other night, Simon would have been nothing but grateful as he fell to pieces. The sight was fading from his eyes, and his legs were burning away so quickly in an ugly green fire that he was already toppling toward the young man. The boy was scrambling backward, but he had nothing to fear. Simon would dissolve into dust and ashes long before he crushed his killer beneath his monstrous form.